What is up guys, Blue Spooky here. Just wanted to let you guys know this is the end of the week compilation. So this is a compilation video of all the previous stories I've read so far this week. If you missed any of those stories, or if you like longer videos for you to put on in the background while you're doing something else or trying to fall asleep, this is the video for you. There will only be ads for the first part of the video, and for the latter part there will be no ads at all, so you can watch the stories without interruption. If you guys appreciate these long compilations and the daily videos, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you end up enjoying the video. If you have any thoughts about the stories while listening and want to share them as well, please leave those in the comments below, as those are always my favorite comments to read. Either way, I hope you guys enjoy the video, and I hope you guys have a great day. I'd like to start off this story by saying that you're always better safe than sorry. I listen to horror stories myself all the time, but I never thought I would have one to share of my own. For privacy reasons, obviously I'll be changing the names in my story. My name is Jessica, and I'm 15. I would like to think that I'm a very cautious person. I live in Ireland in a big suburban neighborhood, and I like to go on walks almost every day. It's nice to go outside every once in a while during the pandemic. It started off like any typical day really. I got up at around 8 a.m. or so and went to grab some coffee. Then I did some workouts before school. Around this time, a snowstorm was approaching my country, so it was very cold outside. It got dark early too, around 5 p.m. or so. After I got done with an exhausting day of school, all I wanted to do was go and watch some TV in my living room. After a bit of rest though, I started to get somewhat bored. I decided to go out for a quick walk. It was snowing outside now, and it looked like a really nice evening. This time when I left my home, I did not bring my dog with me. He can be somewhat annoying to walk at times, especially during weather like this. All I wanted was to enjoy some time to myself. I was walking down a long stretch of sidewalk, and it was about 4:30 or so at this point. It was starting to get very dark out. I'm the sort of person who's usually perceptive and somewhat paranoid. Honestly, I think it's good to be a little paranoid sometimes, as it can really help you in certain situations. I remember I looked up to see a random man walking past me. I'd seen this man around my village a few times, and he'd always given me this weird, creepy feeling. I just always get this strange vibe whenever he was around, you know? All the other times I've walked past him, he would stare daggers at me with this unsettling grin on his face. I didn't want to be too judgmental, but I suspected he may have something wrong with him. As he walked past me, I kept my head down to avoid eye contact, but I could see from the corner of my eye that he was just staring at me. I kept walking, but suddenly I felt an intense urge to turn around. As I did, I could see the man was still just looking at me, now standing still. It made me feel extremely uncomfortable. To describe this man, he was about 6 feet tall and looked to be in his mid-40s or so. His hair was in a tight man bun, and he always seemed to wear the same clothes for some reason. Jeans, a flannel shirt, and the same dirty shoes as well. My heart started beating fast. I turned around and continued walking. Over the next 10 minutes, I could still feel his gaze upon me, which meant that he was most likely following me now. I turned around again to confirm my worst fears, and sure enough, there he was. He immediately stopped in place as I noticed him, staring me down like a creepy statue at a Halloween store. We made eye contact for about 5 seconds. My mind started scrambling, trying to figure out what to do. He had stopped only a few meters behind me, and he was clearly closing in. I came to a junction and waited for the light to give me the signal to cross the road. There weren't very many street lights on this street, which made me feel even more uncomfortable. While I was waiting there, I could hear the man getting closer and closer to me. I hoped he would just pass me by, but that wasn't the case at all. "Hey there!" I turned around to face him and just gave him an awkward smile without saying a word. I crossed the road and he kept close behind me. Hey you!" he said again. I offered a quick response. Hello?" I kept on my way, but he followed me and tried to continue the conversation. "Hey, I'm trying to get rid of these phones in my house, trying to sell them off. Would you be interested in buying one?" As soon as he said that, I knew this man wasn't going to leave me alone. I also knew he was lying. I may have been young, but I'm not an idiot. I just said no thank you and to have a nice day, and continued moving even faster. He still followed right on my ass. I was now thinking how unfortunate it was that my own phone was broken, and therefore I couldn't contact anyone for help. I began to internally panic as I turned the corner and realized that there were no cars or people at all down the entire street. At that point, I decided to make a break for it. After a count of 3, I started to run. I immediately realized that was the correct decision when I heard the pounding of footsteps right behind me. I know I shouldn't have, but I looked behind me one last time. As I ran, the lighting wasn't the best, but I could clearly see he was holding a large knife in one hand. I was so scared that my heart was practically beating out of my chest. I felt sick, but I had to think fast now. The man was clearly gaining on me. We were running through my village at this point, and I could see bystanders in the distance. That's when the unthinkable happened. I felt a cold strike against my back. After a few more steps, I could feel blood trickling down my back. That's not a figure of speech either. This lunatic had just stabbed me. I staggered a bit, but I kept running, even though I was badly injured and bleeding. Fortunately for me, there was a small police station just across the road from my neighborhood. Knowing that I was now in a life-or-death situation, I sped towards the police outpost. I got to the entryway, barely standing, and looked back to see the man running in the opposite direction. I arrived inside completely hysterical. 2 officers came to my aid. One of them called an ambulance, while the other applied pressure to my wound. I frantically told them about the man and tried to explain what just happened. The ambulance arrived and took me to the hospital. I was in shock and so overwhelmed by the whole situation. None of it felt real. Fortunately, the stab wound was obviously not fatal, and I've since made a full recovery. I gave a detailed description of the man and mentioned I had seen him around before. He must have fled somewhere far away though, because to my knowledge they never caught him. That was the last time I ever took a walk by myself. I used to deliver Chinese food for a local restaurant. I was just a teenager in high school at the time, and whatever job I got wasn't going to be for more than a year or 2. I'd say this job was fairly typical to most first jobs or retail and food service jobs. It had some boring and slow days and some busy and very stressful days. As the delivery driver, though, I was always thankful to not have to be working in the store and dealing with mobs of customers myself. On this night, I started at 6 p.m. It was a Friday, so I was working a late 6 to 12 shift. As soon as I clocked in, I was delivering orders non-stop for the next 2 hours, with no time at all to breathe in between them. At 8 o'clock, the orders started slowing down a bit, but I still had a few more to deliver before I could take my own lunch break. I grabbed the 3 orders that we had ready and set out to get them done before 9 o'clock. The first one was close by, but the next 2 were a bit further out. That wasn't uncommon, as our town is not very closely packed together. I got to the second house and dropped it off with no problems. then started heading to the final stop. It was 10 minutes from where I currently was, and the tag said it had not been paid for yet. All I was thinking about during the entire drive was the break I'd get afterward after going back and forth for 3 hours straight. It had tired me out a lot more than usual on this night. I pulled into the neighborhood and followed the GPS until I got to a back portion where the whole atmosphere very quickly changed. I turned down a thin road of cracked pavement, full of potholes, and with barely visible small houses on the sides, covered by thick bushes and unkempt lawns. When the GPS told me I'd arrived, I stopped the car where it said, but I didn't see a house at all. I turned my car's lights to the brightest setting, and ever so faintly I could just make out the outline of a small house very far away from the road I was on. I then looked at the grass leading up to it and realized that there was actually supposed to be a driveway here. It was just completely engulfed in vines and tall grass. I would never have even noticed it had I not seen the house first. Knowing I would be unable to even drive down this, I put the car in park and got out with the bag. I then began to walk through the overgrown driveway. I couldn't believe how awful it was to walk through. I couldn't imagine anyone letting their property get to this point. Getting closer, I could see more of the house itself. It was very small, kind of like a trailer home. It looked to be in matching condition to the driveway. Vines growing over the windows, bushes covering every inch of the nearly decaying home. As I made my way up to the front door, I knew something was wrong. I knew in my gut and in my head. But I was just some kid with a first job that was scared to lose it, so I felt like I had to do my job, which was to deliver this order to this address. I pushed all my bad feelings aside and knocked on the door. Right away, I heard footsteps coming up to it, and it opened to reveal a young lady behind it. At first, in the dim lighting, she looked very normal. I felt a huge bit of relief. It only took a few more seconds, though, to realize that her normal look was eerily out of place. With the house in this condition, there was no way she would be so well dressed and taken care of. As these thoughts scrambled through my head, she opened the screen door and said in a creepily calm tone, "Come on in." Everything hit me in that moment. I stumbled back a few steps and decided I needed to leave right now. I turned around, and only a second after beginning to leave, I heard a loud thud from the side of the house. I looked over, seeing 2 men running out from behind it, sprinting through the bushes toward me. I dropped everything and started running. I did everything I could to get through the thick grass and vines. Just as I reached the end of the driveway, I stumbled over a root in the ground. I hurried up, hearing their footsteps closing the distance on me. I couldn't even bring myself to look back as I ran straight into my car. I turned it on. I could see the men immediately stop chasing me and run back to where they'd come from. My whole body was still shaking from adrenaline. I turned the car around and drove away. Of course, I let my boss know what happened, and he urged me to call the police and report it. I was relieved to know he didn't care about the food order, and only for my own safety. The police interviewed me, and my boss did a whole investigation as well. Ultimately, they were unable to find any of the people. The property I was on, though, was actually state-owned, and the trespassing sign at the beginning of the road had been dug up and thrown into the tall grass. Their intentions are unknown, but it seems like the most obvious possibility is the most likely answer. I just hope nobody else has to go through what I did, or if they do, I hope they can be as lucky as I was to get away. My uncle really hates getting letters. It's not just letters, though. It's anything. Things like get well soon cards, Happy New Year's cards. He just always told my family not to bother sending him anything. I never really understood that. but I also hated writing and sending cards. I mean, it's a pain in the ass, isn't it? I was, however, a little curious as to why he was so vehemently opposed to them. I mean, writing them is one thing, but receiving them really isn't all that hard. It doesn't take much effort to just get a card out of your post box. I decided to ask him what the issue was. I asked him very outright, and in response, the old dude just stared at me a little cockeyed and smiled while lighting a cigarette. He then said, "All right, I'll let you hear a story of mine." A long time ago, he used to work in the Philippines, and between me and him, he was having a really hard time with money. He'd made some bad decisions when he was about my age, and made some bad friends too. A guy he used to hang out with suggested that he check out an opportunity in the Philippines, and he thought, why not? My immediate question to my uncle was, what kind of job? It wasn't anything shady, it was just a delivery job. Well, I mean, it wasn't an official delivery job per se. I remember I had to drop off these pitch black letter envelopes to certain places I was told to go to. I would go to a location, and at that location I would be handed a set of car keys by some guy dressed in a black suit, and from there I was asked to drive to deliver whatever they'd handed to me, which usually was one of those black envelopes. You know the type, right? Bubble-lined for sending fragile goods. It was always sealed, so after I delivered the envelope, I would drive the car back to the place I'd parked my vehicle and give the car keys back to the guy. At that point, I'd get paid. Let me tell you, for how simple the work was, I got paid more than I could imagine. It was amazing. One thing stood out to me, though. Whenever I received the envelope I was supposed to deliver, the guy in black that I got it from was always a different guy every time. Each one of those guys told me to never open it. "Well, did you open it?" I asked. He left me hanging for a moment or two, and then he went into an experience he had on his delivery job. I want to save you the back and forth of conversation we had, so I'll do my best to sum up what happened. Basically, whenever my uncle was stuck in traffic, he would glance at that envelope that he kept on the passenger seat beside him. It was really hard for him to just ignore it. I mean, I understand, because as a kid, if I was ever told not to do something, the very first thing I would want to do was the thing I wasn't supposed to do. His curiosity grew every time he made a drop-off, until one afternoon he gave in to that curiosity. He was stuck in traffic and quite bored, and he thought that no one would ever know if he took a quick peek inside. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right? My uncle opened the envelope and looked inside. Inside, to his surprise, there was another envelope. That's strange, he thought. Why go to the effort of putting an envelope inside a bigger envelope? He opened the smaller one and didn't see a letter or message inside. Just as he was thinking, man, they got me driving around here for no reason, with packages full of air, he suddenly fell incredibly ill. As he was stuck in traffic, he opened his door to get some air. He said there was a terrible smell in the car. He ended up stumbling out of it and landing face down on the road. He began to cough and retch, and said he was foaming at the mouth, even started vomiting blood. He then lost consciousness. Shortly after, he woke up to find himself in bed. Little did he know there was someone from this organization watching him at all times. That person had reported what he'd done. My uncle was treated by a doctor, which, shall we say, wasn't exactly legitimate. He was then driven to the airport and abandoned. He eventually managed to get together enough funds by calling a bunch of our relatives. He was then able to leave and return to Japan. I asked him about what he thought had happened to him. He said he thought he was involved in some kind of chemical warfare between rival gangs. That isn't confirmed, obviously, but it's just what he thinks given the nature of the work he'd been doing. I'm inclined to believe him. He said he never knew what was in the contents of those packages and envelopes he was carrying, and then he kind of looked away from me as if he had been contemplating. Maybe not knowing the contents of those envelopes and packages was for the best. He stubbed his cigarette out and said, "That's why I hate letters and cards," and we never spoke of it again. This happened back in October of 2016, at the very height of the killer clown craze that was going on back then. At the time, I thought nothing of it. It was just a bunch of teenagers looking for a quick laugh by frightening others. I lived alone in a 2-story house. There's about a 3-mile walk between the neighboring houses. It's all separated by tall grass and forest. This detail will be important later on. Halloween night eventually came around, and I was watching Friday the 13th in the living room. The front of the house has a large window overlooking the lawn. I remember it was about 10:55 when Miss Voorhees was getting her head chopped off in the film. That's when I heard a small but very noticeable knock at the window. It made me jump up a bit in surprise. What the hell? I went over to the window and pulled the curtains backward. All I could see outside was darkness. 10 minutes later, I was getting ready for bed when I heard a knock at the front door. Now, the front door had these long panels of blurred glass. I looked through and saw nothing but darkness. However, a red object was in the corner of my vision. Wondering what it could be, I changed my angle of view, and I kid you not, there was a fucking clown standing adjacent to my front door and staring right back at me. I jumped back in surprise as the clown fully pressed his face up against the glass. I saw the clown had a knife in his hand. I grabbed my cell phone to dial 911, and that's when he started pounding on the glass hard enough to eventually break it. I ran up the stairs, locked my bedroom door, and got ready to call the police. An incoming call came in from my closest neighbor. Now, the phone service in my area is pretty bad. The 2 bedrooms and the bathroom in my house are the only places you can get good service. I answered the phone, but I couldn't really make out what my neighbor was saying. His voice was coming in patchy and glitchy. He apparently was in a bad spot for phone service. He said something along the lines that someone had just broken into his house. The call then disconnected. I quickly dialed 911 and told them what was going on. As I was on the phone, I heard the shattering of glass from downstairs. The dispatcher informed me to stay locked in the room until the police arrived. I heard footsteps coming up my stairs, followed shortly by pounding on my bedroom door. That went on for what felt like hours until I heard police sirens outside. The clown then shouted in a creepy and strained voice, "Oh, you fucker, you just had to." A flurry of footsteps descended the stairs and fled from the back door. I came out of the room and met with the officers. I explained everything to them, including how I'd received an odd phone call from my neighbor as well. As I was talking to the officers, my neighbor actually came over, and what he told me shocked me. He said that when he'd called me before, he was actually trying to warn me that a clown had broken into his house and run off in the direction of mine. The good news is that the cops ended up catching this clown during their search of the backyard. They brought him around the front and placed him into one of the cruisers. They said they'd found 2 knives on him and a loaded Glock 17. The scariest thing about this encounter is how the clown managed to get to my house so quickly without a vehicle of his own. He left my neighbors at 11:03 and arrived at my house at 11:05. The next day, I got a bunch of texts from an unknown number saying that now I was going to die. Since the perpetrator had already been locked up at this time, I'm guessing he must have had an acquaintance that did that to my neighbor. It makes me wonder what they truly wanted that night. I guess I'll never know for sure, but one thing that is for sure is that I fucking hate clowns now. There's an abandoned hotel in my town that's been vacant for decades now. It had been bought out several times before, but every time they ended up going bankrupt after just a few years. Our town is kind of small and old-fashioned, so there's really no reason for anyone to visit unless they have family here. That means there's really no reason to even have a hotel as big as this one. It was at least 6 stories tall and was probably the largest building in our general area. Anyway, when I was about 23 or so, I just kinda casually decided to check it out one day. I felt like there wasn't anything actually dangerous or scary about it. It was just an empty, abandoned building after all. It would be cool to walk around and look at. So I decided to go during the day. I figured that rather than any shady nighttime encounters, if anyone was there during the daytime, then they were probably just harmless people exploring like I was. I parked at a store that was a half-mile away, and then walked to the hotel area. It was mostly isolated on the side of the road, being that most of the stores surrounding it had already been torn down. The hotel itself, though, looked a lot worse than the last time I'd seen it. The bricks were crumbling, and the whole place seemed like it was fading and decaying away. I went up to the front and glanced inside. It was mostly empty, with only a few things scattered around like chairs and old furniture. I stepped in and walked through the lobby, opening the door to the staircase. The whole stairwell was covered in shadows, as barely any light was getting in at all. All I could see was a dim beam of light coming in from one of the floors above. It was just enough for me to find my way up the stairs. When I got to the door on the second story, though, I discovered it was blocked by something on the other side. Something was keeping it from opening, and a sheet of wood was covering the window on the door. I left it and continued to the third story, opening the door and entering the hallway. This was probably the most creepy setting I'd ever been in. The hallway was dark and musty, with only a small window on either end to light up the corridor. I walked down a little bit, and then went into the first room with an open door. Oddly enough, it looked relatively normal. There were layers of dust covering everything, but all the furniture was set up as if it had never been moved at all. There were towels and soap left in the bathroom as well. As I was looking at all of this, I heard a small thump. I turned around and faced the doorway, not sure if that was from the floor I was on or the one above or below me. A few seconds later, quiet footsteps creeped up the floorboards, coming down the hallway. I just stared at the doorway and hoped that whoever this was, they weren't on my floor. After a few seconds, though, I heard them stop, followed by a door opening and slamming shut on the floor below. Afterward, there were no footsteps or really any sounds at all. I tried to be quiet, walking up to the hallway and looking out to make sure nobody else was there. Thinking about it, I couldn't see why another person just exploring would walk around so deliberately to a room and slam the door. The more I thought about it, the more nervous I got. Only adding to the eeriness was how silent the whole place was now. After a minute of standing in the hallway and thinking, I'd had enough. I quietly walked back to the staircase and opened the door, entering the dark stairwell. I started to descend. There was no way to be quiet on the metal stairs. Each step was an unavoidable hollow thump. As I passed by the door to the second story, I noticed a small gap that definitely wasn't there before. I looked down the stairs ahead of me. A figure was standing in the stairwell, only a few steps below me. They were barely visible, hiding in the darkness, but their eyes were staring right at me. They looked dreadful. With no choice, I started carefully walking on the edge of the staircase, passing by them with only a couple of feet between us. His eyes followed my every move. Once I got to the bottom, I opened the door and ran out into the lobby, where I could finally see clearly. I hurried back to my car and sat in the parking lot for a while. Looking back, that was probably the dumbest thing I'd ever done. I guess I just didn't realize what I was walking into. I'm not sure why that person was there or what they were doing, but leaving when I did was probably the only good decision I made that day. Have you heard of a kyabakura? It's a kind of bar that's uniquely Japanese. These bars primarily hire female staff, and their job is to be as attentive as possible to their clientele. The hostesses in the bar do things like light their guests cigarettes, provide beverages, and engage with them in flirtatious conversation, even singing karaoke to entertain them. It's almost like a modern version of the geisha, I guess. Contrary to some beliefs, there's no stripping or nudity or anything like that, or so I'm told. How it works is like this. The client would buy the hostess a drink, and therefore they would essentially be buying their time and attention. The hostesses get a commission on drinks sold, and these drinks have a high markup price. It's a little like a maid cafe, but after dark. This is where clients go to relieve work stress and stuff. There's a strict no-touching policy, but as you might imagine, these kinds of places can be breeding grounds for infatuations. The wrong signals can and have been read. With that in mind, let's dive into this short experience. I heard this from a hostess at one of those bars. It's a pretty creepy story. I'll call her Alice to protect her identity. I don't know how exactly we got onto the subject, but we were talking about scary experiences. She told me one night not too long ago, she had a creepy experience and I was all ears. She told me she'd missed the last train home and was forced to get a taxi. She told me she was really stingy with her money and would have walked if it wasn't for one of her friends. The friend told her that recently a coworker had been stalked home, so she didn't want to run the risk of going home alone in the dark. She called up a taxi, and it arrived in a matter of moments. My impression of Alice was that she was a very cautious woman with a good head on her shoulders. When she got in the taxi, the driver asked her, "Where you headed?" Alice gave the address of a convenience store close by to her apartment. She didn't want to give out her actual address. Plus, she figured she could get a couple of things at the store while she was at it. It wasn't a long taxi ride, and before she knew it, she was passing by her building. Alice thought to herself, maybe I should have just got off here, half regretting her decision to get dropped off at the convenience store. Just as she was thinking that, though, the taxi pulled to a stop right in front of her building. She froze. She was certain she had asked to be dropped off at the store and did not recollect giving out her building address. She never gave it out to anyone except her closest friends. A couple of seconds went by, and the taxi driver suddenly realized the mistake he had made. "Oh, yeah, you said the convenience store, didn't you?" He pulled away. After a few more stressful moments, he stopped in front of the convenience store. They waited there for a moment before he finally unlocked the doors. She left the money and bolted out of the taxi, and the following day she filed a complaint with the taxi firm. The driver knew where she lived, so perhaps he was one of those stalkers like her friend had mentioned. This story happened to me in September of last year, and is by far the scariest thing I've ever experienced. I live on the second floor of a residential house in a pretty large suburb. My fiancé and our cat live with me as well. The night that this happened, I decided to get some cool air by opening up all the windows. Our landlord had just removed all the AC units during a renovation. Being on the second floor, I didn't really give a lot of thought to having the windows open. I mean, you'd have to be a real freak to climb up and enter someone's apartment in the dead of night. Around 2 a.m. though, I woke up to my cat growling. I got up to see what his deal was. I needed a drink of water anyway. When I walked into the hallway, I was caught by surprise. I saw a figure standing at the entrance of my kitchen. Still being half asleep, I called out to them. "Renee, what are you doing? Are you okay?" I thought it was my fiancée, but I realized it couldn't have been her. I went from half asleep to being fully awake as pure terror ran through my body. I ran back to my room yelling like a lunatic. Renee woke up screaming. I told her to call 911 as I jumped over the bed and pulled out my 9mm that I kept in my dresser drawer. The figure appeared in my doorway and I pointed the gun right at them. The intruder quickly ducked out of the way and ran back down the hallway. I gave chase, yelling and aiming my gun. They ran into the living room, and to my surprise, they leapt right out the window, plummeting 2 stories onto the pavement below. They let out a loud scream as they collided with the ground. They tried to get up and run, but kept falling back down. I found out later they had broken one of their legs. About 30 seconds later, a police car came speeding up to the front of the home. The officer got out and handcuffed the man. More officers showed up shortly after and took my statement. It turned out the man was under the influence of some hardcore drugs and had been arrested for armed robbery and burglary in the past. When they searched him, they found a knife. I assumed he was just looking to steal from us, but you never truly know what someone's intentions are, especially if they're under the influence. If it wasn't for my cat and my gun, I might not be here to write this right now. I'm just glad that no one was hurt too badly and the man was arrested. I do sincerely hope he gets the help he needs, and more importantly, that he stays far away from my house from now on. If you're wondering how he even got in, by the way, the police told me he used a ladder my landlord had left out from the previous week. Now, every night before bed, I always make sure every window is closed and locked. I was out camping in the back country near where I lived. I'm not much of a hiker myself, so I never really take trails more than a mile or two. This one was just over a mile from the campsite to the trailhead where my car was parked. I'd been spending the weekend there camping out by the lake and was planning on staying for another 2 nights. On the 3rd day, I spent the morning hiking back to my truck and grabbing my fishing rod and some spare food, then moving back to camp. I thought I'd try my luck at fishing while I had the time to do so. When I got back to the camp, though, I saw there was another tent now set up, farther down on the edge of the lake. I didn't see anyone by it. Initially, I didn't really care. But then it came to my mind that I hadn't really seen anyone on the only trail leading up to this part of the lake. Then again, I suppose there might be some other path that I just didn't know about. Whatever the case, I set up my rod and got to fishing. Every 20-ish minutes or so, I'd glance over at that tent on the side of the lake, but at no point during the entire 3 hours I was out there did I see anyone a single time. Once the sun was starting to get lower, I packed up my rod and went back to my tent. I ate and got some sticks for the campfire, then waited for it to get a bit darker before lighting it up. As soon as I did, though, I saw someone's shadow moving in the forest ahead of me. They were just far enough for the light not to be able to reach them. After that quick glimpse, all I could see was total darkness. I made the assumption it must be the person with the tent down by the lake, probably gathering sticks for their own fire. It was weird, though, that just as I lit my own, they were right outside my camp. I chose to not overthink it. I leaned back in my chair and relaxed, looking at the fire, the sky, and the lake. It was so calming that I almost wanted to fall asleep in the chair. Just a half hour later, though, I looked past the fire and saw several figures coming from the forest. Once they were closer, I counted 4 men, all coming right up to my campsite. There was a lot going through my head right now, but I tried to suppress any nervous feelings. I hoped it was just a nearby camping group in need of help or something. When they came into the light, I could see they were all in their 30s or 40s and had straight faces. Once they were just a few feet from me and still approaching me, I got up from my chair and nervously began to ask what they needed. None of them responded, only continuing to walk up to me. Two of them circled around behind me, going straight for my tent, as the other two pushed me aside. There was no doubt what was going on now, but I knew fighting back would only make things worse. I watched the two men start searching through my things, as the other two continued to push me further away. I tried saying anything I could, but the men had an emptiness to their eyes that showed they didn't care at all. I was telling myself in my head to just stay calm and let them take whatever they wanted. The two men kept pushing and dragging me further and further away from my campsite and away from the light. After a minute, I could barely see where we were going and couldn't hear anything but our footsteps in the silent forest. Then we stopped. I turned and faced them, and as we stood in the darkness between all the trees, my fears hit me all at once. One of them reached for something, and I instantly took off running. All I could hear were my footsteps pounding against the leaves and grass as I got farther out. I still had a general sense of direction, so I tried to get back to the trail. When I did, I went straight for my truck. From what I could tell, nobody followed me. I reported the case to the police, but in the end, almost all my stuff was stolen, and no trace was left to help figure out who they were. What they were dragging me out into the forest to do is probably obvious, so I think I was lucky to have made it out with my life. I heard something weird on the way home from school once. For context's sake, I should say my school is literally situated in the middle of nowhere. What I mean by that is that it would be fair to say I live in a very rural area. There's a river just a little ways behind my school, not a particularly deep one. It backs on to our family home. I would say it's no more than a meter deep and about 3 meters wide. That said, that river can be pretty dangerous after a flash flood or a typhoon. In some cases, the river can become as deep as 4 meters and as wide as 6. The reason why this river suddenly grows in size like this is due to a similar-sized one just upstream. There's a merging point, and when the rainfall is heavy, everything just gets swept downstream. It was a bit of a concern for me, because our family home wasn't all that far away from the river, like I said. All that being said, though, there's a dam downstream too, so the water just kind of accumulates there until it's dealt with. This causes flooding, so naturally, in my small town, I was always warned about the dangers of the river. As you might expect, this story involves that river. It was on a night of heavy rainfall. Not long after it started to rain, the winds picked up. A typhoon was approaching. School was off for the day and the following day. The rain was really heavy, so much so that it kept me up for half the night. I woke up at various intervals. I was extremely worried. We lived in a tight-knit community. A lot of my friends' houses could have been affected, not to mention some of my elderly family members as well. I think it was about 4 a.m. or so when the heavy rain finally began to slow down a little. It was replaced by a light misting. I thought for some reason that it would be good for me to go out and check how high the water level was. The rain was quite weak now, and the night seemed relatively still. As I approached the river, though, I heard a sound other than the rapidly flowing water. It was an odd gurgling noise. I thought at first it was some kind of machine, like some kind of drainage system kicking in or something. But as I got closer to the river, it sounded less and less mechanical to me. I was curious, but I have to say I was a bit scared too. It was odd to be out there in the mud in the middle of the night. All I have to say is that I'm grateful I had the wherewithal to put on my boots, coat, and bring a flashlight with me. I wanted to get to the edge of the river, near enough to the edge that I wouldn't be putting myself in danger at least. I wanted to tell my dad and grandpa about the water level. I don't know why I wanted that at the time. I guess I just wanted to show how much of a big boy I had become to them. Like I said, I got close to the river's mouth, and that was when the loud noise I'd been hearing became a lot clearer. I stared at the water for a while. I found it oddly calming to watch. I stood there, not really thinking about anything in particular. Then I turned around to leave after checking the water's level. Right after I turned around, though, I heard a voice calling out to me. I spun around in the dark and aimed my flashlight in the direction I thought I'd heard the voice coming from. All I could see was the fast-moving and dark, muddy water. Thinking it was nothing but an auditory hallucination, I turned to leave again. I heard the same voice, as clear as a ringing bell, call out to me. Well, I guess to anyone around, really. "Hey!" Once again, I spun around. I shone my flashlight all over the surrounding woods. At that point, I thought it could have been someone that had been hurt. All I could see was darkness, though, just dark, leafless trees. I thought to myself, there's no way a person would be out here right now. Just no way. I guessed I was probably overtired. I would be lying if I said I wasn't unnerved, though. I just wanted to get back home as soon as possible. I quickly walked as to not slip. I couldn't have run even if I wanted to. Believe me. I heard that voice one more time before I got home. The loudest and clearest that time. Someone was clearly shouting out to me, "Hey, you!" Once more, it didn't stop me from heading inside. I laid in my bed until the sun rose that night. I tried to figure out what that voice was that I heard. The reason I mentioned all of this is because it's something that's weighed heavily on my heart. A story about a kid going out to a river just outside the property lines of his family home isn't really anything to report on, right? Well, those shouts of "hey" or whatever I heard might not have been my imagination. It turns out a body was found downstream after the typhoon. It scares me. It really terrifies me. I was in the right place at the right time, and what I heard was a guy calling out for help. I was too scared to react to the man in the river. I wonder if I would have been able to help. I don't know if I would have, but I second-guess myself all the time, and on rainy days I wonder if I'm the one to blame for their death. I work nights and finish my shift around 4:45 a.m. or so. I live in one of the 5 boroughs of New York, and my neighborhood is relatively safe. I'd never really had any issues until this incident. I was on a service road about a block away from my house. I pulled over to the left side of the street to fix something that had fallen while I was driving. I probably should have just done this when I got home. When I looked into my rearview mirror, I saw that a car was now uncomfortably close behind me. It hadn't been there when I'd first pulled over. I quickly put my car in drive and made a right. The car followed, so I turned onto my street. I figured that I wouldn't go home right away, though, just in case this guy was following me. I proceeded down another block at a slow pace, watching my rearview mirror the entire time. The car was still behind me, so I made a right at the very next stop sign. The car behind me did the same. I made another sudden right turn down another block, increasing my speed dramatically. I looked in the mirror again to see a pair of headlights behind me. The chase was on. I made so many lefts and rights to get away from this pursuing vehicle, but the driver was stuck right on me like glue. I hit the SOS button on my SUV, which connected me to 911. I proceeded to tell the operator that I was currently being chased and that I was running through traffic lights so the police would figure out my location. The operator confirmed they were tracking my vehicle and they knew exactly where I was. At that point, I was going about 80 on a 35. I turned onto the left lane, and the tailgater ended up right next to me in the opposite one. I then made a daring move. I slammed on the brakes so the car could get ahead of me. Then I got behind them. I could only imagine this enraged whoever this was following me, because a second later they slammed on their brakes too and I almost rear-ended them. Thanks to my reflexes though, I managed to avoid that. My car came to a stop behind them, and I screamed into the phone, reading out their full license plate number. I then decided to drive down to the police station, which was now just a few blocks away from us. I didn't stop at any of the traffic lights as I flew down the road, and the car continued to follow me all the way to the precinct. All of this while I was still talking with the operator, who was relaying the information to the police. I was blaring on my horn as I pulled up to the station. The cops came rushing outside to me. The tailgater immediately made a U-turn and vanished into the night. After receiving my statement, the police had a squad car follow me back home. They also patrolled the area for the rest of the night. I'm pretty sure the police do know who it is, but unfortunately they haven't actually managed to track him down yet. I'm a receptionist at a popular hotel chain in the U.S. For the better part of a year, I'd been working overnights. This night, I was doing my usual shift of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. It was pouring outside, so I wasn't expecting any walk-ins, and on the schedule, it didn't show any bookings starting tonight. On nights like these, my job is to just stay awake and take phone calls or help current customers with any room services or checkouts. We had a coffee machine in the hotel lobby, so I had a cup of coffee next to me as I tried to stay awake. Even having been on overnights for a while now, I still had trouble with getting tired on my shifts. The rain outside made me even more tired as well. At around 1 a.m., a phone call came in. I answered, but before I could even speak, a man very quickly asked if we were still accepting walk-ins. Their voice was very muffled, though, and there was a background sound that was extremely loud. "Yeah, we have rooms available for walk-in tonight," I said. They responded, but I couldn't make out what exactly they were saying. As I asked if they could repeat themselves, I looked up from the desk and saw a small light glowing outside. It was from a phone, as someone was holding it up to their ear, standing right up against the front window in the pouring rain. Knowing this had to be whoever I was talking to, I was about to go get them, but something about this made me feel uneasy. I decided to pretend like I hadn't seen them. A moment later, they ended the phone call. I saw the light turn off outside, and the outline of the man moving toward the entrance doors. The doors opened, and the man walked through the hotel lobby, dragging water across the floor with him. He came up to the counter and bluntly asked for a room. He was fully soaked through and had water dripping from his hair, yet his face showed nothing but exhaustion. I don't know if I'd ever seen someone looking so sleep-deprived. I said okay and found him a room, then asked him how he'd like to pay for it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a debit card, then handed it to me. I swiped it, but it was declined. I looked up at him only to see he was now staring at me. It didn't go through. Do you have another card to try?" The man didn't respond, holding his stare and not moving, aside from a few rapid blinks. As the seconds kept on without any reaction, I grew more and more uneasy. I looked down and put the card back on the desk, sliding it over to him. He didn't even look at it, though. He turned and started walking away and toward the hallway with the rooms. By now, I knew something really wasn't right. I quickly pressed the button that calls for the police, then went out to the hallway the man was in. I found him standing next to the door of one of the rooms. He started pounding on it, yelling in a harsh voice for them to open the door. I tried telling the man to stop, but I didn't want to get too close, not knowing if he was in a dangerous state. He then pulled a knife from his pocket and started trying to pry the door open. I yelled at him to stop and that the police were already on their way. The man stopped for a second, then shot an awful glance at me. He faced me and screamed at me to open the door for him. As he started walking down the hallway, I was terrified. I just ran right out of the hotel and into the parking lot. Through the window, I could see him go back to the same door and continue pounding on it. The police were quick to show up, making it inside before the man could get into the room. Somehow, they convinced him to drop the knife and locked him up in their car. The person that was in the room came out as well. It was a kind young lady who was visibly scared and horrified. It turned out the man was an ex of hers that she hadn't seen or talked to in over 10 years. How he got the information on where she was staying and even what room she was in, nobody seemed to know. They aren't even sure how long he'd been stalking her for, which is really disturbing. What he would have done had he gotten in, though, is likely far more disturbing even than that. This story is really bizarre as all hell. I still remember it clear as daylight. It was probably May 1st, 2005, in my hometown of bumfuck nowhere, Maine. I was 4 years old, with my father walking around the May Day Festival. It's a small festival put on every year at the local high school, with a bounce house, baked goods, face painting, fire safety teachings, and one lone paramedic in case anything were to transpire. Maybe a couple of food vendors here and there as well. On this specific year, they had this random clown doing balloon animals for all the kids. I asked my father, "Will you go get me one?" He looked over at the clown, smiling, and then down at me. "Why don't you wait here for a moment? Let's grab some water and we can go together," he said, giving me a happy medium. I smiled up at him, but also being 4 and very naive and stubborn, I did not listen. I marched my tiny legs right over to the tall man. Probably 5'11", had overalls with paint splatter all over them, a red styrofoam nose, white base, and a big red smile with blue grease paint. Long, scraggly hair that only came down from the side of his head, leaving a bald donut on top. I thought that's how all clowns looked, honestly. He had white gloves stained in brown and deep mahogany covers. I thought that was paint too, but who fucking knows at this stage? He was making a giraffe for the little boy before me. I was too shy to interrupt, just kind of mesmerized by what he was doing. When he was done, I stepped forward very shyly and stuttered out a weak, "Excuse me, sir." His head whipped over to me. His eyes stared through my soul. I was about to ask him for a sword or something, but he reached down so quick it caught me by surprise. He grabbed my left wrist and yanked it up to him, then sank his teeth into my forearm. I started shrieking within a millisecond. The guy let go of me and ran off down the back exits of the high school. I had a giant bite mark on my arm, and my father ran to my side immediately. He looked up and saw the clown taking off down the road. He was mad, but he picked me up and ran me over to the paramedics tent. The cops were called, and the people surrounding us at the tent tried to view my arm. In a small town like that, everyone has to be involved in something like this. This was pre-high-quality cell phone days, so no one was filming this or anything. Plenty of my hometown residents saw it, though, and all were horrified by what they'd seen. Everyone who saw had to give a statement to the cops, including me and my father. After all these years, my father told me the event coordinators came up to him after my mom had picked me up. They told him they'd never hired a clown for entertainment, nor did the cops ever find the man. They told my dad it was probably some drugged-up junkie having a bad trip and taking it out on me. My hometown does have one of the worst drug epidemics in the state, so it wouldn't exactly surprise me. Irony of the whole story, though? My mom sent me to circus school when I was in middle school, and she also started an animal-free circus as well, made entirely of puppets. I guess you could say I have my own clown DNA. I used to work nights at a 7-Eleven in the countryside. It was somewhere in Saitama, Japan. I won't say the exact location, but 7-Eleven is pretty much the same all over really, just with more or less people coming in depending on where you are. Being in the countryside, mine obviously had less people, mainly delinquent biker kids stopping by for cigarettes, or people on their way home after work or something. There was one customer, though, whose memory will haunt me forever. As I said, my 7-Eleven was in the countryside, so it was basically the brightest thing around as far as the eye could see at night. The day this happened was a quiet weekday night. I think Wednesday or Thursday, perhaps. I've always found that those 2 days tended to blur together the most. No one had come in for over an hour now, and I had done all my nighttime duties for basically the entire night. I was working alone, as I very often did. The volume of traffic at night in this particular location could never justify paying another person to work there. I was just lazily wiping the counter for the 5th time that night, just listening to the cicadas and crickets chirping outside. I was so focused on my wiping that I didn't even notice a figure at the window staring in at me. I jumped in surprise upon looking up and seeing him, and did a polite nod. It was a wrinkly old man with these unsettling and dead-looking eyes. Unusually, he did not return my greeting gesture. Instead, he just kept staring at me. I think it was about 3 a.m. or so. What was this old man who was pushing at least 75 years old doing out here so late at night? It's not exactly unheard of, I suppose, but he wasn't actually doing anything apart from staring at me. He had not made any attempt to enter the store either. I was starting to get really creeped out. The outside of our location was pitch black and extremely quiet. Like I said, I hadn't seen any customers in over an hour. In fact, I hadn't even seen any cars passing by the road in that long either. Another thought then occurred to me. There were no cars in the car park, and there weren't any houses nearby for miles. Either this was a ghost, and I didn't really believe in ghosts at all, or it was a suspicious person. I couldn't really think of anything else it could be. If the man was a ghost, he was very solid looking for one of those. The longer he stared at me, the more creeped out I felt. I came to a decision, and I'm not really proud of it. I figured that if the man wasn't going to come inside the store, he was not a customer, and therefore, whatever was going on with him, I should just put it out of my mind. I pulled the blinds down over the window he was staring in from. My hand was shaking as I did so. It was so eerie, being mere centimeters away from his face, with him staring into my eyes the whole time. I just couldn't look away. The old guy didn't even budge a single inch, despite me being so close to him. I felt all the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I could see his chest visibly moving up and down, so obviously not a ghost. After I'd closed the blinds, I went back to the counter and stood there very uneasy. Was the man going to enter or not? I really didn't know what to do. It felt strange just leaving him out there. The creepiness of the situation had put my mind in a bit of a panic, and I wasn't really thinking straight. After a while, I realized that I should probably go and see if he needed some assistance or something. After all, it seemed like there was something wrong with him. I mustered the courage to go to the front window and raise the blinds once more. To my surprise, the man was still there. We were locked in a staring contest that I just couldn't look away from. His eyes kept getting wider and wider. The old man slowly brought his head right up against the glass, softly at first, but he began to bang it with his face harder and harder. I had to do something to stop this man. I ran out and tried to stop him from hitting the window with his face, but he was much stronger than I expected. He bashed his head against it again and again. I tried harder to stop him. I didn't want to hurt the man, and I didn't want him to hurt himself either. I managed to gain control of him for a brief moment, and then he did the unimaginable. He started to yell out this continuous, unintelligible sound. The longer I held on, the louder he yelled, until his scream was so loud that it was actually starting to injure my ears. I ran inside and called the police, with him still bellowing outside. I tried my best to explain this strange situation as I could. I was extremely shaken up by these events. Luckily, the man was screaming so loud the operator could even hear him on the other end of the phone line. The police arrived 15 minutes later. They seemed to be familiar with the man, so they calmed him down and loaded him into their patrol vehicle. They took the man away without really explaining anything to me. About half an hour later, they came back and explained to me that the old man lived in a care facility about 10 minutes away by car. That meant it was 30 to 40 minutes away on foot. The old man, before his mental deterioration, actually used to live in a house where the convenience store now stood. Apparently, it had been sold to pay for his care. He actually escaped from time to time to try and go home, and couldn't understand why his house was no longer there. I left the job after learning that. I knew that if something like that happened again, I could just call the police. But whenever I worked nights after this, I got real sad, imagining I could see the old man's dead stare once again. I was always on edge and very jumpy, and even lost a bit of sleep over it. This was about 8 to 10 years back, so I'm guessing the old man has since passed on. I wonder sometimes if even his spirit is still trying to find its way home to this day. I'm uncomfortable sharing certain details about my story, so I'll be purposefully vague. This story happened back when I was in middle school. Against my wishes, my mother had enrolled me into an after-school program called ELP, which stands for Extended Learning Program. I already hated school enough, and being forced to stay there for an extra hour just pissed me off. I would usually get out at 4, but with that program, I was stuck until 5. I did well in school and didn't really need the extra time. My only guess is that my parents wanted to keep me out of the house for another hour. My house was a short walk away from the school, so I would usually be back by 5:20 at the latest. On the day in question, a huge storm passed through our town during the school day. When 5 o'clock rolled around, there was still an overcast sky, which made things much darker than usual. As soon as I left the school grounds, I noticed this suspicious old station wagon moving very slowly down the street toward me. Maybe it was just a confused grandmother of one of the students or something, unsure of where the drop-off area was. I simply did my best to ignore it and continue on. It wasn't until I was a block down the road that I realized this vehicle was very specifically tailing me. I looked behind me to see something truly terrifying. Behind the wheel of that vehicle was someone wearing a white mask with a smiley face drawn on it. I should have taken off on foot then, but instead I just stood there like an idiot as the car approached me. Soon, the wagon came to a stop next to me. I looked directly at the driver's creepy mask before a muffled voice spoke to me. I didn't respond. "Need a ride, kid?" I looked to the ground and shook my head. When I looked back, I was horrified to see that the driver was now pointing a gun at me. I took a few steps back. The driver then pulled the trigger, and I heard a loud clicking sound. "You're dead." The wagon then took off down the street. I stood there in total shock. Some jackass thought it funny to point a gun at a 14-year-old kid. I ran home and immediately told my parents about what happened to me. The police were called, and apparently they ended up finding and arresting the man a couple of hours later. He was outside a grocery store. Apparently he suffered from schizophrenia and had gone off his meds. The gun he pointed at me was real, but it had not been loaded. Needless to say, he was locked up in a facility indefinitely until his treatment made him better. The good news is that after that happened, my parents felt really guilty, and I never had to go to that stupid after-school program again. This happened back in the late 90s. I was around 9 years old, I believe. To give you some background information, I grew up in a cul-de-sac toward the back of my neighborhood. Our school was only a mile down the road. The only crimes I'd ever heard about was when high school athletes would prank their teammates by covering their cars with toilet paper and Cool Whip or something. Needless to say, our parents were never really all that worried about our safety. I remember I was sitting in my front yard, waiting for my friend to get home from soccer practice. All of a sudden, I heard a woman scream from somewhere close by. I looked over to see my next-door neighbor, Heather, running as fast as she could down the street and crying hysterically. She flew past me into her house before I could even ask what was going on. When I looked back to where she came from, I saw a white vehicle cruising down our street slowly. The vehicle looked severely rusted and beaten down as well, the kind of thing that wouldn't have looked out of place in a junkyard. Through the tinted windows, I could just about make out a shadowy figure in the driver's seat. The car's engine revved up as it sped off and disappeared. I didn't really see any details of the driver's face. However, I could tell they were looking directly at me as they took off. Even at my young age, I knew something threatening when I saw it. Once the initial shock wore off, I ran inside. I don't know why I didn't tell my parents about the incident. I just kept telling myself it was none of my business. Maybe it was Heather's boyfriend and they got into a fight or something. If she really was in some kind of danger, I would leave it to her to tell someone about it. A few days later, I overheard my mom talking to a friend of hers about someone that was apparently trying to lure kids into a white vehicle in the next subdivision over from ours. I remember cutting into that conversation and saying, "Mom, do you know if it was really a white car? Because I saw Heather the other day running away from someone in a white car." They completely ignored me, saying it was rude to interrupt their conversation and I shouldn't be joking about such a serious thing. Honestly, not much happened after that. Again, this was many years ago. To this day, I believe that I witnessed Heather only mere seconds away from being abducted by whoever that was. I don't recall if they ever apprehended the suspect. All I can do is hope they were never successful for their further attempts to attack someone. This happened when I was working in a convenience store near a cram school. I used to work late at night, and I was known as a bit of a senior there. I had more experience than all the university students who worked there part-time. It was a great place to work if I'm being honest. I have some really good memories of being there. This experience, though, tops the list of memories, and it's not exactly a fond memory either. It's definitely something I'll never forget, though. Our convenience store didn't get all that busy at nighttime, so me and the other staff members often found ourselves free on most of the nights. When we had this free time, we'd kind of just hang out in the back together, eat, and read magazines. It was really great, actually. One night, while we were doing our usual thing of hanging out in the back, I was on shift with a junior, and I was checking the security cameras. I really liked this particular guy. He was nice, and we had a good back and forth. We used to have a lot of fun discussions about movies and stuff. Always just a great partner to have around. The monitor in the back room was split up into 4 sections. 2 parts of the screen showed the cash registers, and the other 2 parts of the screen showed portions of the aisles. When I looked at the screen, I saw there was a woman stood by the magazine rack. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Customers come in and out all the time, and often browse things for a moment. However, this was a bit different. Neither of us had heard the entrance chime when she came in. She had this long, dark hair, and looked very disheveled, for lack of a better term. My coworker noticed her as well, and said, "Hey, I didn't hear the chime, did you?" To be honest, there had been occasions where the chime didn't ring at all in the past, so we carried on talking without giving it much thought. What we usually did was just come out of the back when the customer approached the register. After a while, though, the woman didn't appear to be moving at all. She was just standing there perfectly still like a statue. She didn't even grab a magazine to browse. She was just kind of staring off into space. My coworker asked me if she was planning on shoplifting, perhaps. It hadn't occurred to me, but it could be a possibility. It was pretty odd that she hadn't moved at all. We had an idea. We were going to go out and check on her. We would go in a pincer movement, coming from either side. You know, make it look like we were stocking the shelves or dusting them, to ensure that she wasn't actually trying to steal something. We walked right up to the magazine rack, but when we arrived, she was nowhere to be seen. We headed back to the back room, thinking she must have left without buying anything. Oh well, whatever. When we got back to the staff room, though, I looked at the monitor again and was shocked to see the woman standing in the same spot at the magazine rack. Well, how the hell did she do that? Was the monitor malfunctioning or something? We spoke about it amongst ourselves and decided to go out there and check once again. We headed out in the same pinching movement as before, toward the magazine rack. Once again, she was nowhere to be found. How was she doing this? We rushed back to the staff room. I, for one, was absolutely chilled by what was going on. I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. I couldn't explain what was happening here. We were quiet. The first thing my colleague did was check the monitor. He told me that once again the woman with the dark hair was gone. I was feeling relieved. I thought he must have been feeling the same. Something weird was definitely going on, though. I wanted to see the monitors for myself, so I leaned over my colleague's shoulder to get a closer look. "Don't move," he said. I listened to him and froze in place. He sounded scared. I stayed next to him thinking, what the hell is going on? I was worried. Was he all right? Did something happen? I looked at the reflection on the monitor, not the live feed, but the reflection on the glass. I could see our faces, but there was something else behind us as well, a figure that I immediately recognized. It was the woman we had seen earlier. I felt my back go completely stiff. We were frozen in place, watching that reflection for a minute straight. All of a sudden, she darted backwards and toward the left. We stayed there for another minute, too scared to move at all. I tried to calm myself down until I couldn't bear it anymore. I looked away and slowly turned around in fear, expecting to see her hiding somewhere behind us, but to my surprise, she was nowhere to be found. We both backed away from the monitors in silence. "Something's going on here," my colleague said, as if he wanted me to agree that he wasn't going mad. He looked at me with these pleading eyes. I looked away and said, "Yeah, I agree." By the time I looked back, he was completely fixated on the monitors again. I felt my heart sink in my chest. What the hell was going to happen next? I looked at the screen, and once again, the woman was back out by the magazine rack. Only this time, she was turned up and facing the camera. She smiled and slowly opened her mouth and began to say something that I couldn't quite make out. I'm not exactly a lip reader here. Without saying anything, my colleague ran out the back door, leaving me alone in the store. As much as I also wanted to run out right behind him, I had a responsibility as the senior staff member. I spent the remainder of the shift stood out front by the register. I figured that if I didn't look at the monitors, then I could visibly observe whatever the woman was doing. But as far as I know, since I didn't check the monitors, that was the last time I saw that woman that night. I was pissed at my colleague for sure, but he apologized very sincerely and I forgave him. It was the strangest and scariest experience I've ever had. I don't think I'll ever be able to explain what exactly happened that night. My name is Austin. I'm a 26-year-old man, and this story took place about a month ago. This occurred on a trip my fiancé and I were on. We had just moved down to Florida for a chance at some better opportunities, especially for myself from where I was living previously. My fiancé had to sacrifice a lot for this transition though, so to help ease the stress a bit, we decided to go on a weekend trip to Universal Orlando Resort and have a fun time together. We had planned out everything ahead of time. With the tickets being so much money, we opted to go for a cheaper hotel to bring the price down a bit. Turned out that was a big mistake. We arrived at the hotel the day before we were supposed to visit the resort. We could immediately see why it was so cheap. The sign said Quality Inn, but from the looks of it, it was previously a run-down hotel some company had bought and slapped their own name on the sign. The room was nothing special at all. In fact, as soon as I sat down on the bed, the frame broke right away. First clue as to just how bad this place really was. We didn't spend too much time in the room though, as we planned to go to a movie that night anyway. We just quickly dropped off our bags and left. By the time we got back, it was around 11 p.m. or so. I was really tired and I had quite a bad migraine. I quickly changed for bed and laid down, hoping I could just fall asleep. My head was really throbbing. My fiancé did the same shortly after, and before long we both drifted off. Before I continue, I'll explain the layout of the room briefly. As soon as you walk in, to the right are two beds with a night table in between them. To the left was a table and a dresser where the TV sat, and if you kept going straight, you would walk to the sink and bathroom area. A typical hotel room layout, really. My fiancée always needs to face the door when she sleeps, as it makes her feel more at ease. She was pressed up right against my chest, so it woke me immediately the moment I felt her suddenly jolt up. She tapped on my shoulder and whispered to me that she could hear someone at the door. She said it sounded like they were trying to get it open. I couldn't hear anything myself, but the sound of her voice made me believe she was not making this up. We sat there listening in for what felt like forever. It was only around 10 more seconds before I did hear something. It was the sound of someone trying to open the door with a key card. Before I even had the chance to speak, the door suddenly opened. Fortunately, my fiancé was smart and had put the door latch on before we went to bed. Through the crack in the door, I could just about see an eye peering in at us. I immediately jumped up from the bed and yelled, "Wrong room, buddy!" The man then mumbled something unintelligible. Whoever it was, they seemed to be under the influence of something, or speaking in a language I couldn't understand. What he did next, though, didn't need words to explain. He tried with his whole body to shove the door open. I yelled at him again, this time with more force in my voice, trying to scare him away. I'm not the most imposing guy, but I am somewhat well built for my height and size. I was unable to, though. After I shouted at the man, he stopped pushing on the door for a brief moment before charging his shoulder into it, trying to break it down. My fiancé screamed and told me to stop the man from coming in. From what I could see through the door's crack, the guy was pretty hefty. Had to be at least 6'1" and over 250 pounds. There was no way I was going to be able to stop him with just strength alone. I grabbed the car keys off the table and held them in my hand with the keys between my fingers. I decided that if this man managed to get into our room, I would swing until I could not anymore. I ran over to the door and flung my whole body against it, throwing the man back just enough for the door to shut again. He immediately charged back and threw his whole weight into it, screaming something I couldn't understand. Next to the door there was a window, where I finally got a good glimpse of the man. It confirmed his predictions of his size compared to mine. To my surprise, I also saw a woman, who I could only assume was his wife, along with 2 kids by their side. I couldn't believe this guy was acting this way in front of his own family. I was snapped back to reality by my fiancée screaming that she was going to call the police. Suddenly, the man stopped, and I could see him ushering the woman and kids away into an SUV. Moments later, they shot off into the night. I didn't know exactly where they went, but I told my fiancée to call the front desk anyways, to let them know what just happened. Nobody answered, so I decided to go to the desk myself and speak to whoever was working that shift that night. I walked into the lobby where a line was already forming, so I had to wait. After about 20 minutes, I was second in line when a lady approached the counter and spoke. When she started to speak, the words she said sent a chill down my spine. "Hey, we just used this key card to get into the room, but there were already people in there. It was the wife of the man who'd almost busted down my door." I immediately started to look around. Once I looked behind me and out the doors that opened into the lobby, I could see the same man standing there beside his SUV. I didn't make a move, not wanting to draw attention to myself. I turned my head back toward the desk and kept it that way. The lady left with a new key card. It was then that I approached the desk and explained what happened to me. The lady behind the desk told me it was her fault. She had given those people the key to our room by accident. I was so angry that this woman seemed to act as if whatever had just happened to my fiancé and I wasn't anything to be particularly concerned about. I told her to write down a note that I would be back in the morning to speak with the manager about leaving early and getting a refund. I was more pissed off than I cared to admit. My fiancé didn't want to stay there for the night, but it was already too late to find another place. We relented, and once morning hit, we packed our bags and made our way to the front desk. We fully expected the manager to have been filled in on what happened, but once we got there, we found out that was not the case at all. The manager didn't know anything, and even said he'd asked the woman working the night shift if anything in particular had happened that night. She told him no, that nothing had. I was more pissed off now. The manager gave us a refund and checked us out early, while apologizing profusely. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. Thankfully, the rest of the trip was pretty great, and we had a good time at the resort. I'm glad my fiancé had the awareness to put the latch on the door that night, because without it, that man could have simply walked right in. Even with his family standing right there, he acted like a deranged lunatic. I was prepared to attack him if he managed to get inside. Something really horrible could have happened that night, over a simple misunderstanding. Always be aware of your surroundings, and never compromise when it comes to your personal safety. This happened during the summer of 1977. It was either late July or early August. I was hiking with 3 friends of mine. Back in those days, I was an avid mountain hiker. We were on a 3,000-meter hiking course called the Uraginza, which is part of the Japanese Alps. That hike is definitely not for the faint-hearted. I just want to briefly describe it for you. The course duration is about 4 nights and 5 days. However, if you're a very fast hiker, it's possible to do it in just 3. That was not the case for us, though. The duration also doesn't take the weather into consideration either. It's highly recommended you add at least 1 extra night to your schedule to be able to adapt to changes in the weather. The area is well known for its extreme steepness, but the trail is well maintained. The advice most people give is to walk at a consistent and steady pace, especially at the beginning of the hike. This would help you avoid overexhaustion. On the second night, we were set to be staying at a hut in the mountains. The hut was pretty empty at the time. It had lights that you had to generate yourself, and a TV as well. I have to say, the food was very nice. I bet it's changed a bit nowadays. Overall, though, it was a pleasant experience. All the nights were out by 9 p.m. Like my group, I imagine the other hikers were probably exhausted, or eager to get an early start at hiking the following morning. There were about 3 others in there with us, in this big open room. I crawled into the thin bedding when the lights went out, and got ready for sleep. My friends and I were sleeping close together to share some of our warmth. The hut was dark, but it wasn't silent. There was light snoring all around us, and there was another sound as well. It sounded like someone was listening to a radio at a low volume. It was tuned in to this fuzzy-sounding station, but occasionally the volume would spike and get much clearer. I wanted to ignore it, but I kind of couldn't. It was very irritating. I didn't say anything, though. I figured that whoever it was listening to this would shut off the radio soon enough. The radio was not turned off, though. It was getting later and later, and I wanted to sleep badly because we had a lot of ground to cover the following day. I got up and went to find a staff member. The staff member came back with me into the sleeping area, and we went in search of the owner of this mysterious radio to ask them to turn it off. Because the staff member was pacing around looking at everything, it piqued the interest of several of the other hikers. Before long, everyone was wide awake, but we still weren't able to find the owner of that radio. No one came forward to claim it as theirs. The staff member went over to the area where we'd all stored our gear and found out the radio was playing in someone's backpack. Once again, no one came forward to try and say it was their radio or even their backpack. The staff member unzipped the bag fully and took the radio out. He turned it off and we stood there a little confused. The staff member broke the silence. He said he recognized this bag. Apparently, the guy who owned the bag had arrived with a load of gear and seemed very well prepared, but had never come back the following morning to retrieve his gear. Apparently, he just disappeared. He left in the middle of the night on the route down from the mountain hut. It would take longer than a day to go back if he needed to. It's unknown why the owner of this radio and bag left without his belongings, or even his coat either. The staff member had a look on his face that seemed to say, "I've seen this before," so I asked him what he thought happened to the owner of the radio. He replied that there was of course no way the man could have gotten down in just one day. Even in the summer it would be considered suicidal, if you catch my drift. We all thought it was kind of weird that the radio had suddenly turned on all by itself then. As we spoke, about to put it down, it turned on once more. Something about the fragments I could hear in the darkness of that hut and the lonely mountain made me think it was someone trying to contact us. Some of the words that came across through the radio stuck with me. It almost seemed like someone was calling from beyond, asking for some sort of help. It sent shivers up my spine just thinking back on it. I remember just hearing the words, "I'm right here," over and over. I'm not sure if that meant that this spirit was someplace else, or still here in our realm. I think about the owner of that radio every now and then, and I can't help but wonder about what led him to leave the hut on his suicidal mission in the middle of the night, what led up to his final moments. We turned the radio off again after. It was spooking us out too much, but I wonder if even more communications would have come through if we left the radio on for the entire night. I'll start off by saying that this isn't my story. It's a messed up experience from when my older cousin Dylan was just a kid. He told me about this recently, and I'll be saying it from his point of view moving forward. I think everyone has memories from their childhood that bother them. I'm 24 years old now, but this is something that I'll never forget. When I was in elementary school, I did what was called the extended day program. It was essentially a daycare after school for kids whose parents worked late. This happened to me when I was in the 2nd grade, and I was 7 years old at the time. My parents worked late on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. My older sister Alyssa had a part-time job at McDonald's as well. Usually my parents would come pick me up on Tuesdays and Thursdays. My sister would get off and pick me up at around 4:30, which was an hour and a half after school ended. It was a chilly day in March, and we were all on the playground just sort of messing around. It was about 4:10 or so when the teacher who was watching us on the playground, Mr. McCann, told me that I was going home. He walked me back into the school where I grabbed up all my stuff and walked out to the lobby. There I met a young woman who was no older than 30 years old. She was skinny, about 5'2", and had extremely long and dark hair, with tanned skin and a very pointy nose, had lots of makeup on, and a nose ring and tattoo on her left arm. She knelt down and asked me if I was Dylan. Me being a dumb kid, I said yes, and she introduced herself as Heather. She told me she worked with my sister and was here to pick me up, since apparently my sister had to work extra late that day. As a side note, she never once mentioned my sister by name. Anyway, she grabbed my hand and started to drag me out to her car together. Obviously, I didn't yet realize anything was wrong. No alarm bells were going off in my head or anything. Again, I was a dumb kid. When we got to her car, she offered me some M&Ms. I thought she was just being really nice to me, so I ate them. I know what you're most probably thinking, but luckily they just turned out to be normal M&Ms. At first, nothing seemed off at all. Heather actually took me down the right way that my parents and sister would always take me to and from school. It wasn't until she passed right by my street that I started to realize that something was off here. I told her that we'd passed by, but she only responded by saying okay and kept going down the main road. She no longer had that caring, friendly tone that she had when I met her less than 30 minutes before this. Now she seemed very cold and standoffish, not really caring about how nervous I was. I asked her if she could get me a Happy Meal, and she responded by telling me to shut up. After a couple of minutes of silence, I asked her another question, and her answer terrified me. "So, are you and Alyssa friends or something?" "Who's Alyssa?" My heart and lungs dropped to the pit of my stomach. Even as a kid, I knew that meant I was in serious danger. I started crying, afraid of what was going to happen next. Heather kept screaming for me to shut up, and even reached over and punched me a couple of times. Eventually, she got so fed up with me that she pulled over and put the car in park. She pulled out a roll of duct tape from the center console. Just like in an action movie, though, a police car just so happened to pull up behind us right on time. Heather immediately dropped the duct tape and slammed the car into drive, then floored it down the road. The speed limit was 30, but she was going at least 70. This lasted for about 5 minutes. I kept crying as Heather floored it even further down the road, taking turns at ridiculous speed. All of a sudden, we came upon 2 police cars blockading the road. She slammed on the brakes, sliding to a stop just before hitting them. She got out and started running immediately, but the cops were able to stop her before she got to the forest alongside the road. Heather was immediately taken into custody. One of the officers grabbed me and took me home in his car. When I got home, Alyssa was sobbing, and as soon as she saw me, she hugged me for 2 minutes straight. My parents arrived home shortly after. They had heard about what happened, and were both very upset. That night, they had a very long talk with me about stranger danger. The police came back later and checked in on us. They asked me a few more questions as well. It turns out that Heather was not the woman's real name at all, and she had no connection to my sister whatsoever. Even though I had no idea at the time, the woman's ex-boyfriend was also on trial for child pornography and sex trafficking. What confuses me about all of this is how Heather even knew who I was. Keep in mind I was only 7, and this happened before social media and all that, so I have no idea how she could have found my information. I do have a theory though. Mr. McCann, the teacher that ran the after-school program, was fired after this incident. I saw in the news many years later that he had been charged with molesting a student at another school. He ended up taking his own life before he stood trial. I think there's a good chance that he sold me out to Heather, and they were connected. I have no proof of that, of course, and I'll never know for sure. All the kids out there listening, please be careful with strangers, and always listen to your parents when they warn you about the dangers of the world. To all parents listening, for the love of God, stress to your kids about stranger danger. Hopefully Heather is either in jail or got some kind of help, and she'll never try to harm another kid ever again. I'll try to keep this as short as I can, because I don't really know a lot I can say about it. It's all very confusing to me. Despite this having happened a long time ago, it still sticks fresh in my memory. I've told this one to a couple of friends and family members, and we're all still left scratching our heads. So I'm opening it up to the internet. This happened when I was returning from Shiga Prefecture, which meant I was going through the mountains. You might not know exactly what that means if you've never been in the area, but it's a bunch of long and winding mountain roads going through forests and various trails. It was also nighttime, so it was basically pitch black out. It gets really dark in the mountains. I will admit I was going a little faster than I usually would. Like I said, it was nighttime, and if I'm honest, I should say it was late at night as well. I was way behind my schedule and wanted to get home and get some sleep. I was gunning it through these mountain roads, making some really good time, when something catastrophic happened. I felt like I'd just hit something, run over something. Based on the impact I felt, I would say it must have been no bigger than a basketball or something. Sadly, there are many wild things out in the mountains that could be that size. I screeched the car to a halt and pulled off to the side of the road. I parked and looked back, but I couldn't see anything in the road. That gave me a bit of relief. I did feel that I'd hit something though, so I knew I had to start searching. I got down on my hands and knees and looked beneath the car to see if I could see any damage. I couldn't see anything though. It was dark, so I grabbed my phone and activated the torch. I shone that bright light under my vehicle and searched all over. It didn't appear like there was any damage or dents or anything. It didn't seem like I'd hit anything at all. I double and triple checked the area, and I didn't find anything. I didn't think there was much else I could do about this, other than get back in my car and head home. It was really weird, and to be honest, I really didn't want to leave. I knew I'd hit something, I just didn't know what it was. I had to leave though. There was nothing I could do, and no evidence of what it was. I just drove home completely perplexed about this. I couldn't come to any meaningful kind of conclusion. I kinda forgot about that incident for a while, but I was reminded of it when a friend of mine called me one night. My friend called me regularly, and we would talk about all sorts of things. That night he called me to tell me that he'd just had a similar experience to mine. He was driving through the same mountain passes, and that was when it happened. He said he'd screeched his car to a halt because he'd hit something, and just like me, when he got out of his car to check, he couldn't find anything at all. He was reminded of my experience, so he got back in that car and left. I thought it was more than a coincidence that both of us had had the same kind of experience, and that got me thinking. I think that someone had set some kind of trap up out there. Let me explain what I believe. I think that someone set something on a fishing line or something with the intention of getting someone to step out of their vehicle. I thought it might have been some sort of carjacking thing. I don't have the greatest car in the world, but my friend does have a nice one. He sunk a lot of money into making it top of the range. We both got out of our cars and weren't robbed at all. That made me think a little more, and I wonder if it was because we were both men, and maybe this was a trap intended for people of the opposite sex. That really unnerves the hell out of me. Naturally, I reported this suspicious occurrence, but it didn't amount to anything. Damn, the mountain roads at night can be really terrifying. This happened back in 2012, when I was still attending college. Me and a few friends of mine opted to band together and rent out a one-bedroom apartment near the campus area. We were a bunch of party animals back then, and we wanted our own place so we could indulge in that lifestyle without worrying about our parents or the school's administration. The apartment complex was located in a rather unsavory part of town. The cops were called out there at least once a week to break up fights or respond to reports of break-ins. All we ever did there was shower and sleep, having to overhear domestic disputes and arguing through the walls all the time. It was just part of the deal, though. One night, my roommates went to a party, while I stayed behind to study for an upcoming exam. Aside from Tupac playing somewhere in the upper levels, things seemed pretty quiet. It was around 11 p.m. or so when I heard a strange sound coming from the hallway outside the front door. It sounded like a large metal object being dragged across the concrete floor. There was also a muffled noise, as if someone was saying something, although I couldn't quite make out what the words were. This went on for about 10 minutes before there was a loud smashing sound. It was at that point I got up and made my way over to the peephole. At first, I didn't really see anything. I just waited and observed to see if anyone would pass by my door. About a minute later, a figure wandered into view and stood between my door and the door opposite from it. It was a Caucasian man. I'll list 3 things that instantly made every alarm bell in my head go off. First off, the man was not wearing a shirt and was profusely sweating. There was also a large axe in the man's right hand that he was dragging behind him. Last but not least, whoever this deranged individual was, he had a black leather gas mask on that completely hid his face from view. I was awestruck at what I was seeing. This was the kind of character you'd see in a low-budget horror movie. This kind of shit doesn't happen in real life. It was a real shock to the system. As if reading my mind, a creepy muffled voice then began singing. As soon as the man finished his verse, he lifted his left leg and heaved the axe into my door. His movement was so fast that it caused me to stumble backward. As I scrambled to my feet, I heard another voice from further down the hallway. "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" I rushed back to the peephole. The masked man was now gone. To the left of my front door was a fire escape, where he was able to make a quick getaway. I then saw the apartment security guard step into view, with his taser already drawn. "Hey, do you want me to call the police?" I shouted through the door. "Yeah, if you don't mind." "Alright, I'm heading out to cut them off." I immediately called the police and explained the situation to them. Unfortunately, the masked man managed to evade both the security guard and the police as well. The complex was surrounded by a small forest, and there were just too many ways for the man to escape. After the lease was up, I moved out of that hellhole. A lunatic pacing up and down the hallway outside my door, wearing a gas mask and dragging an axe behind him, was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was a terrifying experience, but I can look back on it now and sort of laugh a bit. I hope you enjoyed my story, and stay safe out there, guys. I saw a thread a little while ago. I think the title of it was something like, "Has anyone seen a shadow person?" I've never really believed in things like that, but recently I've turned from a skeptic into a believer. I want to share my experience here. You may laugh at me, or you may just feel as if you've seen something similar. The thing I read about said that these shadow beings, if you ever see them, aren't really that harmful. Well, I can't exactly say whether that's true or not. It is just a random thing I found online. I've read some people's experiences where they do seem to be harmful. The shadow thing I saw, though, I'm not exactly sure what was going on. Let me just tell you about what happened, though. It happened while I was waiting in line to board an oncoming train. I was leaving a friend's place. A friend of mine had moved, and I wanted to stop by and wish them well. I was absent-mindedly gazing out towards the tracks when something caught my eye. It was a person. Well, not quite a person, I guess. Something human-shaped that appeared on the tracks. It was raining out, but it wasn't really affecting my vision. I had to blink and rub my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. I couldn't really tell if this figure was a man or a woman. All I could see was a shadow. This is going to sound completely strange, but it almost kind of looked like a television searching for channels but darker. You know, the static sort of thing. One thing I noticed almost instantly, though, about this figure on the tracks was that it appeared to be missing a part of its left leg, just below the knees. I couldn't really make out any facial features of this shadow, obviously. I could tell that the head had a strange shape to it. It looked like part of it had caved in or something. This all probably sounds like the ramblings of a madman. I didn't really have time to fully process or question it, though. There was a train pulling in. I really still thought it was a person on the tracks, despite how strange this appeared. I was shocked that no one else around seemed to be reacting to it. Not one person in the line for the train seemed to see what was unfolding. A tiny announcement rang out along the platform, and we were told the train was approaching and to keep away from the tracks. I thought that if there really was a person there, they were about to be mowed down. I began to panic. I don't think anyone else around me was even paying attention. They were all staring down at their phones and talking with their friends. I heard the train's brakes as it approached the station. It approached the figure, and I clasped my hands to my ears, expecting to hear screams and shouts, but I heard nothing of the sort. Honestly, I thought I was going crazy at that point. The train stopped in front of me, and I decided to take a look back toward the tracks where it had been. I saw that whatever this was, it was still there. I was about to get on the train. I wanted to get away from here as fast as possible. I couldn't believe what I saw next. As I was about to board the train, whatever this thing was peered over at me. Although I couldn't make out any features, I could just feel it looking at me. Next thing I felt was a prodding on my back and a voice snapping me out of my stun. "Miss, can you get out of the way? There are people that want to board the train, you know." Apparently, I was holding up the line, and I hadn't realized until that moment. I didn't really know what else to do other than to apologize and move aside. I backed off the train, causing a bit of a scene. I watched the train leave and saw that shadow thing was now on board with the other commuters. It was looming over a passenger standing by the door, almost appearing to study her. I didn't really know what to think anymore. I worried about that passenger, and I worried about myself too. Was that even real, or was that something that I just imagined in my head and I'm losing it? My name is Jackson Caballero. I'm a 15-year-old sophomore, currently living in Texas. For some backstory, I live in a house with my mom, dad, and my younger brother. My mini Australian shepherd lives there as well. My neighborhood is a safe place, which makes the events of this story even more unsettling. I was the only one awake in my house at the time. It was a typical Monday morning, and I had begun my usual morning routine of making breakfast and watching some YouTube videos. As I sat down, I realized I had left my headphones upstairs, and I would have to go and grab them quickly. For some reason, I'd always had this irrational fear of the second floor of our home. I don't really know why, I just kind of did. I was a bit apprehensive about going upstairs and grabbing my headphones as a result. As I walked up to the second floor, I heard a noise coming from the stairs. I stopped and listened in, but when I didn't hear anything else, I thought to myself that I was being a bit ridiculous. Of course, there was nothing up there. I walked up the stairs and grabbed my headphones off the table, but I was surprised when I turned around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the bathroom door move, as if someone was hiding behind it and looking at me. Whoever it was tried to duck behind the door, not seeming to notice that I'd seen them. I froze mid-step and turned my face toward the door. All the lights were off inside, and I didn't want to alert whoever was in the bathroom. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, though, I saw a stranger looking at me through the crack in the door. I nearly lost it. I ran down the stairs as quickly as I could and immediately called the police. The operator said to stay on the line, just in case something happened. I heard a loud thud from outside, and it made me look out the window. Whoever had been inside my house had just jumped out of the second-story window and was now limping toward the gate outside. The guy didn't get very far, though. 2 police cars pulled into the driveway and stopped the man. The whole commotion woke up my family, and I had to explain to them and the officers what just happened. The intruder was arrested and ended up getting a prison sentence for breaking and entering. It was about 2 years ago when I was walking to class. I saw a boot in the middle of a crosswalk at my apartment complex. I thought, isn't that odd? I live in a sort of ghetto-ish area, and it was a cold time in the spring. At first, I thought it must be some sort of animal, because it had clearly been run over flat. As I got closer, I noticed it was a boot, and the boot seemed to have some orangish red stuff splattering out of it. It seemed as though this was a foot that someone had run over. It was either a female child or teen's boot. It was even more odd because it was only one, and it didn't seem connected to anything. Here I was staring at a boot with a foot in it that had been run over by someone. I tried to report it to the police and ask around, but no one seemed to know how it got there, or even knew it existed until I showed them, and there was no evidence of how it got there either. I started seeing this man about a year ago, usually when I was driving. This guy was just kind of standing there on the street, staring up at the sky. His hair was gray and very messy looking, about shoulder length. He always looked tired too, his mouth hanging open. Slack-jawed, some might say. He wore glasses and a black t-shirt. Whenever I would see him, he would stand stock still like a statue, holding this dirty plastic bag. I'm not too great at guessing people's ages, but if I had to guess his age, I would say he was at least in his 40s. I don't usually see this guy in the same places either. I see him in random places, and he's always wearing the exact same thing. I know that must not sound like a very big deal. You might even be questioning my sanity, but I need to get this out there. I've seen him at all times of day, and in the night as well. He always appears in all kinds of weather. in the burning heat, when I'm driving in the rain. He always does the same thing, too. He just stands there looking. When heavy rain falls all over him, he doesn't even flinch at all. It's as if his body doesn't even notice. He never has an umbrella either. I usually see him near the company I work for, but now and then I see him on random streets in neighboring towns. At first, I thought he was just an ordinary homeless guy who liked to move around a lot. I don't know, maybe he had some roots in the area or something. I'm really only guessing here. The only thing is, I live in a very rural area, so it's not exactly common to see the same person around in so many various places. Quite frankly, our town is very boring as well, so I don't know why he'd choose to stick around here where there's not very many amenities, and the weather can fluctuate so much. Every time I see him, I just think, oh, there he is again. I sometimes wondered if he lived nearby, and often wondered if he was okay. It concerned me, the way he just would stand there with his mouth open, staring at the sky. It wasn't like his eyes were scanning across the sky for something, or even observing the clouds or passing stars. It was as if he was fixated on a certain point in the sky. It was really odd. I had been seeing this guy for about a year, when one day I was out in my boyfriend's car on a drive. We came to a natural stop at a red light, and lo and behold, I noticed him right there, stood by the side of the road doing his usual thing. He was right by my passenger window. I absent-mindedly said something like, "Oh, here you are again, huh?" My boyfriend turned to me and asked, "What are you talking about?" "You know, that guy," I replied. "Haven't you seen him around near our work too?" I should note now that my boyfriend works for the same company I do. He's even in the same department as me. We're both in sales, by the way. I thought he might know what I was talking about, but he didn't seem to recognize the guy at all. I couldn't believe he had never seen the man before. I said, "Oh, come on, you must have seen this guy around. I mean, he's always near the phone booth by my place or standing nearby work. You must have seen him at least once, right?" To my surprise, he just replied, "Hey, come on, don't try to freak me out. That's scary talking. We both don't like scary stuff, so let's leave it there." Just as he said that, the light turned green and he floored it. I'm not the type to get frightened easily, but I don't really understand why my boyfriend has never seen him around, but this guy seems to follow me everywhere I go. We spoke about it for a long time in the car ride, but somehow my boyfriend had never seen him once before, despite him appearing around me quite often. I know I must sound like a total psycho girlfriend right now, but I still see that man all the time. It doesn't matter where I go, I'll just see him around. I don't tell my friends about it, just in case they react like I'm crazy like my boyfriend did, or even laugh and make fun of me. I'm very aware of how strange this sounds, but I don't know. This guy is watching me or following me for some reason. That's honestly how it feels. I can't ignore how often I see him around now. There has to be a logical explanation for that, surely, but I just can't get to the bottom of it. It's very unnerving, and certainly pretty scary. I want to know who that man is, why he follows me, and why he's always staring at a certain point in the sky. This happened to me when I was in 4th grade. I'm now 42. The internet as we know it wasn't around back in those days, so unfortunately I don't have any news articles to corroborate this story. I do have a very vivid memory of what happened that day though. The day my friend nearly lost her innocence, and possibly her life as well. Here's the backstory. I've always had this very strange habit that I still do to this day. I don't know what causes it, but I've always walked on my tiptoes when I would go to school. I would usually get picked on a lot for this strange behavior. No matter how much I tried walking flat-footed, I'd always somehow end up back on my toes without even doing it consciously. This led my family to believe I was destined to be a ballet dancer of some sort. As much as I loved the dance, I was also a tomboy, and I preferred climbing trees and doing sports and stuff like that. My mother worked 2 jobs and took me to the community center and signed me up for ballet classes. I thought I would definitely have to learn how to be more girly and like dresses and stuff like that. The dance instructor's name was Mulani. She was impressed by my skills but wasn't crazy about my height or my parents' economic status. This was a very expensive class after all. At the end of my audition, I was told I was too tall and awkward. What a nice way of building up a young girl's confidence. When I exited the classroom and entered the hallway, I heard Melanie say under her breath that she wouldn't teach poor kids no matter what. I stopped what I was doing and turned around. "What did you say?" That's when she replied, "I don't teach trailer trash, okay?" My face became extremely red. At that moment, I decided I wanted to knock her on her pompous ass, but before I could react, I felt a hand on my shoulder, followed by a man's voice. "You got a real fighter in you. You ever thought about trying out some karate?" Mr. Diaz was a well-known and respected karate instructor in our county. He wanted me to try out his class, and even offered to take me in at no charge. He said I would be his first female student, but he saw some real potential in me. I still owe him a lot for that. When I first started training, he noticed my weird tiptoed footing, and rather than mock me for it, he showed me how to use it to make my legs stronger. To this day, I'm still solid muscle from my calves to my thighs. It was around that time that our small town on the coast of North Carolina was being terrorized by a man who would try to abduct young girls. He would grab them and have his way with them. When he was done, he would bind their hands together, blindfold them, and cross into another town, dropping them off somewhere random in the middle of the night. A real sick bastard. For some reason, he didn't kill any of his victims, but his MO suggested he was becoming more violent with each incident. I remember Mr. Diaz changing his lessons for a week or two because of these incidents and teaching us how to use momentum against our attackers, how to get away, and how to properly attack the eyes, nose, groin, and face. He also emphasized the buddy system and told us to scream fire or say we were having a medical emergency if something was happening to us. On the day in question, I was in 4th grade. It was springtime at the time. I was with my best friend Jenny. Jenny and I decided to take a little walk around the neighborhood we lived in. This neighborhood had 2 main entrances and formed a circle with 2 parallel streets in the middle. Homes were lined along each road no more than 1.5 acres apart, some even closer. It was very easy to come into one entrance, leave out the other, and not be seen by anyone, even if you were paying attention to the vehicles that were passing through. Jenny and I were on the main road heading toward the back. We were just being a couple of young girls talking about boys we liked and the man that had been terrorizing our state. A girl we knew named Kelly had actually been one of his victims. She turned from a real social butterfly into a psych ward regular. She even tried to take her own life at one point. As we were talking about this, I remember looking over my shoulder and seeing a strange car approaching us very slowly. Immediately, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. The car was a Pontiac with a faded maroon or burgundy color, and the driver was wearing these thick red-rimmed glasses and had tight blonde curly hair. He had his window down already. He stopped the car beside us and called out to us. "Hey there, girls. I'm trying to pay my electric bill and I can't seem to find the office anywhere. Can you tell me how to get there from here?" Coincidentally, the electric company in our town wasn't even a mile away from our neighborhood. In fact, you could walk straight through the woods and show up right on the front doorstep. The only way to pay to turn on the service was in the office itself. This was a small town way back in the day, remember? The driver said that he had to go there to avoid his electricity shutting off. Knowing he had to have been there before to turn it on, I told him just go there. That's when I noticed an open map beside him on the passenger seat. He explained his mother had been the one to turn on the electricity and he was new to the area, just came back from deployment or something. Can you come over here and show me where it is on the map? He beckoned Jenny over to his car. Jenny was unaware that something was off here. I looked around and saw no one else was around us. I quickly turned my attention back to what was going on. I could immediately tell something bad was going to happen to Jenny if she got any closer. There was a look of evil on the man's face. "Thanks, sweetie. You can point it out to me right here." His eyes locked with mine and he gave me a smile. That's when I grabbed Jenny and pulled her away. Jenny started to scream. I looked up and saw the man had reached over and grabbed a hold of her arm. The car began to roll forward as he tried to pull her in and drive away. I wrapped my arms around Jenny's upper body and pulled as hard as I could. I knew it was going to hurt once I fell onto the asphalt, but that was okay. As long as I still had a hold of Jenny, everything would be all right. I managed to wrench her from his grasp, and we both hit the road. It really hurt. Luckily, some of the neighbors had heard us screaming and all came out of their homes. I pulled Jenny close to me, and the man sped away in his car. One of the bystanders, a mother of one of my other friends, got the tags of the man and a detailed description of what he looked like. That man we encountered that day was the same man who had been preying on young girls all over North Carolina. My mother made every effort to keep me sheltered before that incident, and it got even worse after this. Now that I'm a mother myself, I can sort of understand better now. Jenny was very grateful that I helped her, and I'm glad to say that she's still doing well. The girl I mentioned earlier, Kelly, is an example of what could have happened to her if I hadn't intervened that day. Kelly has a rough life and doesn't really speak to anyone anymore. I don't really know all the details, but that guy ended up being arrested. I often think back to that day at the community center, where I was scoffed at by someone who thought I wasn't worth the investment. Thankfully, Mr. Diaz saw the potential in me. He was the guiding voice in my head that day, and if it wasn't for all the things he taught me, I wouldn't have been able to save Jenny. I live in a pretty small town, and I have a pretty quiet life in all honesty. I have an office job and work some pretty long hours, so I don't really get out all that much, especially not at night. On the night this experience took place, I got a call from a friend of mine. To be honest, I almost didn't even want to pick it up. I was so tired. I'm really glad that I did, though. Turns out my friend had called to say that she really needed a ride. I didn't mind, as I didn't have any other plans. I was just a bit tired, like I said. She needed to be picked up from a big supermarket. I guess she bought a lot of things and didn't want to take all of that on the crowded train home with her. I was all too happy to help. It was a little late to be shopping, though, around 11 p.m. or so. I needed a couple of things as well, so I decided to head out to the store to meet her. The supermarket was almost empty at that time of night. It was usually really busy during the day, though. She waited for me to pay for my own things, and we headed out to the parking lot. I think it was around midnight at that point, maybe. That was when a group of men emerged from a nearby game center. It's a place that's sort of like an arcade if you don't know. I think these guys came out because the place was about to close. They headed to their cars while talking amongst each other, but they looked over at us before getting in. My friend said to me that she wasn't feeling well, and we decided to get going. We pulled out of the parking lot, and a couple of the other cars followed on behind us. That was normal enough, though. It was closing time, and the lights in the retail park were all going out. I noticed my friend was really quiet. I thought it was because she wasn't feeling well. I looked over at her, and she looked very pale, though. She looked at me and said, "I think I know that guy in the car behind us." I didn't immediately think much of it when she said that. I thought it was just some coincidence. I went to look in the mirrors to see if I knew him too, but then my friend suddenly said not to look back. I realized why she was so uncomfortable when I tried to pull over to let the guy pass by. My friend snapped back at me and said not to stop the car whatever I do. I did as she asked, and she decided to tell me what was going on. That's my ex-boyfriend. If you stop, I'm scared he'll come and try to do something to us, okay? This was more serious than I thought. I made my mind up not to drive down highways. I wanted to avoid traffic lights, which would mean we would have to stop. For some reason, my car does this thing where when the car stops, the doors automatically unlock while the car is in drive. I decided to take the back roads, and man, that was a bad idea thinking back on it. I probably should have gone to a late-night diner or a convenience store or something, somewhere bright with a lot of people around. I think my friend would have freaked out though if I even tried that. I kept driving down these countryside lanes, the back roads, until my friend calmed down a bit. The car behind us was very blatantly following every turn we made. The further we went from the city, the fewer cars were on the road with us. It got to a point where it was literally just that car behind us, speeding up and forcing me to go faster and faster. I asked my friend why this guy was even chasing us in the first place. She said she thought she had made him angry somehow, and that she didn't want to stay at her place alone tonight. She began to cry, and I didn't really get my answer. The situation we were in was getting more and more dire. I didn't know how this was going to end, and I didn't want to consider the possibilities either. I just kept driving. There wasn't much else I could do. Then something occurred to me. I had quite a small and light car, and the car behind me was much bigger. So what if I went down a very narrow road? Maybe that would stop the guy from chasing us. He would surely damage his car if he tried. I decided to take that risk and turn down a very narrow trail. I kept my eye on my navigation system to make sure I was on the right track. I didn't want to end up stuck down a dead-end road. I obviously also didn't want to send my friend home in the state she was in. I thought about trying to call the police, but I knew the police wouldn't do anything about this guy. They only ever help after the fact in Japan. My friend was sobbing next to me and apologized for getting me into this mess. Maybe I should have sensed something was up from the beginning. She hadn't ever called me for a ride from a supermarket before. She said she'd called me because she didn't have anyone else she could turn to. I told her it was okay. I just wanted to know where I should take her. She replied anywhere but back to her house. If we managed to lose him, he'd just show up right there waiting for her. She asked if I could take her to the train station. I said that I could, but she should probably stay at my house for the night. She vehemently refused. She said she'd already caused me enough trouble. At that point, I realized something. All the stuff she'd bought at the supermarket looked like stuff for if she'd been planning to run away. She even had camping equipment as well. I never knew she was in such a bad situation. I didn't fully understand what was going on, but I did know one thing. The man who was chasing us was very bad and very dangerous. She said she would stay in a hotel that night, get off the train somewhere far away and lay low for a while, hop from hotel to hotel, and make sure her location changed every now and then. I really felt bad for her. She said he was always watching her and knew exactly how to find her no matter what she did. It was all so scary to me. I didn't want to ask her much about her ex because I thought she wouldn't want to talk about it, but I was curious about things. She said it was not just him who would be looking for her. It was his entire group of friends. They would always search for her and bring her right back to him. That was frightening. Something really bad was going down here. I followed the narrow roads back to the city and got her to the train station just like she asked. I was sure the man wasn't following us anymore. He must have given up by now. She got out at the station and we found out that the next available train wouldn't come until 6 a.m. Obviously, I couldn't leave her there for that long. We went to a McDonald's and I thought we could talk things over a little. I was right. She told me more about the situation. Well, that ex of hers didn't take being broken up with very well. He attacked her and made threats against her friends and family, tried to use fear to coerce her into getting back with him. At that point, she turned to me and said, "I want you to forget about me, okay? I'm not going to have anything more to do with you." It's very sad to lose a friend, of course, but I didn't know if getting involved with all these scary stalker guys would be good, and being chased by random men at night didn't make me feel safe. I was feeling conflicted, though. She cried and kept saying it was all her fault. After dropping her off at the train station and helping her onto the platform, she turned to me and gave me 10,000 yen. She said she'd always be grateful for that night, and that was the last time I ever saw her. I had tears in my eyes as I drove home from the station that night. As I was driving away, my tears felt like they instantly dried up when I noticed a certain car in the lane next to mine. I couldn't believe it. The guy who had followed me earlier was still out here searching for us. I tried not to make it obvious that it was me. He didn't appear to have noticed it was my car. After 4 or 5 frightening minutes, he turned off in a different direction. As soon as I got home, I crashed out. It was the first time in a long time I had been awake that late. Despite everything that happened that night, I'm glad I answered her call. I don't know what might have happened to her if I didn't, but I don't think I could live with myself. Like I said, I never did hear from her again. Fast forward 3 months later, and I got a surprise call from my friend's number. I was interested to see how she was doing, so I answered it right away. I found out it wasn't my friend on the other end of the phone at all. The person on the other end asked, "Hi, have you heard from my friend's name?" Calling from her number, it seemed a bit weird. I knew he was likely one of the guys who had been chasing her. I was scared to say anything, but I managed to say that I hadn't heard from her in a long time and that I couldn't help them. They hung up right away. I was so scared, even though it wasn't happening to me. I did have a way to contact her through a separate messaging app, but I deleted it and never dared to use it, just in case one of those men or her ex had a way of tracking those messages. I believe she managed to start a new life, and although that call was scary, it did tell me that they never managed to track her down. I hope if my friend is still out there somewhere, they're safe and living a happy life to this day. This happened a while ago. I've since been diagnosed with PTSD because of this incident, and I'm currently on medication to suppress the recurring nightmares. For some background, at the time I was only 9 years old. I'm a woman from Georgia. My mother met my stepfather at a church we had recently started attending with her best friend. When this happened, they were just dating. It was a fairly normal church for the most part. It was in a somewhat run-down building, with an outdated interior and an old basement as well. The pastor was apparently an ex-drug addict turned man of God. He was honestly one of the nicest people I've ever met, though. It was a cold winter night, I remember. Saturday church service had just ended. We left the church and headed towards my mom's old Pontiac. It was the kind of car that didn't have electric locks or windows. Each door had to be manually locked and unlocked on its own. We sat in the parking lot talking for some time. Since my stepfather lived in a different city back then, he and my mom wanted to maximize the time they could spend together. They were discussing some upcoming holiday plans when I noticed a suspicious figure wearing a green coat moving between the cars parked nearby. I didn't think anything of it at first. It could have been our pastor or another churchgoer heading home. My stepdad got into the passenger seat, and we were about to take off when his door was suddenly pulled open. There was the man in his green hoodie. None of us recognized him. He had dark skin and bloodshot eyes and looked completely deranged. He shoved a gun into my stepdad's abdomen and said, "Give me your wallet." He demanded it. Mind you, my stepdad is a Hispanic man. He speaks English well now, but wasn't fluent back then. He had a thick accent, so he responded to the man saying no. My mom began freaking out. I was so scared that I kept trying to get out of the car. I started crying because my mom told me to stay put. The man began screaming. I said, "Give me your wallet!" My stepdad stood firm, though. He said no again. The man directed his attention at my mother. Tell him I said to give me his wallet. Apparently, he thought my stepfather couldn't understand him. My mother tried to get him to comply, but he refused. I was looking frantically through our fogged-up windows, trying to find someone and get their attention. The man looked at me, then back to my mom. He hit my stepdad with his gun, causing him to lean forward, and pointed the gun at me. Somebody better give me something or she dies. I lost it. I got out of my seat and exited the car. That's when I saw two other hooded men across the parking lot. They were walking towards the car, also carrying guns. I started screaming and immediately climbed back in. My mom yelled at me for getting out in the first place, and the man with the gun was still screaming at my stepdad. Are any of you listening to me, man? I'm gonna shoot her right between the eyes. My mom then offered him all the cash she had on her. She handed him $75 from her wallet. The man ripped away the cash from her. Then he stepped away with his gun. The mugger slammed his arm against the car door to close it, but in the process the gun went off and fired a bullet into the well of my mom's car. The three men ran off into the night. We sat there crying and trying to console each other. After 30 minutes, we calmed ourselves down. We left immediately and went to the police station. We filed a report and they said it was most likely gang activity. It would be very difficult to track down the perpetrators. The men could have killed my stepfather right in front of my mother. There was no justice. I was only a child when this happened. It's been 13 years and I still wake up screaming and sweating from the nightmares. I'm just glad my mom had her grocery money on her that day. Heaven knows what would have happened if she didn't. This story goes way back to 1998, when I was 16 years old. I was hanging out with a couple of friends of mine, who I'll call Ben and Jake. It was a late summer evening on a Saturday. I was sitting in my room listening to some 80s rock albums, as teenagers would normally do back then. After a while, I got a bit bored and went outside to meet up with my friends. We ended up chilling in Ben's garage, drinking beer and smoking some pot. I can't remember exactly how we wound up walking down this narrow path by the woods, but we walked over toward the lake. I guess we got bored of sitting around and went out to do something adventurous. Back then, this was a popular hangout spot for teenagers in my neighborhood. We were hoping to see some of the kids there. When we arrived, we were met with nothing but the sound of crickets. What a real bummer. We sat on the bench for a while and just talked for about 15 minutes. Then Jake got the brilliant idea to go search the abandoned 2-story boathouse by the lake. We really had nothing better to do, so we all agreed. We soon entered the boathouse and started to explore. Well, really, I just sort of stood there while Jake and Ben went around breaking shit. I felt very uncomfortable. I couldn't quite shake the feeling that we were being watched somehow. We went upstairs where there was an old wooden boat lying there with a fishing net over it. While checking it out, we all heard the wooden doors of the boathouse creak open, followed by heavy footsteps. We all froze in place and listened carefully. There was a 5-second break when we heard a terrifying voice call out to us. "I know you're here. Come out, wherever you are." The heavy footsteps started to walk toward the stairs. The old floorboards creaked and moaned. Jake climbed inside the old wooden boat, and Ben and I followed. We slapped the fishing net over our heads and didn't move a single muscle. The footsteps soon reached the top of the stairs. "I can hear you." We were all as still as cadavers as we sat there and listened to this deranged person stumbling around searching for us. I contemplated a plan of escape without being caught. There was just no way for all three of us to make it past him, though. He was closing in on us. We were literally like sitting ducks. The man moved off to the side and entered a small room adjacent to the room we were in. We ripped off the fishing net and made our break for it right then. "Oh, there you are," the man said. He emerged from the room and rushed right at Jake, but Jake reacted quickly. He dodged out of the way and gave the man a shove on the back, sending him toppling over. We all ran like hell out of there and through the tall grass out into the woods. We could hear the man giving chase, but eventually he seemed to give up. We all went back to Ben's garage and collapsed onto the couch in exhaustion. Jake told us the man had a knife when he attacked him. Ben and I sat there in utter shock. Did that maniac really plan on killing us in that old boathouse? To this day, I can't help but wonder what would have happened to us if Jake hadn't reacted so quickly. This story took place many years ago. I grew up in a pretty small neighborhood, and I pretty much knew everyone who lived around me. Our house was at the very end of the street. At the other end was a popular park that everyone, especially children, went to. My sister loved to go on walks very late at night and would usually go to the swing set at the park and swing there for a while. Nobody else would be around to bother her. The park layout had the playground next to a path that led off to a wooded area, with the only light source coming from a building next to the swing set. One night, at maybe around 1 or 2 a.m., my sister walked down to the park. She was swinging for about 10 minutes or so when she felt that something was wrong. It was the unmistakable feeling you get when you feel like you're being watched by someone. Initially, she didn't think much of it until a random guy seemed to come out of nowhere and sat down on the swing next to her. The stranger kept trying to make conversation with her. He kept asking her if she lived around the park and how old she was. Around this time, my sister was 18 or 19 years old. She's fairly small, though, and has always looked a lot younger than her actual age. Needless to say, she didn't want to be around the swings anymore. She texted me to call her. I was very confused, but I could tell immediately something was wrong as I did. She picked up very quickly. I asked her what was going on. "Oh, you need me home right away? I'll be there as soon as possible." This further confused me. I could hear her telling someone she had to go. As soon as she'd gotten far enough away, she began to explain everything to me. She walked up the concrete steps that led into the parking lot, but before she could cross the street, she decided to look backward. To her absolute terror, 3 other figures had emerged from the woods, each carrying some sort of weapon. She immediately began to run home, turning a 2-minute walk into 30 seconds. She slammed the door shut after getting inside and locked it immediately. My sister doesn't scare easily, but that was one of the only times I had ever seen her truly frightened. I don't like thinking about what would have happened if she didn't leave that situation when she did. She had been mere moments away from being ambushed by those men. After that night, she no longer went on her late walks to the park, and now always carries a pocket knife for her own protection. I'm having some real difficulty sleeping tonight. I've been reading some scary stories, and that probably doesn't help one bit. I read one that reminded me of an experience I had the last time I had trouble sleeping. I figured I'd share it with you all. I went back home this summer. I'm writing this in September, by the way. My hometown is really far away from where I currently live. During the journey home, I fell asleep on the Shinkansen bullet train. I only wanted to sleep for about an hour, but I ended up sleeping for about 4. I think I managed to get home, greeted my parents, and after I had dinner with them, I found myself unable to sleep. I was so restless. I knew the next morning we were all going on an important trip together. I figured that the best thing I could do would be to take a walk and clear my mind. I hoped the night air would help me feel a bit more sleepy. I went to the local convenience store. I got there just after 1 a.m. I went in and wandered over to the magazine rack in the corner. I was looking at the adult entertainment, thinking that may help me get out some energy and get to sleep as well. It was at that point I sensed something. I felt that horrible feeling you get when you just know someone is observing you. I looked up, and to my surprise, there was an old man staring at me through the window. I thought, whoa, this is kind of awkward. There I was looking at the specialist gentleman's material, and unbeknownst to me, I was being watched the entire time. I felt it would be even more awkward if I looked directly up at the guy and met his eyes. I did take a covert look while pretending to browse, though. I remember he had a dirty white t-shirt on and was a bit overweight. Looked like he hadn't washed in quite a while. It was very blatant and obvious that he was staring at me. It wasn't something I was willing to stand any longer, so I moved into another aisle. I was looking at the drinks and picked up a relaxing tea. I went to the register. The clerk behind the till fixed me with a look between nervousness and awkward. I then tried to spark up a conversation. "Hey, that guy out there looks a little off, right? He was just staring at me a minute ago." Yeah, I actually noticed that," he replied. "So, you're the only one working here tonight?" I asked. That's right." I noticed the guy was pretty young, and he looked quite scared as well. I think he must have been between 18 to 20 years old. I was around 25 at that time. I said to him, "Hey, I don't really like the look of that guy out there. You mind if I stick around here? I'll pretend to browse a bit. Hopefully after a while he'll just go away." I kid you not, the guy looked at me like I'd just given him the birthday present of his life. He said yes and thank you. I guess he was just as scared as I was by that guy. I was in there browsing and chatting with the clerk for about half an hour. All the while, we were hiding out in the store from that weirdo. He remained out there staring at us. At times, it looked like he was deeply contemplating about something, and at other times, it looked like there wasn't a single thought in his mind. Something was clearly wrong with him. A truck pulled into the convenience store's parking lot eventually, and as soon as it did, we saw that weird guy wander off someplace. The truck driver came in and looked over at us. "Hey, did you see that guy out there? He's lurking around with a goddamn knife behind his back." I was shocked and quite scared. I was so scared I called a taxi to come pick me up because I didn't want to walk home any longer. The clerk called the cops soon after. I didn't realize how close we were to a situation that was potentially life-threatening. Stay safe out there, everyone, and always trust your intuition. This happened in 2018 in Portland, Oregon. I was 21 years old at that time. Back in those days, I was a bit of a night owl who did a fair amount of drinking. I was in downtown Portland one night and decided to stop and grab a quick drink after spending the day with some friends of mine. When I entered the pub, I noticed a very attractive girl sitting at the far end of the bar. She was wearing a hoodie and had a short hairstyle. I couldn't help but stare at her like some kind of weirdo. At that time, I was still going to college. On campus, I'd encountered many attractive girls on a daily basis, but I'd never been so stunned like this before. Since we were the only ones at the bar, I felt my behavior was becoming very noticeable, so I made my way over to the nearest stool and sat down. I ordered a rum and coke and thought about striking up a conversation with the woman, but the last time I hit on somebody at a bar, I ended up with a drink on my face. A story for another time. Long story short, I didn't have the energy to play 4D chess that night. I was just gonna have a few drinks and go back to my dorm. Call it a night, you know? "You look like a deer caught in the headlights." I looked over and the girl was now standing right next to me. I was shocked. The last thing I ever expected was for her to come over and start talking to me first. I had to think quickly about what to say. I'm sorry about that. No need to apologize. Happens all the time. I bet it does. You're funny. You mind if I join you? Please be my guest. The girl sat down next to me and we had a fairly standard conversation. She told me her name was Sadie. I found out she was originally from New York and relocated here to work for some property management company and to escape an abusive relationship. After hearing her story, I offered to buy her a drink. We continued our talk, and after about an hour, I realized I'd drunk way too much. Hey Sadie, I gotta get going. It's a long walk back to my place, and I'm a bit out of it. Well, you could always stay at my place. It's not that far from here. Are you sure? I mean, we just met. She leaned toward me and rested her hand on my thigh. That sobered me up a bit. I paid off my tab and we left the bar at around 10:30. We made our way to the small parking lot behind the building. Sadie then led me to a green Subaru parked at the far end of the lot. Upon seeing the vehicle and noticing it had Vermont plates, I started to get a bad feeling. Hadn't she said she came from New York? I felt like a mouse about to enter an obvious trap, so I stopped and didn't let her lead me any further. Are you sure about this? I asked her. I got a really bad feeling all of a sudden. I'm not trying to be funny or immature with this next part. I'm simply relaying what happened. She approached me and caressed my area. Well, how do you feel now? The strange feeling I had was quickly chased away and replaced by something else. I was quite dumb back then. Okay? She walked over to the passenger side door and held it open for me. Before I knew it, I'd climbed inside the car of this stranger that I'd just met an hour ago. After Sadie closed the door, she began to walk around to the other side, but she did so very slowly. It was bizarre. It looked like she was pretending to be a zombie or something. The strange feeling from earlier immediately returned. I tried to open the passenger door only to find it was locked from the outside. Sadie stopped outside the driver's side door and stared at me through the window. She then waved at me, and I heard her say, "Have a nice trip, David." Don't ask me how I knew exactly what I had to do, but I placed my hand over my throat. Someone put a wire over front of my face and pulled tight. There was someone in the back seat. If I didn't bring up my right hand when I did, the wire would have been right up on my jugular. I heard the assailant in the back seat grunting. As they pulled the wire tighter, we struggled and Sadie opened the driver's side door. I could tell she was angry at what was going on. A male voice boomed from the back seat. Move his fucking hand already! Between the creeped out feeling from earlier and the literal attempt on my life right now, I was 100% sober. She climbed into the seat and tried to pull my hand away. In all the excitement, she must not have noticed my left hand was free. I balled my hand into a fist and clocked her right in the face, sending her into the dashboard. What the fuck? You just hit my girlfriend! I felt the wire around my throat loosen. I threw it off me and tried the handle on the passenger door again. To my surprise, it actually opened. Before I knew it, I was running down the street as fast as I could. I ended up at a nearby convenience store where I called the police. I gave them a detailed description of Sadie and the Subaru she was driving. I pretty much spent the rest of that evening giving my statement and answering questions. I wasn't dropped off at the dorms until after 3 a.m. There have been a few follow-ups to my case since. It was determined the Subaru had been reported stolen earlier that evening. Sadie was clearly a false name and she'd used a fake ID at the bar. They said it was likely a case of what's known as a lust murder. Sadie and her accomplice tried to murder me to fulfill a sadistic sexual desire. It's only a theory, of course, but it does seem to fit their MO. They're still at large this very day. I feel extremely lucky to even be alive right now. If I hadn't raised my hand exactly when I did, I have no doubt I would have been killed. I'll tell you one thing, that's the last time I'll ever try to pick up someone at a bar again. This happened when I was very young. Since this is technically still an active investigation, I'll omit certain details from the story. For some context, I grew up in a small town in Wyoming. As a non-outdoorsy kind of guy, growing up in the cowboy state wasn't exactly exciting on any level. As a side note, I didn't really appreciate my home state when I was younger. I was going through my rebellious stage, and eventually I moved to Chicago and went to school there for years. After I finished up my education, I moved out to San Francisco, where I resided until 2016. By then, I'd had my fill of city living and hightailed it back to Wyoming. I now live in Cheyenne. In my hometown, there was virtually no crime in my area. It was the kind of place where you could leave your doors unlocked all night. The only thing that we kids had to contend with was boredom. However, there was one incident that shook the entire community. It was one that I just so happened to witness firsthand as well. The year was 1991. I was in elementary school at the time. Back then, the school that I went to was located in between several small coal mining towns. They didn't have schools of their own. Some of these communities were over an hour away. For whatever reason, though, the school didn't provide bus rides to students who lived in these remote areas. My mom didn't get off work until around 4 or so, and it took her about 45 minutes to come pick me up from school. There was a playground located in the schoolyard, where students who were being picked up by their parents would hang out unsupervised. On the day in question, me and another child named Thomas were the only ones on the playground when class let out that day. I noticed there was an old pickup truck sitting in the parking lot, ominously facing right toward the playground. Of course, I didn't think it was very ominous at the time. I didn't really think anything about it at all, really. I didn't know Thomas very well, and we didn't really talk to each other either. I remember I was trying to do some chin-ups on the monkey bars while he was sitting on the bench near the parking lot. I eventually got bored of the monkey bars, though, and walked over to sit on the slide so I could get out of the sun for a while. Shortly after, I heard Thomas talking to someone. No, I don't know you. I'm not going with you." I was facing the opposite direction. The main playground area sat between the slide and the bench Thomas was sitting on. When I looked over, I could make out a figure standing next to Thomas. The only thing I seem to recall about them is that they were wearing a pair of faded jeans. My memory gets a little fuzzy after this, which is disappointing because I prided myself on having a pretty good memory. The only thing I remember after noticing the mysterious person talking to Thomas was seeing the truck speeding out of the parking lot and realizing that Thomas was suddenly gone. I didn't see Thomas getting into the truck. I didn't even realize he'd been grabbed until the day after. My mom arrived about 10 minutes later. The next day, I was called into the principal's office and was asked by a police officer if I'd seen Thomas the day before. I told him about the strange truck in the parking lot and seeing someone talking to him while I was on the slide. Unfortunately, the story does not have a happy ending. Thomas's body was found in a ditch a week later in the neighboring state of North Dakota. It was less than an hour away from the school. The tragedy shook the entire community. A lot of parents blamed the school for not having someone out there watching us, which is a perfectly valid point of view in my opinion. After what happened to Thomas, not only did they have a chaperone out there watching us at all times, but a police car was also stationed in the parking lot. It wasn't until I got older that I realized just how lucky I was to not be taken that day as well. I potentially came very close to meeting the same fate as Thomas. The scariest part about all of this is that they were never able to find who took him or what their motive was. It happened out of nowhere for seemingly no reason. It's a scary thought to imagine someone just waking up one day and deciding to nab and murder an innocent child right out of the schoolyard. I don't think living in constant fear is healthy at all. However, we must be aware that evil lurks everywhere, even in the most remote and unassuming places. This happened roughly an hour ago. I, 14 and female, was walking my dog Stella around the neighborhood. I'd been at a craft fair all day and was super tired because it had been raining and I hadn't managed to pull in much money. I was asked to walk Stella just after I'd gotten back with my mom, and I said yes. We headed out and I was strolling along, keeping an eye on the sky. It was looking like it was going to start pouring at any time, and I didn't have a raincoat with me, just an oversized hoodie. I heard a car turn down the street I was walking on with Stella, but I didn't give it much mind. I could hear it getting closer and closer to me, until it eventually started to slow down. I assumed that whoever this was must be turning into a driveway, but I looked back just to be cautious. The car, I believe a Chevrolet, although I'm not quite sure, had no front license plate. The car didn't turn into a driveway either. I was a little more than unsettled now. I heard it getting closer and closer to me. I put Stella on the other side of me, away from the road. I was even more frightened when I heard one of the doors of the car open as it was driving. I remember muttering to myself, "Oh fuck, here we go. I better be able to scream well." A hand grabbed my wrist out of nowhere and jerked me toward the car. I wrestled with this guy for a few seconds and began to scream. I hadn't screamed in quite a while. I'm a very quiet teen unless I'm with my friends. The dude jerked his arm again. Stella, being the silly goof she is, finally realized I was in danger. She pounced on the guy and sunk into his leg with her jaws, making him scream like a little girl. She was not letting go. The guy loosened his grip on me by now, and I seized the opportunity to kick him hard enough to make him drop me. He shrieked and let go of me, at which point Stella released his leg. I picked her up and sprinted back to my house. I caught the back license plate, though I don't exactly remember it now. It was from New Brunswick, though. I'm in British Columbia. I'm scared to think how far the two men would have gotten with me if Stella had not defended me that time. I live in a small, sleepy town, mostly populated by elderly people or people looking to raise their kids in a quiet and tight-knit area. The highest form of crime that happens here is either domestic abuse or someone trying to rob the gas stations, which usually fails since the only gas stations in town are neighboring the police department. I've always been a paranoid kid, my mother having taught me to be afraid of the world. I have schizoaffective disorder. I hallucinate often, and sometimes it's hard to tell what's real from hallucinations. Tonight was a night where I was 100% sure this was real, though. The night began with me and my buddy deciding to hang out. Around the late 8 p.m.s or so, we were planning on going to the local grocery store with a combined $25 and grabbing some snacks. By the time we got in the general vicinity, though, we realized the store had closed 10 minutes ago. We decided to go to the gas station instead. Second best option, right? We turned in, and I noticed a man who seemed to be in his 20s, sitting near the courthouse with his phone and body facing towards us. Note that me and my buddy were both dressed somewhat unconventionally. We assumed this was some guy about to post us on Snapchat and talk about how ridiculous we looked, a common trend among younger people here. So we didn't really give him much thought. We walked around the courthouse to avoid the guy, just in case he was going to try and confront us or something. We went into the gas station. The more I thought about him, though, the more I felt unsettled by him. Alarm bells kept going off in my head, but I couldn't quite figure out what about him was making me feel this way. We bought snacks and left, walking back in the same direction. I saw a guy in a laundromat we were passing by that I thought looked eerily similar to the guy from just 10 minutes before. I didn't say anything though. Surely it was just a coincidence. We kept walking, but right before we were about to walk in front of the large window of the laundromat, I noticed the guy was pressing his phone up against the glass, right where we were about to walk in front of. I grabbed my buddy's arm and went off in the opposite direction. I'm not sure what this guy's infatuation with recording us was, but it was so strange. I walked back to the gas station while my buddy was yelling at me that it wasn't a big deal and everything was fine. I told the manager of the station, and he recommended we go to the police. I walked to the station next door and convinced my friend to go with me. As I looked down the street, I could see the guy was now sitting outside the laundromat for some reason, holding his phone up towards us. After a small wait, we got our names taken, and 2 officers came to speak with us. We described the guy, and they mentioned they already had gotten a call involving the laundromat. They were on their way over there anyway. I described the weird situation and how he'd had his phone pressed right up against the glass on the window. They both agreed it was weird and creepy. They were glad we came to them instead of just continuing to go home. We sat outside the station to get some fresh air for a while. When the police went to grab the guy, we finally felt safe to go home. We went a very out-of-the-way direction though, just to be safe. I'm not exactly sure what was going on with that guy, but for some reason he was wanted by the police. I work at a grocery store here in town, so I hope I never stumble into that guy ever again. I remember one night I was woken in the middle of the night. I was half asleep and could see a blinding light on my face. It was quite strange because as far as I knew, there wasn't anything coming in from my window. The next thing I knew, I felt something grabbing a hold of me and refusing to let go. I started panicking and tried to scream even. I'm pretty sure my scream sounded like a 20-minute-old goat baby trying to make a sound though. After trying to move and shake off whatever this was, they finally let go. I couldn't fall back asleep because I was terrified. I looked up and tried to see what it was, but I didn't see anything around me. Eventually, I managed to fall asleep out of exhaustion. I woke up the next morning feeling very tired. My back really hurt, so I went to go look in the mirror and see what was wrong. I noticed there were tons of scratches all over my back and all down the back of my arms as well. To this day, I have no idea how or what happened that night, and I shudder whenever I think about it. When I was a kid, my family would often frequent this Italian restaurant near the city's airport called Martino's. My great-uncle discovered this place during his quest to find a genuine Chicago-style hot dog outside of the Windy City. On the day in question, I went to Martino's with my dad and uncle for a bit of lunch. I believe this was right in the middle of my school's summer break, and my mom had opted to stay home for whatever reason. After we were done, the 3 of us returned to my dad's car. My uncle got in the passenger seat and I climbed into the back. We hadn't gotten very far from the restaurant at all when we noticed an older pickup truck tailing us and driving very erratically. The car kept accelerating, pulling right up to our rear bumper and then backing up, only to do it all over again. Evidently, whatever they were doing, they were in a real big hurry, trying to get my dad to go faster or move out of their way. Well, my old man isn't the type of guy who takes shit from anybody except my mom, so he kept driving at the speed limit, refusing to move over. I thought the truck would eventually pass us by, but instead it got right up on our bumper and stayed there. From the back seat, I couldn't quite see into the car through the rearview mirror, but I remember my dad saying the driver was so angry that he was slamming on the steering wheel and screaming at us as well. The truck stayed behind us until we came to the next stoplight, which of course was red. As soon as we came to a stop, the driver's side door of the pickup truck flew open, and a younger man stepped out of it. He was in his late 20s to early 30s. My dad put his car into park and opened his door as well. Before the guy could even get a word out, my dad said very calmly, "You need to get back in your truck right now." For a second, the guy seemed taken off guard and almost looked as if he was about to back down. Then he took a step forward, staring my dad in the eyes. My uncle and I were both preparing for the worst when the stoplight suddenly flicked back to green. The man sprinted for his truck and tore off down the road. If my dad had been shaken at all by the encounter, he didn't show it. My uncle and I were definitely on edge, though. We took comfort, thinking that we wouldn't see that truck ever again, or so we thought. It was quite a ways up the road when we reached another intersection. We were in the right lane, and the truck was in the far left turn lane. Upon seeing that, my dad burst into a fit of laughter and made a wisecrack about how the guy was in such a big hurry just to go nowhere. "Hey, watch this." We came to a stop and my dad rolled down his window. "Hey, jackass!" When the driver looked towards us, my dad did a perfect imitation of him banging on the steering wheel and screaming incoherently. The whole bit, really. That's when the driver really lost his shit. The pickup truck backed up and came tearing out of the turn lane, barreling straight across the road directly at us. My dad quickly turned down the intersecting road, and the truck followed behind us, tailgating us once again. My dad pushed the car to its limits. We were hauling ass, but the truck was quickly closing in. Just up the road, there was an interstate ramp. My dad made a ballsy move. He waited until the very last second and then skittered our car into the ramp lane. As we climbed at the ramp, the last thing we heard was the truck's horn blaring profusely. It disappeared out of sight, and thankfully after that we made it back home safely. My mom saw how freaked out my uncle and I were, and she pressured my dad into telling the full story. I'm pretty certain she chewed him out real good right after, especially for his imitation gag business. As was typical, my dad was pleased with himself. We still talk about what happened that day every now and then, and we used to laugh about it. Now, even my dad doesn't crack jokes about it anymore, though. I think he realized just how deranged that man really was, and the potential danger we were in at any moment. Things really could have turned deadly if the guy had decided to pull out a gun or something. Thankfully, he never did. Back in the 90s, when my mother was in her 20s, she claimed that she was a bit of a party animal. Every Friday night, she and her friends would go to a popular club in Nova Scotia. For this story to make sense, I need to give you a basic layout of the club. There were 2 levels, one with a bar and dance floor, and the second floor was a balcony that wrapped around the building. They were dancing at the club one Friday night when my mom got this uncomfortable feeling. She could tell that somebody was watching her from up on the balcony. She tried to check and see if maybe one of her friends was trying to get her attention, but she saw that all 4 of them were currently dancing on the floor. She combed the balcony as well to try and spot whoever was staring at her, but with all the flashing lights and moving crowds, it was really impossible to tell. She brushed it off as a bout of paranoia. Later that night, she was doing some shots with her friends when that same uncomfortable feeling suddenly came over her, except this time it was much stronger than before. She looked all around the area once more, but this time nobody was there at all. Something in her gut told her to stop drinking. She tried to tell her friends as well, but by this point they were all pretty wasted. They told her she was just being dramatic, and she should stop worrying so much. Try to have some fun or something. She didn't feel right though, so she grabbed her friend that was the least drunk and pulled her aside to talk about it. We'll call her Chelsea. She explained to Chelsea what was bothering her, and to her surprise, Chelsea admitted that she felt the same too. She didn't want to scare anyone though. They both decided they should probably leave and drag the rest of their severely intoxicated friends out of there. The next morning, her Aunt Carol, who lived in the apartment above hers, called her to show her a breaking news story. It turned out a woman had been found murdered in the alleyway just outside of the club area. She looked exactly like my mom. Same hair, same outfit, and everything. They believe she had been lured out and murdered only an hour after my mom left the club that night. As far as we know, the killer has never been caught, and to this day, my mom fully believes that she was the killer's original target. Had she not left when she did, it would have been her on the news that day. She never went back to that club ever again, and I believe it shut down just a few years later. Before this story begins, I just want to point out that I don't live in Canada. I was just visiting when this occurred. I took a trip to Toronto to watch my home baseball team, the Seattle Mariners, taking on the Blue Jays in the wild card. I'm happy to say that we won, but after the game is where things really took a turn for the worst. I left the stadium with some friends of mine. We wanted to head back to the hotel. The streets were quite crowded with people, and my friends and I were really struggling to get through the maze of pedestrians and reach the parking garage. We finally managed to reach our destination, though, and made our way to where the car was parked. It was toward the back section, which didn't have as many vehicles there. It was also very dimly lit, being lit up by only a few lights hanging from the concrete ceiling. Suddenly, one of my friends, Jack, tugged on my shoulder. "Dude, I think someone is watching us." I froze, and that's when I noticed something strange. Just up ahead of us, there was a figure, hiding behind a truck. The person was obviously not doing a very good job at concealing themselves, if even I could immediately notice them. The second we saw them, they stood up. It was a very tall man, maybe 6'4", wearing these old clothes and with an extremely thick beard. He was one of those sorts who looked like they'd lived on the streets for quite a while, and his size was very intimidating. This man could do some real damage if he flew into a rage. All of a sudden, he stepped out from behind the truck and began to charge at us. My heart sank and I was terrified. "Holy shit! Run!" All three of us booked it to the car. I fumbled with the keys before I managed to open the door. The second everyone piled in, I immediately locked all the doors. No less than a second later, I heard the sound of groaning metal. I looked over to see the bearded giant trying to force his way in. He wasn't just tugging on the door handle either. It really looked like he was attempting to separate the door entirely from the car's frame. I didn't even want to think about what would happen to us if he managed to get inside. I floored it backward, knocking the man over in the process. I quickly pivoted the car and hauled ass out of there. I remember looking into the rear view mirror to see the man standing back up and staring at us with a look of hatred until we were out of sight. From now on, I'm going to be a lot more careful with my surroundings and perhaps never park in the back of a poorly lit parking garage again, especially in Canada. You never know who could be hiding in the shadows, waiting to attack you. I've been living in Japan for about 3 years. For the most part, it's a very safe place to live, but it does have more than its fair share of creeps, like real creeps too. You wouldn't believe some of the things I've seen. I'll just say there's a lot of self-gratification in public. This story is my most traumatic experience of running into one of these creeps. For reference, I'm a 27-year-old woman from the United States. and this happened in my first year there. I was 24 at the time. I was on my way to my classroom. I was an English teacher, and there were about 90 foreigners there. I was living in a small country town in the mountains at the time. Well, small for Japan. It still had quite a bit of people living in it, though. It was the end of summer, so around the end of August sometime. It was hot, and I stopped by a 7-Eleven to buy a drink and cool down a little in the store's AC. I went to the back of the store where the drinks were, pretty much the same setup for all the 7-Elevens around here. When I got to the drink fridge, there was already someone standing there. At first, I thought it was just a normal everyday shopper, selecting their own beverage, so I stood a polite distance away to let them select their option. It was the height of the pandemic after all, so I didn't want to get too close. I waited and waited, but he didn't seem to move at all. I then noticed that every once in a while, he would look at me out of the corner of his eye. I really didn't have time for this, and I was starting to get real creeper vibes from this guy. I excused myself and opened the fridge he was standing in front of. I grabbed myself a bottle of water. As I cut in front of him, I noticed he kind of leaned in, and I could hear an obvious long, drawn inhale. This creep was sniffing me. I grabbed the closest bottle and rushed for the register to pay. As I was leaving, I couldn't shake the feeling I was being watched, but I fought the impulse to turn around and look. I went outside and continued to walk, thinking this weird encounter was now over. We all know, though, that I wouldn't be writing this if it was. As I walked up the hill to my classroom, I heard the sound of running footsteps behind me. I didn't think too much of it. Why would someone be running up behind me, after all? I didn't know anyone here. The footsteps got closer, so I moved to the side to let this runner pass me by. But they never did. They stopped right next to me. I looked over to see who it was, thinking maybe a fellow teacher wanted to talk to me, or perhaps a student stopping to ask a question. Needless to say, I was very shocked when I realized who it actually was, the guy from the drink fridge in the 7-Eleven. Now that I could get a much better look at him, there was definitely something wrong with him. He was mumbling something to himself, getting uncomfortably close to me. He was tall and seemed abnormally skinny even for a young Japanese man. He was in all black, with long pants and a long-sleeved shirt, even though it was still super hot out. He was now wearing a black mask, and I couldn't really see much of his face other than his eyes. His head was kind of downward, and he was peeking at me from underneath his hair. I asked him if he needed something. He then proceeded to start rapid-fire questioning me in Japanese, all in this strange mumbling way of speaking. "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying," I said to him, trying my best not to look at him. He was really creeping me out. He hadn't really done anything too bad yet, but he was making me feel strange. He just had this vibe about him. "Well, where are you from?" he mumbled out. "America," I replied quickly. He asked a few more basic questions in English before asking me where I lived. I told him I wasn't going to tell him. "Why?" he asked, very taken aback. "We're a couple now." He reached out and tried to grab me. His fingers were long and skinny, and his unkempt nails were dirty too. They almost looked like the nails of a witch or something. I withdrew in disgust. Where he touched, it left a sticky feeling on my skin. Even though I was weirded out at this point, I didn't want to make too much of a scene. It was a country town, so there weren't really many people around to help me at that time of day anyway. I started to move away from him as fast as possible. He made a confused noise and tried to follow me. We came to a set of traffic lights. The pedestrian cross sign was red, but there were no cars and I was trying to escape this guy. I crossed the road. The strangest thing happened. I heard him start making a kind of hurt, strangled cry from behind me. I took a look over my shoulder, and I swear I'm not making this up. He stopped at the red light and was visibly having a breakdown, like he didn't know how to cross the road. I know that jaywalking is frowned upon in Japan, but I didn't think it was quite like this. I knew that the red light wouldn't hold him off for long though, so I just started running to my classroom. Luckily it wasn't too far away, and the creepy dude didn't seem like much of an athlete. I managed to lose him. I got to my classroom and unlocked the door and kept the blinds closed. It seemed as though I had really lost him. I taught all my classes for the night, 3 in total. It was an after-school English conversation lesson for kids 3 to 18 years old. I usually teach one lesson for about an hour and 15 minutes. Then in between, I send the students off to their parents and greet the next class coming in. Each time I went out to speak to the parents and send the students off on their way, I had this intense feeling I was being watched. I figured I must just be being paranoid, but I couldn't shake that feeling no matter what I did. Once I was finished with all my lessons for the day, I closed up and waited inside a classroom for a bit. I was peering out from behind the blinds. I had all the lights off and just waited. The plan was to wait for 15 minutes, just to be sure that no one really was watching me earlier. I didn't really have any plans after work anyway, and I figured that if someone really had been watching me, they would think I exited a different way if the lights were off for that long, and nobody emerged. Sure enough, after just 10 minutes, he did emerge. He had been hiding around the corner. I had no idea what my next move should be. In any other country, I could just call the cops, but Japan always ignores stalkers unless they actually do something to you. They especially don't care if the victim is a foreigner. I know this from many stories of friends being stalked. Plus, I couldn't speak Japanese very well anyway. My company's office was closed, and I couldn't call them for help. I just planned to stay overnight in the classroom at worst, or until there was no chance of him still being there. I'd finished up my classes at 8:30, and everything had been closed up by 9:15, so I waited until 11:30 p.m. Eventually, I just couldn't take it anymore. I tried to be as stealthy as I could be, leaving through a different route home, which was much longer. I ended up getting back at about 12:15-ish. I lived in the same town about 20 minutes away on foot usually. Luckily though, my longer gamble turned out well because I didn't see that guy once on the way home. I called in sick the next day and spoke to my supervisor about transferring to a different location. Luckily, there was a teacher who had left recently, and their apartment and unit of classrooms was open, so I was set to transfer in just a week. My supervisor was very kind and agreed that the police wouldn't do anything. He pushed to get the transfer done as soon as possible. He even offered for me to take a paid vacation until the move. I was on high alert for that whole week, but I made it through without any further run-ins with the strange man. My company made sure to put a male teacher in the area after that. So yeah, Japan isn't always the safest country everyone thinks it is, just that lots of crimes like these don't even get reported or dealt with by the authorities at all. This happened when I was much younger. I used to have a part-time job working for a liquor store in downtown Osaka. The area I worked in was known as the entertainment district, so I was often busy running back and forth. We delivered alcohol to pubs, bars, and certain nighttime entertainment venues. We would always be particularly busy around the New Year's period. I wouldn't even have a single minute to myself. Now, I'm not proud to admit this on the internet, but I have a very weak stomach, so whenever I'm out in the cold running back and forth, I usually need to go to the bathroom after. With my embarrassment now out of the way, I can go on with the story. About halfway through my shift, I realized I needed to use the bathroom really badly. Normally, I would just run back to the liquor store, but I knew I wouldn't have time to make it. So, under the cold December sky, I ran around the entertainment district in search of an open bathroom. Thankfully, there was a convenience store nearby. I said hello to the guy working the register. I knew him, so I headed into the bathroom area. I was appalled to see that there were two people standing in front of the closed bathroom door. They were waiting in line for their turn as well. One guy was an elderly-looking businessman. The other guy was much younger, blonde hair, probably in his early 20s. Looked like he was out for a night on the town. Since there weren't any better viable toilets in the area, I decided to wait in line for my turn here. Whoever was in there seemed to be in no hurry to leave at all. We were just standing out there trying to hide our feelings of impatience. It was taking far too long. After 15 minutes had passed, we hadn't even heard the flush of the toilet, nor the hand dryer or anything. Not really any sounds at all. It felt like whoever was in there was never going to come out. The blonde-haired guy suddenly banged on the bathroom door and yelled at whoever was stuck inside. "Hey, what the hell, man? Are you sleeping in there? Come on! I've been waiting out here long enough." Moments after that, we heard some noise from behind the door. There was a strange rustling sound, followed by something that sounded like chuckling. I guess some drunk guy had passed out in there and was now waking up. I was relieved because I was on a ticking clock sort of situation. 3 minutes passed, and then 5, and now I was really reaching my limits. I should have just run back to the liquor store. I would have made it back by now. At this point, I noticed something strange. The soft chuckling noise I'd heard before was now getting louder. It grew louder by the second, and I heard something like someone stamping their foot inside. Like there was cartoon knee-slapping laughter going on. It was so weird and unsettling sounding. I don't know if I'll be able to accurately describe what happened next, but I'll try my best. If you told someone to do an impersonation of as many styles of laughter as they'd ever heard, it was sort of like that. Like someone mimicking laughter, but in a completely disingenuous and unnatural way. Like they didn't understand what laughing even was. It was just plain disturbing to hear. I didn't think whoever was behind that door sounded drunk anymore. They sounded like something was really wrong with them, like they were deranged. We were all getting the creeps now. The office worker was staring at the door, and so was the blonde-haired guy. We all just couldn't take our eyes off it. The blonde-haired guy called out to the store employee that someone was on drugs or something inside, so the clerk rushed over and tried to get our versions of events. After we told him what was going on, he went off and returned with some keys. Looked like he had the master key to the bathroom. By this time, everyone else in the store was forming a mini crowd. They must have been drawn in by the commotion and the strange laughing sound. The clerk called out through the bathroom door. "Hello, sir. Are you feeling unwell in there? I'm afraid I'm going to have to open the door now." We all watched as the clerk unlocked the door and pulled it open. I imagined I would see some guy, slumped in the corner, bleary-eyed. That was not what I saw, though. There was nothing in there, apart from this really small, weird-looking doll sat on top of a closed toilet lid. It was small and dirty, and it looked worn out. It looked so out of place. It looked really old, too. Clearly not a toy kids these days would play with. There were no windows in the convenience store bathroom, so where the hell had whoever was in there gone off to? It left us all completely speechless. I don't know what the hell happened that night, and I probably never will. Whenever I tell people about this, they never believe me. I've had the following responses. Number 1, that they can't believe anyone would wait so long for the bathroom, and number 2, they couldn't believe everyone was that patient. I understand their criticisms, but there were a lot of witnesses there, and nothing I can figure out can explain why the door was locked from the inside, and all the sounds of moving and stamping and maniacal laughter. At least nothing bad happened to me, so I guess I can be grateful for that at the very least, but it was a very creepy experience for sure. So I used to live in a little town in north central Florida on 3.5 acres of wooded land. There were very high canopies there, so high in fact that the moonlight couldn't shine through. That meant the property was always very dark at night, abnormally dark compared to other places. Before I bought this place, the property's previous owner had shared a morbid piece of history with me. There had once been a trailer out front where an old lady used to live. I guess she owned the land originally. One evening, she was pressure canning when the cooker she was using suffered a catastrophic malfunction, which severely injured that old lady. Apparently, she laid there for quite a while, suffering before she died. You could still see the very foundation where the trailer was once parked. After moving in, I had some bad run-ins with the neighbors. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I've always just felt a negative energy there in general. At the front of the property, opposite where the old trailer used to be, there's a long driveway that led up to a workshop. It was about 2,000 square feet or so, with 2 roll-up metal bay doors on its west side, and a regular door facing the south towards my house. The workshop had very high fluorescent lights, and was outlined with shelves and cabinets, with a rectangular wood bracket for a television. There was also shelving high up in the corners where you could mount speakers if you wanted to. I spent a lot of time in there alone. The isolation always did creep me out a bit, but this was my workshop. This is where I got things done. The property's previous owner, the guy who told me about the old lady, used it to work on motorcycles in there, I guess, so it was already set up as a mechanical repair shop. The building was roughly 10 meters or so away from the house. It was around July of 2012, I believe. I was working in the shop and the doors were closed. It had been quite a rainy month and I was trying to keep my tools from rusting, unsuccessfully, mind you. I was in the middle of cleaning up an antique revolver. I had probably been in there for about an hour or so when some lightning struck close by. It startled me, so I waited about 5 minutes to see if this would pass. Little joke about Florida: if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes or drive 5 miles, and everything will change. As I was wrapping up, though, the lightning hit the front of the shop directly, coming through the front and striking the concrete base. Bits of concrete and sand blasted at the side of my neck. I cringed in pain as the lights went out, plunging the shop into complete darkness. I remember running towards the door on the south end which faced my home and kicking it open, revolver in hand, as if I was going to go shoot the storm or something. The true ruthlessness of this storm was now vividly displayed in front of me. Rain was rushing past me into the darkness of the now powerless shop. I stood there for a few minutes, wondering if I should run the 100 or so meters to the house. Another strike landed nearby, and I decided to get out of there. As I was running through the rainfall, I immediately began to slosh in knee-high water rapids that I hadn't noticed before. Water was rushing all around the front of the property. My pace was really slowed by these flooding waters, now constantly beating against my legs. I got within 30 feet of the sliding glass doors of my home. Safety was within my grasp. I stepped out of the rushing water and onto the small concrete slab, which was a few inches elevated. It had once been the foundation for the aforementioned trailer. Before I could even bring myself to slow down, I slid into the accumulated 4 inches of water that was gathered in my yard. I was now completely soaked, covered in muddy water. Without hesitation, I brought my legs off the ground and onto the landing and opened the sliding glass doors. Not a moment later, lightning struck again, hitting a pine tree not 6 feet away from where I'd been. I was blinded by the flash of light. I rose to my feet and slapped my muddy revolver on the countertop, then ran toward the staircase. Under the staircase was a large desk where the family computer used to be, so I decided to take refuge under there until this storm passed by. Within seconds, lightning hit my house. Another blinding flash enveloped me. My arms and legs seized up. The lightning had blasted through the roof and struck the floor tiles, causing them to explode. I quickly began to remove everything metallic I had on me. My wallet, my steel-toed boots, my watch, my belt, even my wedding ring. I tossed it all into the living room. Every muscle in my body was on fire. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't breathe. I imagine it's because of all the adrenaline rushing through me. I laid there and started to shiver. It took what felt like forever for the lightning to fade and for the storm to eventually subside. Later on, while surveying the damage with my wife, we discovered several charred bits blown straight out of the walls and blasts of tile upstairs. I've had quite a few years to reflect on the situation that night. I still get uncontrollable anxiety and feel like I'm not safe anywhere, like I could be struck by lightning at any time. Sometimes I wonder if the heavens were angry with me that day. At the time of this story, my close friend and I were in our late 20s. We became roommates and moved into a new apartment in the Greater Toronto area. It was a great neighborhood with low crime rates and lots of tourists. Not a bad place to be at all. The building itself was in great shape, but also very old. Many of the tenants told us they'd been there for over 20 years now. We were assured that the locks were changed before we moved in. There was a maintenance guy who took care of the building, who was in his late 60s. I was the last to leave the apartment on this day. It was about 8 a.m. and I locked the door behind me. My roommate got home that day at 4:30 p.m., changed and left again to go run some errands. When I arrived back, the first thing I did was go to my room and change out of my work clothes, then put on some yoga pants. I noticed that my closet looked particularly messy today. It caught my attention because I'm very much a type A personality. My belongings looked out of place. Some items were lying on the closet floor where they shouldn't be, and others had been placed into the incorrect storage containers. Furthermore, I could tell it looked like somebody had searched through my dirty laundry and tossed many items out of their way. That was probably what caused a bunch of stuff to fall over in the first place. I'm a very tidy person, so I knew right away that something was wrong here. For a moment, the thought crossed my mind that my roommate might be responsible, but I'd known her for a very long time, and I knew there was no way she would do something like this. If she needed something from me, she would always ask for it, not do this. I was in my room pondering over what was going on, when all of a sudden I heard my roommate call my name. I got up and went over to see what was wrong. I found the gift you left me. What? The present you left in my pillow? I just stared at her in confusion. I had no idea what she was talking about. I saw something on her bed. It was a dildo. Mine. I grabbed it and said, "That's mine. What the hell is it doing there?" "I found it in my pillow. You didn't put it there?" Fuck no. It was supposed to be stored in my closet. Now the wheels started turning, and things were coming together. Someone had entered our apartment, went into my room, searched through my dirty laundry, and found the sex toy in one of the storage boxes, then put it inside my roommate's pillowcase for whatever reason. The reality sunk in as well that there were no signs of forced entry at all, so the intruder had likely entered with a key of their own. We decided to talk to the building managers. They were an older couple who lived in the same building. They seemed very concerned, and clearly saw that I was an emotional wreck. The husband tried to play it down, though, saying it was probably just a joke, and asked if we'd given any of our friends a copy of the apartment key. Stupid question. Since the husband was a frail old man with cancer, though, he was obviously not having any involvement in this. We decided to call the police, and they came within an hour or so. I told them the whole story. They took down all our info, but honestly there wasn't much they could do. I figured it would be as much, but at least we had a paper trail now. I definitely mentioned the maintenance man, though, as someone they should question. I was convinced the intruder had to be a staff member or someone who had access to the apartment keys. As of the writing of this story, there's been no further word from the cops. But the good news is that whoever did this has not tried to enter our apartment ever since that day. This took place when I was only 7 years old. Back then, my parents would always drop me off at my grandma's house on the weekends. I really looked forward to staying with her. We would always go for walks around the neighborhood and talk to all the people that she knew. My grandmother was always a very religious person, and we went to church with many of the people in her neighborhood. It was a very friendly community. They would often host garage sales on the weekends during the warmer months, which usually had fairly decent turnouts. One weekend, my parents decided to go to one of these garage sales with us. I was super excited. Usually, we would just look around and very rarely buy anything. Eventually, we got to a house that had boxes of toys lined all the way down the driveway. The sale was happening at a house we had never been to before, and we didn't know who lived there. Once I saw all those toys, though, I thought I had just won the lottery. Well, as I was busy sorting through my newly discovered treasures, my grandma and parents were a few yards away, looking at some dishes and furniture. They were making conversation with some of the other people there when an older man who looked to be around 60 or so approached me and began watching me through the boxes with a smile on his face. My, what a pretty young woman you are. Do you like these toys? I eagerly said yes, not really thinking anything of it. I was about to leave and go ask my mom if I could buy this toy horse I had found, but before I could go, he said he would let me have it for free. He gave it to me with this big grin on his face and started grabbing other toys out of the boxes and handing them over to me, insisting I could have all the toys I wanted. He told me he had way more inside of his house, though, and that I should go in with him to play. Before I knew it, I was being grabbed and led into his house. All of a sudden, my mom came up behind me and yanked me away from the man. She asked him what the hell was going on. She was furious, holding me tightly and staring daggers at this stranger. She must have seen what was going on just in time and intervened on my behalf. My dad and grandma were right behind her. The man said nothing, while my mom and grandma started screaming at him. This caught the attention of every other bystander, and everyone immediately became suspicious of the man. I don't remember what was said exactly, because my dad scooped me up in his arms and took me back to the car, but I remember my grandma calling the police. I didn't really understand the gravity of the situation at the time. I found out many years later that the man had gone to the same church as my grandma and participated in a lot of the events hosted by that church, including the youth events. Apparently, the police found loads of child pornography on his computer, and he was sent to prison shortly after. I guess he used the youth events to try and pick his victims. I'm 19 now, and it still creeps me out thinking about what could have happened to me if my mother hadn't seen what was going on. Thank God she did. At the time of this story, I was 14 years old. As well as being much younger than I am now, I had developed crippling anxiety and depression. All I'll say is that I was very vigilant about my surroundings. On this day, I had planned to stay the night at a friend's house. I had never stayed at her place before. We had always just stayed at mine. I'll explain the layout of this home very quickly. It was located on this sloped hill, and when you drove down the steep road, the first part of the house you would see was big and expensive. It looked like an old mansion. If you continued driving down that way, you would be met with two semi-separated buildings. Both were small and run down. When I say small, I mean one of them was just a bedroom, and the other was a bedroom with a small bathroom and kitchen. No doors on these at all, just a piece of cloth/beads to separate the bathroom entrance from the kitchen. My friend's room was the bedroom, and her mom lived in the other section with the bathroom/kitchen. The landlord of the property lived in the big mansion. It was located right in the middle of the woods, and when I say that, I don't mean that lightly at all. I mean all you could see around you was the expansive Australian forest. Australian rainforests are incredibly dense, and if you try to walk through, you'll most likely receive some kind of nasty bite, whether that be a spider, an ant, a leech, etc. The first thing that happened, me and my friend had walked into her mom's flat. I don't know why. I think we were either hungry or I was asking how to get reception. We called out for her mom. She was in the bathroom, and as we walked past a small window, we heard, "Yeah?" coming from outside. I turned to my friend, and she looked just as confused as I was. If her mom was in the bathroom that was right in front of us, then why did we just hear a male voice answering from right outside? We tried to brush it off and not scare ourselves too much. We talked to her mom about whatever we needed and continued having fun in my friend's room. For a little more context, the landlord used half her room as storage and blocked off the back section of the room with a tall shelf and divider. There was a huge glass sliding door at the front of her room, and in the blocked back section there was another door. You couldn't really get through that. Now, skipping forward to nighttime, me and my friend had to go use the bathroom. We slinked out of her room and moved over to her mom's flat. Her mom was fast asleep, so we used the bathroom as quietly as possible, then tiptoed our way out of there. As we were walking the small way back to my friend's room, we saw something strange out in the woods. I didn't know what it was at first, but then I realized it was someone's eyes, looking directly at us from behind a tree. We panicked and froze. I pulled out my phone and took a photo before we sprinted back into our room. We locked the glass door behind us and drew the curtains. It's not a stretch to say we were completely panicking. We looked at the photo, and sure enough, when I tried to brighten the image, we could just about make out a man staring at us from within the dark woods. We were extremely scared. I called my mother, who was about an hour away, and she just dismissed us. After a while, we tried to relax. Maybe it was just our imagination playing tricks on us. We pulled out my laptop and put on a movie, some cheesy rom-com to lighten the mood. Maybe 20 or 30 minutes in, though, we froze and paused it. Footsteps crunching on the dry leaves right outside. We listened in horror as the footsteps moved through the tight alley that was the only way to that blocked-off back door. We both moved slowly, standing on the bed to look over the room divider. Our eyes were locked on that door, and after a moment of complete silence, the handle began to turn. The knob wiggled slowly, and then faster. The door couldn't be opened, though, as it was jammed against objects that were in the storage area. It stopped. No more noise. We were crying, holding each other in our arms, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The footsteps slowly crunched the leaves in the opposite direction, heading back to the front of the room. We didn't hesitate now. I grabbed my phone and called the police. After trying to explain the situation to the operator, she told us a unit was being dispatched and to stay right where we were. As we were still crying and hyperventilating, we heard a phone begin ringing. It sounded like some sort of old landline phone. It was out in the distance. As we continued to listen in, we could tell it was coming from somewhere in the landlord's mansion. We waited silently, listening to the drawn-out ringing of this phone. After what felt like at least 2 minutes, it stopped, and we heard his voice talk to the operator. Around this time, we noticed another thing. fingerprints on her windows. These windows were slated glass that you could open up and shit with a lever. Whoever left these prints had reached up, cupped their hand on the top of the glass, and dragged their fingers on the dust to try and open them. That certainly hadn't been there before. Soon, the landlord walked to her mother's unit and told her the police had called him. He seemed extremely upset and told her he made sure they didn't send a unit. Her mother came to her room and explained the situation. Both the landlord and her mother didn't seem to be bothered by the fact a man had just tried to enter our room. I couldn't stay the night anymore, and neither could my friend either. We were too scared to spend another minute there. I called my mom, and she came to get us at around 11 p.m. or so. We dropped my friend back off the next day. When we got there, her mother told us something that I didn't think we could pass off as just a coincidence. The night this all happened, it was raining. There had been some strong winds, but nothing enough to do this. Next to her mother's unit, there was this pole. During the night, right after me and her had been picked up, it had been knocked down. Mind you, this pole was literally embedded into the cement. There was no way it could have just been the wind. I'm not sure how all of this ties together. I suspect it may have been her landlord, but I'm not too sure. Either way, whoever tried to break into our room, I hope we never interact again. By the way, the police never did come. Back in 2001, I worked for a major home improvement warehouse. Let's just say the company I worked for had a real thing for the color orange. By then, I had been with the company for about 8 years. My previous position was with HR, an assistant to the regional and store managers. The company eliminated that position though, so I asked to be transferred to the RTV department, which stands for Return to Vendor. The girl who was working in that position gave her 2 weeks' notice, so the timing was perfect. The job was to work with the different vendors to get credit back to the store for defective merchandise. Our company had a pretty liberal return policy back in 2001. Some people brought back some really strange things, like garbage disposal units infested with maggots, old plug-in drills that weren't even being manufactured anymore, defective lawnmowers, and half-put-together shelves. I've seen it all in my RTV cage, as they called it. It was located in the receiving department at the very back of the store. A 12-foot-high chain-link fence with a swinging door entrance, which I would lock when I would go on lunch break or check out for the day. I had my computer up on a makeshift stand, where I would process the credits and have vendors sign off on them. You wouldn't be able to see into the cage from the outside, really, due to all the defective merchandise in the area. One day, a vendor came in for some defective molding or something. I was standing at my computer with my back towards the guy as he inspected the merchandise, both the product and mine. Apparently, he then told me, "I'll give you credit for everything here." I was about to turn around and say awesome thanks when I was surprised by a sudden flesh-colored and wrinkled phallic-shape hardware hanging out of his zipper. He just stood there with his hands on his hips, so I knew it hadn't just fallen out or anything. I turned back around to my computer and felt a bit faint. I thought to myself, is this really happening? Without turning back around, I handed him the RTV paper to sign. He said he'd see me again in a couple of weeks. I took some time in the cage to compose myself. I walked to the manager's office and informed him about the situation. I also called the MOD. They really liked their acronyms. His reply was, "Well, what do you expect?" He then started laughing. Since this was 20 years ago, I'll go ahead and say I was pretty cute back then. I was tan and fit, and had my hair and makeup done to look professional. No matter what I looked like, though, I hadn't expected that, especially not from someone I had to do business with. The MOD instituted that I should expect and accept treatment like that from time to time, and they weren't going to do anything about it. I called the company that the hot dog flasher worked for, and they said they'd look into it. Fast forward a few weeks later, and a coworker approached me. He asked, "Did you hear about that molding dude? He did the same thing to a cashier, and now he can't come back into the store anymore." That son of a bitch didn't even get fired. Looking back on the whole thing, I should have sued them all. I probably would be rich by now. Maybe I should have just laughed and said, "That's all you got? I've seen bigger ones on newborn babies." But hindsight is always 20/20. I'm a 17-year-old male from England. When this took place, I was 16. It was December of last year. Me and my mates live in a small village located about 20 miles south of Manchester. 2 minutes on the train from us was a larger village, which we would frequently visit as we attended school there. There was also just a lot more stuff to do. Our small village didn't exactly offer much for a bunch of amped-up 16-year-olds. There was this old abandoned office building in the larger village that was about a 5 to 10 minute walk from the village center, where all the shops and stuff were. The old office building was very creepy. It was especially a frightening sight to look at night. Each floor was the same, a huge office space to the right of a staircase leading to the black stairwell. To the left were the toilets and various other side rooms. We would sneak in through broken windows and then cover them up so no other people would know we were there. Once in the building, the first thing we did was go up onto the roof and get a bird's eye view of the village below. One night, me and 3 of my buddies decided to play a game of hide and seek in the old building. The rules were that the seekers had to count on the roof and give the hiders at least 5 minutes before coming down to look for them. After several rounds and even changing up the teams a couple of times, one friend and I decided it would be a good plan to hide near the ladder. That way, when the seekers came down to find us, we could discreetly climb up and hide out on the roof instead. After successfully making our way up without being seen, we stayed there for about half an hour. The 2 seekers eventually got bored of looking for us and came up to the roof, where we then jumped out and scared them for a laugh. "How long have you guys been up here?" one of them asked. I kept saying we had been up there the whole time, and he looked at me really confused but didn't really say anything else. I thought that was a bit of a weird reaction, but didn't really mind it. We decided to play one more game before heading out. It was now our turn, so we started the timer, and the former seekers descended the ladder. Once 5 minutes had passed by, we began our search for them. Once we got to the top of the stairs, I looked in through one of the big main offices where you could see the black stairwell. I saw one of the hiders walking down them. I thought I would be sneaky and go down the main stairs and cut them off, but when I got there, they were already gone. 15 minutes later, me and my partner were getting bored and a bit creeped out. We knew they had to be somewhere in the building because we kept hearing these footsteps and doors closing and what sounded like things being dropped on the floor. We decided to cheat and FaceTime one of the hiders. When my friend picked up, though, we were mortified to see the Christmas lights outside of the building. They had ditched us, and whatever we were hearing was not our friends at all. We immediately hung up and looked at each other before hauling ass out of there. After meeting up with the other 2, they went on to say that to get back at us for outsmarting them, they thought it would be funny to leave the building altogether, knowing someone else was definitely in there with us. After calming down because I was really pissed off at them, we all then talked about what we saw. My friend explained that when they were trying to find us, they'd both seen someone in the back stairwell. They'd also heard people talking and heard doors opening and closing, what sounded like random things falling to the floor too. When they both realized we were actually on the roof, that's when they decided to leave and play their little prank on us. I responded by telling them that I'd also seen a figure on the back stairs and how we'd heard the exact same things they did. To this day, I still have no idea who or what was in there with us. We had been in that building several times before and never encountered such a problem. We never even saw another person. For hours on end, we were playing hide and seek in there, completely unaware that some person or even multiple people were in there with us. It makes me sick. The building was demolished a month after this happened, and they plan on replacing it with a housing development. So this has to be the strangest thing I've ever experienced. At the time, it was very unsettling. I'm from the Bristol area, in the southwest region of the United Kingdom. Back in July of 2001, I was working my first job at a local department store while studying for my final GCSE exams. I was 16 at the time, and I used my pitiful first month's wages to buy my first mobile phone, a Nokia 3210. At first, everything was perfectly normal, and I was enjoying the novelty of communicating while on the move. I was sending short messages and all that sort of thing, until I started getting these random missed calls. They were always from a future timestamp as well. I would always get these bizarre calls either during my shift or just before it started. When I would check the details, it would display the same date and time on every occasion. One missed call, no number, December 31st, 2049. New Year's Eve, nearly 50 years into the future. These cars always came from a quote, no number. It didn't say unknown number, mind you. It said no number. I had no idea what that could possibly mean. That was certainly unusual, especially for cell phones in the early 2000s. Most people I tell this story to try to rationalize this by saying, oh, the phone date was just set incorrectly. But I proved them wrong by showing them that the phone was displaying the correct date. I would have chalked this all up to a one-off glitch had it happened only once, but I lost count after it happened 20 times over the space of 1 month. I remember on the 11th time it happened, I managed to catch the call as it was ringing. When I picked up, I heard this strange, garbled noise. It was almost like the chirping and whirling of an old dialed-up modem, mixed with the sound of someone choking or something. Unfortunately, it was too distorted to make out any words if there were any. I've tried searching forums, chat rooms, and various other websites for a few years afterward, looking for any kind of information about this phenomenon. I found nothing. The calls stopped around December of 2001, but the creepiest thing was that every time I missed one of these calls, this sensation would come over me, like someone was suddenly watching me. No one was ever in close proximity to me, though. When I found out I had missed a call, I remember even trying to take photos of the screen with another camera as evidence. Somehow, though, all the pictures came out unfocused and blurry. Remember, 20 years ago, we didn't have cameras built into phones, and screenshots weren't a thing either. What do you think this was? A random error? Or my future self trying to warn me about something? Maybe just a glitch in the Matrix. All I know is that it felt very wrong at the time, like I had discovered something I shouldn't have. This is something that happened to me in the 1990s. My name is Jennifer, and I had recently moved into a house in a pretty typical neighborhood. It was about 30 minutes outside of a major city, and I was renting a smaller 2-bedroom home. I lived by myself at the time and had a cord phone that was attached to the wall in the kitchen. That was my only phone back then, and I didn't even have a cell phone at all. I remember one night I randomly got a call very late. It was sometime after 10 o'clock, I believe, but I don't remember the exact time. Obviously, it's very unusual to get calls at that hour, especially from telemarketers or something. I guessed it must have been from a family member, or even a friend perhaps. I answered it, but when I picked up the phone, there was a man on the other end I didn't immediately recognize. "Hello? Hi, is this Jennifer speaking?" I said yes, and asked who this was that was calling. He didn't really answer me. The guy just started rambling. He said I was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and described me in vast detail. He went on and on about how much he liked me. I thought this was really weird, because I didn't even recognize this voice at all, and had no idea who he could be. When I asked him again who he was, he didn't answer me. When he refused to tell me who he was, I started to feel really uncomfortable about things. I ended up just hanging up on him. It was one of the strangest phone calls that I had ever gotten. Clearly, this guy had seen me before somewhere. He described enough of me for it to be sure that he really did know me, and he also knew my name somehow. I knew all the people at my job, though, and he didn't sound like anybody from there. I just had no idea who it could be. I was hoping he wouldn't call back, but of course he did just a short time later. It was only about 10 minutes after I'd initially hung up on him the first time. When I answered the phone, I heard him begin talking again, and almost hung up on him immediately. What he said in that split moment, though, shocked me so much that I couldn't do so at all. He said he was already there, and to let him in. That was followed shortly by a knocking at my front door. Whoever this guy was, he was right outside my home. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even want to look out to see who this man was. I was too scared. My blinds were closed anyways, so I couldn't see him. I didn't say anything to the man. He repeated himself, and finally I mustered up the courage to ask him to go away. The man said he wasn't going anywhere, and I heard him begin knocking once more. I told the man I was going to call the police if he didn't leave, but he didn't seem to be bothered at all. In a taunting tone, he said, "Well, what are they gonna do?" I hung up on him after that and dialed 911. I told the operator what was going on, and I was told that somebody would be out there shortly. After I got off the phone with the police, I did not hear any further knocking. The guy also didn't call me back. After maybe 10 minutes, the police got there. An officer knocked on the door, which at first I thought was the man again. I checked out the window, though, and saw it really was an officer. I let him in and informed him about what happened. He looked around my front and backyard, searching the entire property. Unfortunately, the man was long gone. He must have left after I called them. The officer asked me a few questions and said he would be around the area for a while. If something happened, to call again immediately. I did feel slightly better, but not a whole lot. I knew this guy was still out there somewhere. I was afraid he might come back and be angry. Maybe he'd even try to break in this time. After the police left, about 20 minutes or so went by when I heard a knocking at my front door again. My heart sank, knowing it was the same guy coming back. There was a slim chance it was the police again, though, so I carefully and slowly crept toward my front window. I moved the blinds just slightly, just enough to see who was out there. I couldn't get a good view at all, but I could tell it was not the police officer. When I saw this, I moved away from the window and ran back to the phone. I called the police again and told them the man had returned. I was only on the phone with the police for a minute or so. After I got off the phone with them, the man called again. He was still knocking on the door as well. I answered his call, wondering what he wanted now. "You shouldn't have called the cops on me, Jennifer." He then asked me to let him in again. I really didn't know what to say, and I was really nervous. Eventually, I just hung up on him. Only a minute or two after this, I heard voices outside my house. The officers had come back, and it sounded like this time they'd actually caught the man. I went to my window and looked out. Sure enough, it was true. When I saw the guy, though, I couldn't believe who it actually was. It was my next-door neighbor, a guy who lived all alone in the house next to me. His name was Dan, and I'd only spoken to him in passing a single time before. He must have been observing me whenever I went outside. Sometimes I would go on walks in the neighborhood or do yard work. What a creep that guy was. I was able to get a restraining order against him, and luckily after that, I never did see him again. There's a toilet stall in my school's bathroom that doesn't open. It's just always locked, it seems, and no one really can say why. It's the bathroom on the first floor of the north building, and the stall that won't open is the furthest one from the bathroom door. It's locked up tight, and it doesn't budge at all. It's pretty weird, to be honest with you. The north building is rarely used, and the rooms in that building aren't even being used for lessons currently. It's become more of a storage location. Due to the fact that not many people use that building, of course it wasn't long before creepy rumors began to spread around our school. There was a rumor going around that if you knocked on the door that never opens, something would knock back. The kids at the school said the paranormal lurked beyond that door, some kind of spirit or ghost. They said even that if you asked if anyone was there, you would get a response too. It seemed like all everyone was talking about was that stall door. Of course, no one could really agree on what the reply would be though. I heard many different things and exaggerations. Well, one day I decided to go see if those rumors were true. A couple other boys from my class wanted to test their mettle as well. We arranged to meet on the first floor of the north building when the sun went down. We didn't need to wait long after school for it to get dark, since it was during the winter. All of the restrooms in this building were supposed to have the same layout, I guess, because the shape of the building never changed from floor to floor. That bathroom, though, had this kind of weird atmosphere. I don't know how to put it, really. Just felt like there was a presence there. It was very quiet that day. You could have heard a pin drop in that bathroom. The first thing I noticed was the closed stall. We all headed over to it. Some of the boys were braver than the others, and some immediately tried yanking on the door handle in an attempt to wrench it open. No matter how much they pushed and pulled, the door didn't seem to budge. We thought we might be able to take a look at whatever was inside that stall by standing on the toilet in the one next to it and peeking over the wall. We quickly realized, though, that that was going to be impossible. It was boarded from the top of the stall door to the ceiling. Well, there was only one more option we could try, knocking on the door to see if the rumors were true. We didn't know who should knock first. No one really wanted to volunteer. My friend went over to the door and just started knocking. I began to feel a strange surge of chills race through me at the very moment he knocked on the door. I put it down to the fact I was feeling more than a little nervous. We all stood there in silent anticipation to see if a ghost really would reply to my friend's knocking. But of course, no response came. He turned around and faced the rest of us with a sly smile on his face. He then shrugged and said, "Guess I'll try this then. Is anybody there?" The only response we received was the sound of the tap dripping in the sink on the other side of the room. "All right, well, I guess the rumor's false, guys," he said. After that, the tension in the room began to dissipate. We all calmed down a little and began to joke and crack wise about the situation. "Guys, I'm gonna take a break and then we're getting out of this super scary bathroom." Most of my friends took a whiz. At that same time, my friend was showing off his confidence by whistling as he went to the bathroom. It had a completely new atmosphere when suddenly a noise cut through the bathroom. It was a creaking sound that I recognized immediately. I couldn't physically bring myself to look in the direction of that noise. Guys, I think the stall door is open now." We all agreed, but not one of us wanted to turn to face the stall. No one dared to look back. I was the closest one to the door that never opened, and after I'd finished relieving myself, I shook off my fear and turned to face it. One of my friends had beaten me to it, though. I heard him scream and watched him run out of the bathroom. This, of course, set off mass hysteria between us, and we all started screaming and running too. We left the bathroom and ran to our friend, who'd gotten out first. He was sitting down on the floor with his back against the wall. "Hey man, are you okay? What happened?" Questions like that we fired at him from all angles. When he replied, it was quite shocking. "I don't know, guys. I saw something in there. It was like a small shrine, an altar to worship of some kind." "Why would that be in there? It's a bathroom stall." We all looked at him skeptically. "It really was there, I swear." We all wanted to go back in there to see if we could see it. We all formed a line and slowly opened the bathroom door. As soon as we were back in, we could all see the stall door was closed again. That was really shocking. We thought we were the only ones in the building, and we had just left the bathroom a short time ago. It didn't seem possible for it to be closed again without someone interfering. We went over to the door and all had a go at trying to pry it open again, but it wouldn't budge. It was sealed up tight, almost as if it had never opened at all. Thing is, we'd all experienced it. It was a very weird experience, and one that left us with more questions than answers. It turned out the rumors were not true about hearing a reply from the other side, or hearing someone responding to you or knocking on the door. But the thing is, I couldn't explain what happened there in that afternoon. It seemed there definitely was something strange and creepy in that stall. If there was some kind of altar for worship in there, what exactly were they trying to worship? Why would you keep it hidden in a bathroom stall at a place at our school? None of it made any sense. A few weeks went by and we all kind of forgot about what happened. I think for me personally, the reason I forgot was because I couldn't process it well, and my brain just wanted to get rid of it. It was occupying too many of my thoughts. Shortly after I entered high school, my mother disappeared. After school, my dad sat me down and told me in a very serious tone about what happened. He said that my mom had been having an affair, and she had a boyfriend that none of us knew about for several years apparently. I remember that moment where I felt my heart sink. It was when my dad said she had abandoned him and I. He hung his head low after he said that, and it's a moment that my mind keeps replaying from time to time. I decided in that moment that I would make efforts to show him just how much he meant to me, to cherish him just as much as I had cherished my mother. Strange goings-on began to happen at my home after that day. I can't say all of them are unexplainable, because a house suddenly without a mother to a high school girl would certainly take some adjusting. There were some things going on for sure, though. We kept finding hair everywhere, long black hair. I had short dyed brown hair at the time, so it certainly wasn't mine, and my dad didn't have long hair either. It was weird as hell. In addition to the strange hair, we noticed that doors which we were certain we had closed would be opened, and certain things around the house went missing. My dad said he was concerned that my mom was getting in and out of the house while we were away, but I didn't know what to think. I don't know why, but my first thought was something closer to my mom is dead. I guess because of all that was happening in our home, it felt close to some sort of paranormal activity, rather than some random person breaking in. I kept thinking about it and pondering what was going on. Not many days had passed at this point, from the time that my dad had told me my mom had left. One day, something clicked with me. It was the sight of a certain pair of shoes that were right by the door. They were very sentimental and belonged to my mother. Surely, if she had just planned on running away from her family, She would have left wearing those, or at least taking them with her. So why were they still there? My mind produced a strange and frightening thought. If that's still there, and I discovered various other items belonging to her tucked away as well, then what happened to my mom? Why did she leave all these things behind? I suppose it's possible I just could have been trying to cope with the thought of her having abandoned me. But why had this all happened? I had lots of thoughts and emotions to process, and I certainly doubted my theory. My gut didn't doubt it as much as my head, though. It niggled away at me and ate away. I felt the urge to question my father further, but then I went against it. I had already lost my mother. If I got my father in trouble or pushed him away from me, then who would take care of me? I'd have no parents to protect me. I knew that my dad loved my mom, and I didn't think he would lie to me. Why would he do anything to her anyway? If I was wrong about my strange theory, then I don't know how I could ever look my dad in the eye again after accusing him of something like that. So, I carried on like normal, despite my strange gut feeling. However, all the strange goings-on at home continued. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps, and I knew they weren't my father's. I could just tell by the weight of them. I was extremely frightened. I lay there in bed, praying they didn't come to my room. I pulled the covers up and tightened them over my head, but the covers couldn't drown out the sound of footsteps approaching. Despite my best wishes, they appeared to enter my bedroom. I really hope my dad wasn't right about this actually being intruders. I heard the footsteps stop at the side of my bed and felt a presence come close to my cheek. I opened my eyes and thought I could see my mother standing by the side of my bed. Whether this was real or just a dream, the figure looked me in the eyes and said 2 words, "Get out." I was terrified. I screwed my eyes shut and turned over on my side. After a few seconds, though, I couldn't fight the urge to keep my eyes shut, so I opened them. I looked around, but the figure was gone. I asked myself if it was ever really there at all. Maybe it had just been a hallucination from stress, or maybe I was dreaming, and this was my subconscious trying to tell me something. I guess my theory about my father was really weighing on me. I couldn't live in that house, and I had to move out. I knew I wouldn't be able to tell my father why I was moving, though. On top of that, I wasn't anywhere near old enough to be living alone. I seemed to be the only one in the house who'd had such a strange encounter. My father was moving on as if nothing had happened. Ever since my mom went missing, my father had switched to working at home, doing all the chores and trying to give me the best upbringing I could have hoped for. When I sat down with him at dinner, it felt very awkward to have these doubts in my mind. I could do little more than pretend that nothing was happening. I fell asleep on the sofa one afternoon and woke up to a strange feeling in my stomach. I looked over and noticed an old school bag of mine that I hadn't touched in a while. My dad was busy cooking in the kitchen and yelled at me asking what was wrong. I quickly replied that nothing was the matter. I just remembered I had some homework to do. He replied that dinner was almost ready, and I looked over towards the bag. I wondered why I was getting this strange feeling. I got up and went over to it. It was a bag I used to use a while ago, and hadn't touched it ever since my mom had gone away. I started digging through it, thinking maybe I was feeling nostalgic for a time when my mother was there. There was obviously nothing stored in the main compartment of the bag, but I just so happened to open up one of the side pockets and found something inside. What was in there was a small folded note. It had been folded into quarters and been stuffed right into the bottom. I unfolded it and instantly recognized the handwriting. It was a note from my mother, saying that if anything happened to her, then it was my dad's responsibility. I realized that I didn't have the capacity to deal with all this, and so I ran away. I have no idea if the eerie feelings I had in my gut or my theory was true, but I just couldn't stay there anymore. Obviously, I've not been in contact with my father since then, and I've been doing my best to make my way as I go. This happened a couple of years ago. I was driving back home one night on a quiet road. There was a highway that I had recently turned off of to get to my house. I was still about 10 minutes away from home though. As I was driving along that road, suddenly my car started to slow down. I didn't know what was going on. My car had always run great, and it was only a couple of years old. I never had any problems with it. I realized that somehow I had run out of gas. The light had come on earlier, and I guess I'd simply forgotten about it. My car came to a stop, and I felt really stupid about making such an obvious mistake. My first thought was to call a friend and ask them to grab me some gas. When I took out my phone, though, I wasn't getting a signal in this area. It wasn't that big of a surprise. I tried and tried for 10 minutes, but it just wouldn't work. It was pretty late at night, too, almost midnight or so. Even if I could get my phone to work now, my friends were probably already asleep. I knew the area really well and knew there was a gas station just about a mile away. It would be a 20-minute walk on foot, but the weather was nice, so I decided to go walk and grab some gas, then bring it back to my car. It really wasn't all that big of a deal. I got out of my vehicle and luckily had a small gas container in the back. It was empty, but I kept it in my car mainly to buy gas for my lawnmower. After getting out of my car, I started to walk along the side of the road. Now, the roads were very quiet. Since my car had run out of gas, maybe one or two other vehicles had passed me by. I hadn't even really noticed. The road did not have a sidewalk or anything, so I was just walking a few feet off the shoulder. The grass surrounding the roads on both sides was somewhat dense. There were woods as well. I remember that when I got a ways up from my car, I heard a car starting to come down the road behind me. It was coming from the opposite direction, back where my car was. I heard the sound of the car, then slowing down. I stopped to look behind me and saw a pickup truck coming to a stop next to my car on the road. They were probably stopping to see if I needed any help. I turned around and thought about asking whoever it was for a ride to the gas station. What I saw, though, was a man hopping out of the passenger side and another guy getting out of the driver's door. They put what appeared to be ski masks over their faces and approached my vehicle. I was confused and stopped, no longer wanting to approach them or for them to see me. I was pretty sure they hadn't noticed I was there, and probably wouldn't if I stayed put. They probably thought I was still inside my vehicle. I moved closer to the wooded area, but kept watching. They looked inside my windows, as one of them used his phone as a flashlight to peek around. The other guy knocked on one of them, and also tried opening all the doors. After this happened, the guys looked in my direction all of a sudden. For whatever reason, they had somehow noticed me. Right after, one of the guys began walking over to me, and the other walked back over to their truck. As I saw this, I turned to keep walking to the gas station. I heard the sound of one of the men begin running, and I looked back to see the first guy now sprinting. The other guy was inside of the truck and began driving toward me. I had no other choice but to go off into the woods. I darted to the right and went into the forest like a deer. I just started running like crazy. It was really thick. There were all kinds of trees and bushes and branches. I heard the first guy enter the woods a ways back from me. I kept running though, not knowing where these woods led or anything. After 2 minutes straight of running as fast as I could through the woods, I reached the other side. I saw a house with a massive yard. I kept running and no longer heard the guy behind me. When I made it closer to the home, I ran behind it and hid. There I caught my breath and tried to figure out what I was going to do. At this hour, I didn't want to knock on the front door of the home. I didn't think they would answer. I waited for several minutes, then carefully headed back down their driveway to the street. It was a really long driveway. Eventually, I did get back to the street I'd been walking on. The men and the truck were nowhere to be seen. I continued with my walk to the gas station, but walked extremely close to the edge of the woods. That way, if I saw the truck coming again, I could go back into hiding. In fact, I did hear a car coming not long after I started walking again. I jumped into the woods and hid, and waited for it to pass by. Because of this, I couldn't tell if it was the truck or not. I have no way of knowing if it actually was. I wasn't going to take any chances, though. Eventually, I did make it to the gas station. Then I walked back to my car and filled up my tank with what I'd bought. I made it home after a very memorable night. Looking back, I don't know what those men wanted, or who they were. I'm really glad I got away from them, though. When I was younger, the elementary school I went to had a kind of mystery that all the kids were wrapped up in. There was a room at the school with a seemingly unopenable door. I don't know when or how this started, but all the kids spread rumors that there was this one door that no one had ever opened. It seemed to be mysteriously and eternally locked. That was until one day, when one kid from school who had been asked to return some supplies for our after-school club to the stationery cupboard noticed that the door was now open. He wasn't that interested in it, as he had been told by our teachers multiple times not to go into that room and that it was off limits. He was in the same class as me, by the way. He told me that the door gave him a bad feeling. I didn't really get that from the door myself, though. We were all staying late after class. I can't remember exactly why, probably some after-school activity. When he came back to our class, he told me and another classmate the door was open, and we were both interested in finding out what may be beyond that mysterious threshold. My classmate, perhaps driven by curiosity, piped up and said, "I'll go take a look." He got up to his feet and went to go check it out. I went with him, but I didn't want to go into the room myself. I wasn't profoundly scared of whatever was inside it necessarily. I was more scared of getting in trouble and getting a detention or something. I waited outside, but I realized I had been waiting a while for him to come back out. I started to get nervous. All the other kids were leaving, and even some teachers looked like they were getting ready to leave too. I nervously paced in the corridor, but no matter how long I waited for him, he did not come out of the room. It just didn't make any sense to me. I didn't want to go in before, and I definitely didn't want to go in then. I started to get worried and approached the door to see if I could make out where he'd gone. Just as I was about to crane my head around the door frame, a teacher came along. I told the teacher what happened, and she looked shocked. She made an attempt to look inside for him, and then she muttered something like, "Shouldn't we have a lock on this door?" That was when I realized that the rumor was just a rumor. It was just a door that they locked. I felt dumb for believing that the door at school had some kind of mystical power. The teacher went inside very briefly, and then came back out and said something outrageous. I didn't see anyone in there. That just didn't seem possible to me. I'd watched my classmate go in there and not come back out, so where could he be? He had to be in there still. Logic dictated that to me back then, and it still does now. He went in and he did not come out. I asked the teacher if she was sure, and she said to me in a cold tone that there was no one in that room. She went ahead and shut the door as she said it. I went home because everyone else was leaving. I didn't know what to do. I was a kid, and it's not like I could stay there all night long. I told my mom about what happened, and she must have seen how worked up I was, because she called the school and hoped that a teacher or janitor might still be there. She came into my bedroom after she got off the phone with someone, giving me a big smile and saying, "Your little class friend went home. One of your teachers told me." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He didn't go home though. I was waiting for him when he went into that room, and I never saw him come out. By the way, this wasn't some room that was massive or on the ground floor or anything like that. It was on the 3rd floor. Had he jumped out of a window for some reason, he wouldn't have made it back home in one piece. I couldn't believe the teacher didn't even bother to go in and do a proper sweep of the room. Now they were telling me he'd just gone home. I wasn't buying it. My mom laughed at my frustration and said I must have just misunderstood the situation, but I knew I was being lied to. I waited for school the next day. I had so many questions, and if I'm being honest, a part of me did believe there was a small chance my classmate ended up slipping past me somehow and going home. Maybe he hid in the room to avoid the teachers and not get in trouble. I don't know. When I got to school, though, and looked over at the desk he would have occupied, it was empty. I hoped against my better judgment that he might just be running late, but I was once again wrong. I was told before the end of the day that apparently he had suddenly moved away. I never saw the door he went through open again after that, and I still get anxious about what happened. I mean, it's possible he really did move, but why was everything so sudden? And why was all the news coming out of our teachers and none of it from him? It didn't make any sense to me. It's been so long that I can't even really remember his name. A lot of my memory from that time is hazy. I do remember that a lot of weird stuff went on in my hometown back then. Always a big military and police presence. I don't know if that means anything, but as an adult, I realized that my town was pretty unique. I wonder if he stumbled upon something he wasn't supposed to. I know that sounds kind of ridiculous with it being a school and all, but here in Japan they do sometimes hide secret things in public schools, hiding in plain sight, so they say. I really want to know if that kid ended up being alright. I hope that's the case. I think about this often. I'd go back to our school to check out that room, but the school isn't there anymore. I knew this guy, living on the bottom floor with his girlfriend in the same apartment building I lived in. He was very friendly and very polite, and worked every day. He would get dropped off right in front of the building, and talk and make everyone he met laugh. One thing I noticed, though, was that his girlfriend hardly ever talked to or spoke to anyone. I remember one day I introduced myself to her, as she was nervously watching for her boyfriend to pull up from work. That's my guess at least. Anyway, she and I began talking a little bit more often, but she was very careful about what time she would talk to me. I also began to notice a couple of bruises on her face and hands. She was such a beautiful woman, and it was really disheartening to see her being abused like this, and there wasn't really anything I could do but try and report it, which never did anything. Her boyfriend was a class clown, so to speak, so everyone else thought he was just a really nice and stand-up guy. I could see through him by now, so I just kept my distance. It's all I could really do. One evening, he was drinking outside with the other neighbors. I had to go check my mail, and it was getting late, so a little bit before dark, I decided to go do it. I left my door unlocked because I was really young and naive. This was also my first apartment at just 18, and I didn't really think it would take that long. I got back from checking my mail and saw everyone had gone inside. I went into my apartment and took a shower and got ready for bed. I jumped in, and about 10 minutes later, I began to hear a man snoring. It was coming from within my bedroom closet. Needless to say, I immediately freaked out and ran to get another neighbor to take a look inside my closet. I certainly wasn't going to look by myself. Well, of course, it was that very same guy who had trespassed into my apartment and passed out after drinking. I was hysterical, terrified. The neighbor got him up and took him to his home to his girlfriend. 3 years later, she apparently left him because he was violently abusing her. She went to go live with her parents. While he found her, killed both of her parents and her grandmother, I believe, and beat up the girlfriend so badly that she was paralyzed and in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. She had to witness him killing her entire family. It was years later when I found out about this, and it was so devastating and sad. I couldn't stop crying. I often wondered if he was planning to attack me too. I can't even imagine what she had gone through, losing her loved ones to that monster. Everyone liked him. Hell, at first I did too. He seemed genuinely funny and nice, but meeting his girlfriend really changed my mind about him real quick. It's a shame that no one else could see through his lies. I, female and 23, was staying with my friend who's also female and 23 for a couple of weeks in the town I grew up in. She works at a restaurant, and without giving away too many details about the specific location, it's in a plaza with a river nearby. The plaza has the usual amenities of a movie theater, various restaurants and boutiques, and all that sort of thing. We entered through the parking garage, which has 3 stories, both elevators and stairs. This is important. She had a 6-hour shift, so I decided to do some shopping, listen to music, and walk around before eating at the restaurant my friend works at. I remember I was sitting at the bar on the corner alone, listening to some music. That was when a bigger man approached me. He had a security guard beanie on that was incredibly dirty and tattered up, and he was muttering with his eyes barely open. All I could hear from his muttering was things like, "Are you? I like your... Is anyone sitting?" But keep in mind, it was incredibly muted. I'm guessing what he was trying to say was asking to sit next to me and trying to compliment me. All of this was said while he was switching back and forth between looking into my eyes and staring at my chest. I tried to tell the man multiple times that I just could not understand what he was saying. After a bit of back and forth, I put the headphones back in and he left me alone. I told my friend about what happened and tried to shake it off, hoping it was just a weird, isolated incident. If that was where the story ended, I wouldn't even be writing this. Unfortunately, though, it's obviously not. About an hour later, I see someone approach the bar to my left out of the corner of my eye and felt their gaze fixate on me. I didn't look, but somehow I immediately knew it was him. I texted my friend and told her I was feeling really sketched out. I wanted to believe that I was simply misreading things and letting my anxiety get the best of me, but I couldn't shake the feeling there was something off with this guy. 30 minutes or so later, my friend got off. As we started walking toward the parking garage stairs to get to our car, I could see him waiting on a bench nearby, waiting for me. The benches aren't super close to the elevators. The second I spotted him, my blood ran cold. He saw us walking toward the stairs to the parking garage, and all of a sudden stood up and started sprinting for us. I was face to face with him by the time we got to the top of the stairs. We booked it back to the restaurant and used the employee elevator to get to her car. An employee escorted us to the vehicle as well. The employee told us there are a lot of cases of homeless people who wander around the area. I presume he was homeless and just walking in and out of various restaurants until he saw me. I'm incredibly thankful I trusted my gut and that I spotted him. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't see him at first, but I don't want to find out. When I was about 5 years old, my mom had a boyfriend who ended up being my little brother's dad. I guess he was my stepdad, but the real dad to my half-brother. We'll call him Daniel. I loved and will always love my little brother, but his dad caused a whole lot of trauma for all of us. I was about 8 years old at the time, and my little brother was 3. We shared a bedroom right next to my mom and Daniel's room. My little brother was fast asleep, and I was just about to close my eyes and drift off. That was until I heard a rumbling through the wall. I jolted my eyes wide awake, and I was frozen in place, trying to be as quiet as I could. I wanted to hear what was going on. I could hear my mom quietly telling Daniel, "Stop, you're hurting me." My heart dropped. I didn't know what to do. I was scared and couldn't move. My ears felt red as I heard my own heartbeat pounding loud. And that's when I heard my mother begin screaming, "Stop, I can't breathe!" I heard a loud thud, which I'm assuming was Daniel pushing her off. I heard her tumbling down, and I quickly laid back down. I couldn't stop looking at the doorway. I watched as my mom's door swung open, and then she ran out of the bedroom crying. I presume she ran downstairs to our bathroom, which had a lock on it. Not even 2 seconds later, Daniel began chasing her. He banged on the bathroom door and yelled to open it up. My mom replied, "No, why did I wake up to you choking me?" I was now trembling in my bed. The floorboards were paper thin, which was no help shielding me away from my trauma. I could hear Daniel continuing to bang on the door, sounding like he was trying to break it down, but to no avail. I saw him walk back into the bedroom. My mom, after a while, came into our room and then closed the door ever so quietly. She slept with my little brother on the top bunk. This was the first time of many assaults from what Daniel did to my mom. There's been many times where he's cheated on her, thrown her plate off the table after she cooked us all dinner, and even stolen her keys to make sure she couldn't leave for work or school. This next one isn't the second one he did, but it's the second earliest one I can still remember so vividly. I was about 9 or 10 at the time, and my little brother had an issue wetting the bed. He had a cutoff point to be able to drink water. My mom and Daniel had been fighting and arguing all day. However, my brother was sick, and he was drawing a fever. I was helping my mom to put away the dishes after dinner, and saw my brother walk in asking for a glass of water. My mother turned to him and said, "Now, you're not going to wet the bed if I give this to you, right? You gotta make sure you go to the bathroom." He shook his head no, and said he promised to make sure before going to bed. I handed her a clean glass from the dishwasher, and she gave it to him. Soon after, we heard loud stomps coming from the living room. My mom quickly took the glass away from him and hid it behind her back. It felt like slow motion, as I saw the fear in my mom's eyes. Daniel got right up into her face and took the glass from behind my mom. He splashed the water in her face and then smashed it against her head. I couldn't help myself but to scream. My mom stumbled back as Daniel then threw the glass on the ground and shattered it. He dragged my little brother by the shoulder as he was crying. I made sure my mom was okay, and we could hear Daniel screaming at my little brother. My mom and I rushed in there, and she tried to tell him it was her fault, and he was just not feeling well. Daniel and my mom continued to fight, while me and my little brother cried in bed. I know these stories aren't exactly uncommon, but as a kid, I witnessed stuff like this multiple times firsthand. It gave me major PTSD as an adult, and I would never wish someone to live the childhood I lived. It was awful. This happened about 7 years ago. On a business trip, I stayed in Ikebukuro, in a well-known hotel. There's something I want to mention about me. Sometimes I feel as if I have a sixth sense. By that, I mean I feel as if I'm aware of otherworldly presences when I encounter them. I wouldn't say this sense of mine is particularly strong, but it is there. I want to share an experience that happened when I stayed in that hotel. The room I stayed in was room 913. I was staying for one night. A senior coworker at my company was staying in the room next door. From the moment I opened the door to room 913, I felt something strange. I had this weird feeling I hadn't ever had before. It was and still is indescribable. Because that indescribable feeling was so unusual, I didn't know what to think about it. I figured it was just my imagination. Now I can see it was clearly an early warning sign. I was picking up on a red flag. As night came and darkness fell upon the hotel quickly. It was February, by the way. I thought the best thing I could do for work the following morning was go ahead and get an early night's sleep. I drifted off with ease, but I didn't stay awake for very long at all. I woke up to the sound of someone barging into my hotel room. I could tell it was a man almost instantly. It was like I knew without even seeing him. I could also tell that this appeared to be some sort of sleep paralysis, the beginning of some kind of nightmare. My brain was fully functioning, but my body was glued to the bed. It was like I was just watching what was happening, as if it were a movie or out-of-body experience. The man who was in my room was not a native Japanese person like me. I was sleeping on my side with my back facing the door, and the man had just come in. He wandered around my dark hotel room for a while, and then walked around the bed to face me. He stared right into my face, and looked so angry and rage-filled. Suddenly, his hand shot to my neck, and he began to choke me. I was so scared of how much this man seemed to hate me and want to hurt me. I felt myself choking and losing oxygen. I really started to panic, and then all of a sudden I was able to move like nothing had happened. I was all alone in my hotel room. I was so freaked out by what had just happened that I wanted to call my coworker. I wanted to speak to someone. I couldn't though. I hadn't left my phone by my bedside table. I had left it to charge on a desk, and there was a mirror on that desk. There was no way in hell I was going to look into that past midnight. Side note, mirrors are a very prominent item in Japanese spiritual folklore. There's a belief for some people in Japan that if you look at yourself in a mirror after midnight, you might see something else there. Mirrors can be considered portals and pathways into different worlds. I stayed awake until the early morning light spilled into the room, and only at that point did I feel confident enough to shut my eyes for a few moments. My colleague came to my hotel room so we could head downstairs for breakfast together. After checking it was him out of the peephole, he cried out in shock when he saw me open the door. He could tell that something was wrong. I looked terrible. At breakfast, I talked to him about what happened the night before. The worst thing about our situation was the fact we were staying at that hotel for another few nights. After work that day, I called a friend of a friend who was into the occult and supernatural and asked him for some advice. He told me how to better deal with what I had experienced, and I followed his instructions. It did nothing to improve the atmosphere, though. What he got me to do managed to at least calm me down. Just after midnight, I heard a loud bang coming from the wall that separated my room from my colleagues. It scared the hell out of me. It sounded like a really powerful blow. After I gave it some thought, I guessed that it could have been my colleague playing a prank on me. With that in mind, I managed to get some sleep. In the morning, I saw my colleague again for breakfast, and I said to him, "Oh, great prank last night, banging on the wall like that." He said he had no idea what I was talking about. To be completely honest, I'm pretty sure he was telling the truth about that. It scared me to think I may have been close to experiencing another paranormal onslaught. Thankfully, nothing else happened that night, and only a few eerie occurrences for the rest of the trip. I can still remember the face of that figure who strangled me. I'll look for that face in the crowds of Tokyo, but I don't think I'll ever see him. If I did, I think I'd have a heart attack. I wonder if that was just my brain conjuring up that man attacking me, or if something really supernatural happened in that hotel room. Back when I was 23, I was a single mom living in Melbourne, Australia. One morning, I dropped my eldest off at school in the morning and was walking with my youngest in the pram. As I was walking, I saw a man stood smoking across the road. He looked like a complete bogan. He had no top on, gold chains, and bad teeth. And when he saw me, he started walking across the road to cut me off on the pavement. I thought to myself, oh God, here we go. I crossed over, but he followed me again. My instincts were going haywire when suddenly he ran up behind me and started saying, "I love your baby. Let me hold him. Let me hold him." I said I was nearly home, and my partner would not be happy about him hassling me like this. He got all angry, saying he'd bash my partner and then bash me. I'd never felt my body prepare me so much for a fight or flight situation before. I was still on a steep hill, and I knew I couldn't let go of the pram to fight him off. There seemed to be nobody about at that time in the morning either, so no one to help me if he did try to attack me. As I got home, I rushed through the door, and by some miracle I managed to shut it before he could force his way in behind me. I hid my son upstairs in his cot and began frantically ringing the police. I saw the man climb over my back fence and begin looking through my patio doors right at me, fogging up the window with his manic smile. His teeth were really bad, honestly disgusting. I just remember the sight of them the most. The police response was brilliant though, as they arrived within just 15 minutes. By that time, the bloke had already gone. It turned out that after he had followed me home, he dragged another lady down an alleyway and tried to bash her. Her little barking dog saved her. By barking so loud, another man came to help. About 2 months later, the police caught him, with mine and the lady's help, and I'm happy to say he served 7 years in prison. I used to go and spend time at my friend's house often when I was growing up. We both met in high school and were friends from a very young age. However, whereas I lived in town, he lived in a completely rural area. At a certain age, we began having weekend sleepovers. Our parents didn't drive us over though. We would just take the other's bus home from school on a Friday afternoon. We would be doing this sort of thing very regularly for most of our entire childhood. My buddy, Carl, and I used to explore the countryside that surrounded the house he grew up in. By the time we were in our teens, we were very familiar with it, and actually quite bored with it too. We had been out hiking in that area so many times, there weren't any areas that we didn't know by heart. When we were 14 years old, however, I had a new experience. One of our mutual friends who was 15 was driving his dad's old pickup ever since his dad got a new vehicle. He didn't have a license, but as long as we stayed in the rural areas, he wouldn't get in trouble for driving. Even though it was thrilling enough to just be sitting in the back bed of the truck drinking a beer we had stolen from Carl's dad, we also wanted to explore areas we hadn't had chances to before. So about 4 of us got together early one Saturday morning and went driving way out into the hills. We were looking for some place that was as far out as we could find, and we could be exploring what we considered to be unknown territory. We drove around quite a lot, trying to find some of the deepest woods we could find, yet still accessed by road. We ended up driving off-road when the road ended, but it still looked like other vehicles had driven along that ground. We figured that made it safe to do. Eventually, though, we went ahead and stopped the truck when the trees got too thick to really drive any further. This was easily the furthest out in the country I had ever been in my life. That excited rather than scared me, though. This gave us a completely new area to look around in. The 4 of us strayed apart from each other, while also sticking together. We made sure all of us were in vocal range, and would rarely get out of each other's sight either. We didn't know exactly what we were looking for, only that we were indeed out there looking for something. I don't know how long we were out there before Carl and I heard one of the other guys yelp. It was a weird noise he made, and it sounded like he was in distress. In that moment, he was out of sight, so we had to rush over to where we thought we heard his yelp come from. All three of us went over the hill we were hiking on and stopped when we saw what made our friend call out. There were at least 7 full-grown adults dressed in camouflage sitting at a camp on the side of the hill. They looked like they were actually military guys and not just a bunch of backwoods people pretending like they were. One of the guys was holding our friend who had yelped with their hand over his mouth. The three of us reacted poorly. We were about to turn around and start running. I guess we selfishly only wanted to protect ourselves. We didn't even get the chance to perform this cowardly act, though. Several of the military men pulled guns on us and stopped us in our tracks. They ordered us over to their camp, and the three of us were scared to death we were all going to be shot. I didn't know what to do, but I was terrified. I was just going to do whatever these soldiers told me to do, in hopes I wasn't going to get shot and killed. The soldiers ordered the 4 of us over there and into one of the tents they had set up. They didn't tie us or anything, but one of them told us they had better not hear a peep out of us, or we would regret it. He definitely spoke with an accent, but it wasn't one I recognized, or even nowadays could even guess as to what it was. The 4 of us sat there in the tent terrified, and we heard some talking going on outside. We were unable to make out what was being talked about. Carl kept trying to whisper about trying to find a way out, but we shushed him. Finding a way out of there and getting away from 7 soldiers with guns wasn't going to be easy. Eventually, they blindfolded all 4 of us and tied our hands behind our backs. I was absolutely sure they were going to kill us. They took us and began guiding us away from the camp, although I had no idea what direction they were taking us off to. The only thing I could tell was they were guiding us downhill. Eventually, they put us all in the back of a vehicle and began driving. It was at least an hour's worth before they finally stopped. At one point after that, they stopped and began untying our hands. When the blindfolds were removed, we noticed we were in the back of our friend's truck. The guy untying us, the guy with the accent, told us to get in the truck and do our best to forget everything we saw that day. He said the only reason he was letting us live was that they couldn't have people searching for missing children out in the woods. If we knew what was best for us, we wouldn't tell anyone anything. We drove off immediately. They had driven the truck along with a truck of their own toward an unfamiliar area, and we had to find out where we were and drive back home. We talked about what we had seen, but none of us were really sure. We weren't sure if they were American troops, foreign troops, or members of a backwoods militia. We didn't know what to do. Carl and I kept it to ourselves. I'm not too sure about the other guys, though. Carl and I figured the guy's advice was quite sound. We were willing to do our best and just forget about them. This was back in the 70s, and Carl and I are still friends. We don't know what happened to the other 2 guys, though. We've told this story many times since then, and we figure there's no chance we'd be in danger now. We both really thought we were going to die back then, though. I used to go on camping trips with my best friend Colin. From the time that we were just teenagers well into our late 20s, we both really enjoyed being out in nature and spent whatever little free time we had out in it. We never had a bad experience with it until the last time that we went camping together. In fact, because of what happened on that very trip, we never went camping together ever since. We had both taken a week off work. That technically added up to 9 days altogether, including the 2 weekends, of course. Neither of us were married, and we didn't have any kids either, so we were able to spend as much time as we wanted to ourselves. We had a really good camping trip planned out as well. It was in a place that we had never gone to before, and that was the most exciting part of all. It was great to have new experiences in areas like that. This trip started out like any other, really. We were having a nice time hiking out in the woods, sometimes doing a little fishing, and camping out at nighttime. Nothing unusual happened for the entire first half of the trip. It wasn't until we'd started heading back to our vehicle that something strange happened for the first time. When we were hiking or camping, Colin and I rarely ever went out of each other's sight, and we would never go out of earshot. We had been doing this for too long to make those sorts of mistakes concerning our safety. We had also never gotten lost before, taking maps of the areas when they were available and marking our paths so we could be sure we were on the right way back. We were always very thoroughly prepared. I'm not really sure how this happened though. On the way back to our car, we somehow managed to get separated. I didn't really think too much of it at the beginning, as I didn't expect Colin to stray that far away from me. However, after he was gone for a bit more time than he usually would have been, I began to get a little bit concerned. I called out for him many times, wondering where he might have gotten off to. I expected a response back from him, but one didn't come. I called out over and over, hoping to hear any response, but I still didn't get anything back from him. I was sure I knew which direction he had gone off in, so I decided to go out that way myself and try and look for him. Colin was not the type of guy to fool around, so I knew he wasn't just playing a prank on me by not answering. Still though, I also hadn't thought he would have been able to get far enough away from me to not even be able to hear me. It was too early for me to assume something had happened to him though. The more I looked around without being able to find him, and the more I called for him without hearing any response, the more and more I got worried. There were some cliffs in the area, and it was possible he might have fallen down and hurt himself. If he was knocked out, it would be that much harder for me to find him. As time passed and I still hadn't found Colin yet, I began getting even more concerned. I didn't think I could continue moving back to the car until I'd found him, but I was searching quite a bit of area without stumbling across him, and I didn't really know what to do. As it began to get dark outside, I realized that I had to set up camp now. It would be much more difficult to find him in the dark. After setting up camp, I tried to look around for him for a little bit longer. However, looking around in the dark was way more fruitless than it had been in the light, so I gave up and went back to camp. As I was sitting by the campfire, wondering what the hell could have happened to my friend, I began to hear strange noises around the camp. Several times, I thought I heard footsteps circling the area. At first, I thought it may have been Colin, so I called out to him. No response once again. Since I knew it wasn't him now, it made me very nervous, thinking someone else may have been lurking around out here the entire time. After hearing the sounds for a little while, though, they suddenly vanished altogether. I went to sleep that night, very worried about my friend and a bit scared about what I'd heard earlier. I was finally able to get some sleep, and somehow slept through the entire night. The following day, I went out searching again. I didn't really care about getting back to the car a day or two late. I didn't want to go on and just leave him out there in the woods. I spent the entire day looking for him again. If something was wrong with him or he was injured, I assumed he couldn't have gotten very far away. Still, I was having no luck finding him at all. After not finding him at all the second day, I once again made camp that evening. Just like before, I heard sounds around the camp that night. It seemed like once again, someone was skulking about just outside the visual range. I really didn't know what to do. All I could think about was how to find some way to try and help me find Colin. I wasn't doing a good job of it on my own, and if too much time passed, he could die if he was injured. I didn't feel good about leaving without him, but it was the only choice I had. I was able to get out of the woods and get to the closest police station I could find. It was all a terrifying process, but one that really needed to be done. We started a bigger search, and Colin was found, barely alive. He had been attacked by something, but we never did find out what. When his life was saved, he had no memory of the attack itself, and has never recovered any memory of it over time. Sometime in that incredibly small period that I was out of earshot with my friend, he'd been attacked by something that we may never know what it is. I'm only fortunate the same didn't happen to me. If I also had been attacked, the two of us could have easily died out there in the mountains, with no one ever knowing. I grew up and have lived my entire life in an old European village. I don't feel comfortable mentioning exactly where it is, though, as obviously I still live there. This happened to me when I was a teenager, and it's scared me ever since then. There weren't really any places to work in the area I lived. It was mostly just old houses, spread out along the side of the road. There was a petrol station in the area, but it was a family-run operation, so when I was ready to get a job myself, I had no chance of getting one there. I had to end up getting a job that was a bit far away, in a different village. Most of the time, I would ride my bike there and home. The countryside was pretty vast, with moors stretching as far as the eye could see. My dad was a writer at the time, so he mostly worked from home. My mother, however, was a chef, and she spent a lot of time away from home in the city. We did have a second home in the city, and I would sometimes spend time there with her. However, I much preferred being in the village and spent most of my time there. This happened once when my parents were both off together in the city. My dad was going to be gone for a few weeks, and I had the house to myself in the meantime. Rather than spend much time at home, though, I actually piled on some more work hours. I had a job in that town working in a retail store. A lot of strange things happened that day. First, even though I was working the day shift that day, a coworker of mine didn't manage to make it in to work. Because of this, I was offered to work the closing shift as well, and since I didn't really have anything better to do, I accepted readily. I only occasionally worked the close, and it was always around 11 p.m. when the store closed. The second strange thing that happened was I noticed that my bike chain was broken. It wasn't fixable, and no stores were open for me to buy a new chain from. Plus, by the time we got out, my manager had already left, so I wasn't able to ask them for a ride home either. Although it was going to be a big pain in the butt, I had no choice but to simply walk home. I had ridden my bike many times along the road that led from the town to the small little village that my house was in. This was, however, the very first time I had ever walked it. I didn't know how long it would take me to do so. It was very dark out there on that road, unless there was a full moon out. On this night, it was only a half moon, so it wasn't really very bright at all. That didn't really bother me, though, because I wasn't really afraid of the dark. I was around halfway home when I suddenly heard a car coming up from behind me. I turned around and saw a pair of headlights heading my way. I almost never saw anyone driving along that road at night. I was hoping the driver might offer me a ride the rest of the way home. When the driver got closer to me, they did pull over to the side. I kept walking for a bit, but the driver called me over to their driver's side door. I walked over there and said hello to the man that was driving. He asked me where I was going, and I let him know that it was just to the next village over. The road went through that way anyhow, so he asked me if I needed a ride. Originally, I was about to say yes. However, there was something off about this guy that made me take a pause. Something about him made me feel uneasy, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. The man was pleasant enough, I supposed, but just the combination of his look and the way he was acting struck me in a bit of a negative way. After thinking for a moment, I decided I'd rather just walk the rest of the way there. I made up a lie telling him I was actually out for the walk to get some exercise, but I appreciated the offer. For a few moments, the man kept asking if I was sure. He kept reiterating it was no problem for him to give me a ride. In fact, he was really pressing the issue even, made me more comfortable with my decision not to accept it. After making sure I was okay for the 5th time, the guy finally drove away. I made the rest of the way home after a really long walk. I was so exhausted by the time I got there that I immediately fell asleep and didn't even wake up until late the following day. Luckily, I did not have work that day, so I just stayed home and watched some TV and read a bit. That was when a news story caught my attention. Apparently, in the town I worked in, a hitchhiker had been attacked and badly injured. An eyewitness account had a description of both the car and the man I had encountered that night, driving away from the scene of the attack. Days later, the driver of that car was arrested, and his face was shown on the news. Clearly, the very same guy who'd offered me a ride that night. The whole thing sent a chill down my spine. It also made me think I was pretty fortunate to trust my instincts involving that guy. Even though we communicated for only a brief moment, I subconsciously gained enough information to know it was a bad idea to get involved with that man. I had this unexplainable experience once while out exploring in the woods. The thing is, the area that I was exploring in was an area I had been in many times before. Nothing like that had ever happened before then, and nothing like it has ever happened since then either. I really don't know to this day what to think about it exactly. My family owned a very large amount of rural property when I was growing up. We lived in a house smack dab in the middle of all that property. Most of it was just hills and trees, and nothing was ever done with the property. It did make for a wonderful area for me to hang out in while I was growing up, though. I liked to explore as much as possible. I did this all year long, no matter what the weather was like. It was just nice to be out in nature. I was 13 years old when this story takes place. This was on a pretty lazy summer day. School had been out for quite a while. There was nothing on TV, really, and I couldn't find a good book that I wanted to read. I decided to go out and do some exploring. There was a creek that I really liked to go down to, and occasionally hunt for salamanders. That seemed like the perfect thing to do on a day such as this. Right away, something felt different about this particular hike, though. I couldn't really tell what it was, but it almost felt like I was being watched. It was that strange, almost unexplainable feeling that sometimes one gets when they least expect it. There were tons of no trespassing signs around the fences that surrounded the area, and they were barbed wire fences as well. Plus, of all the houses in the area, there weren't any that had kids or anyone young enough that they would be out hiking on someone else's land. All the times that I'd gone out exploring, one of the reasons that I did was because I liked the solitude of it all. I went down to the creek and started my search for the salamanders, but I'd never once lost that strange feeling. I just couldn't get comfortable at all. A cracking sound caught my attention. I looked around, thinking I would see a squirrel or something like that. Instead, what I caught was a glimpse of something moving away behind a tree. I had only seen it for the briefest of moments, so I wasn't exactly sure what I had seen, but I thought it was a person. "Hello?" I called out to the figure. "Is someone over there?" I didn't get an answer, so I decided to slowly approach the area. I was a bit nervous, thinking I'd find someone there watching me, but as I peered around the other side of this tree, there was no one there. I thought that what I'd heard was probably a squirrel, and what I thought I'd seen must have been my imagination. Still, that ominous feeling didn't leave me, and what's worse is that for a while after, I kept hearing these strange noises as well. My stay at the creek wasn't turning out to be as fun as it normally was. From the feeling, the noises, and what I thought I saw, I was not able to enjoy myself at all. I heard another sound which caused me to snap up and look across the creek. Far on the other side of it, I once again saw a figure standing there. This time, though, it stayed there for more than just a short moment before running away out of sight again. I was positive that time I had seen something. This time, however, I did not feel an urge to call out to them. I didn't feel good about this. This person on our property, why did they keep ducking out of sight? I could only surmise that it was because they were up to something no good. The uneasiness helped me decide it was time to go back home. I was nervous as I was walking back. I kept looking over my shoulder to see if this person was still following me. I didn't see anything back there each time that I looked, though. I was over halfway back to my house now, still glancing over my shoulder over and over. After one glance, I turned forward again and stopped right in my tracks. This time, the figure was right in front of me, blocking the path to my house. Also, this time, it didn't hide quickly. They kept in my line of sight for quite a while. Thus, I got my absolute best look at them. I don't know what to say, really. To that point, I knew it was a person that I was only occasionally seeing glimpses of. The reason I hadn't been able to make out any of their features beforehand, though, was that they didn't seem to have any at all. The person that was looking at me, standing right in front of me, was completely covered and had no defining characteristics at all. They were outlined completely in black, and I couldn't make out anything. Despite the fact that I was unable to see their eyes or face, I could still tell they were staring at me. This made me feel apprehensive. They were looking at me, and all I could do was stand there and wait to see what they would do. Finally, after what seemed like forever, they ducked behind a tree just like they had before. I was scared to walk further, but I needed to do so in order to get home. I slowly walked that way, waiting to see it again. I came upon the area with the tree, but upon glancing behind it while passing, I didn't see anything there either. It was so scary. After seeing them that last time, I rushed home as quickly as I could get there. I thought about it and eventually decided not to mention anything about it to my parents. They would likely think it was just my imagination. I really didn't want to have to deal with it, so I kept it to myself. I still think about it every now and then. I don't know who they were, but I never did catch another glimpse of them. There were plenty of times when I was growing up that my older brother would try to scare me. When I was really young, he was somewhat successful with it. But of course, when someone tries scaring you over and over again, you eventually get used to it, and then it doesn't scare you very much at all. As we all got older, things changed quite a bit. He wasn't getting the reactions from me that he previously had been, and so he wasn't scaring me as much. It was a good feeling, feeling that you've defeated your older brother whenever he was trying to torment you. I also soon began to forget that he was ever doing things like that to me. When he was 17, he stopped hanging out at home very often. We assumed he was just out with his friends all the time, but he had really grown distant from everyone else in the family. He would rarely show up for meals, and if he did, he would take his food and eat it away from everyone else. My parents really didn't give much thought to my brother's change in behavior. They insisted that all teenagers go through phases like that. So I took them at their word and assumed I didn't really have anything to worry about. I was home after school and I was the only one there one day. My parents both worked a lot of hours, so this was pretty common. My brother wasn't home either, so it was only me there. I was sat about trying to decide what I was going to have for dinner. I remember this day for many reasons, the first being that it was very windy outside. Because of that, I'd been hearing a lot of noises out there. The house was pretty old, so it was making a lot of creaking noises too. What bugged me the most, though, was how sometimes our screen door in the kitchen would unlatch itself on these windy days. When that happened, the wind would cause the door to bang open and bang closed, and unless you went and put the hook lock onto it, it would keep doing this. I went and made sure the screen door was secured after hearing it bang several times in the wind. Then I went and tried to finish making myself something to eat. Once I was done, I went into the living room and tried to watch some television while I had my meal. It wasn't long until I heard what sounded like the door coming loose again. Since I had used the hook lock, I wasn't sure what it could have been, but if the door got torn off its hinges, that would make things a lot worse. I got up and went back to the kitchen to see what was going on, annoyed and about to secure the door once more. However, the door wasn't open. My older brother was at the back door, and he was banging on the screen door for some reason. He was complaining about the door being locked and told me that I had to open it for him. I asked him why he didn't just come in through the front door like everyone did. The question seemed to make him very angry, however. He began pounding on the door harder and harder and telling me to open the damn thing already. I went over to open it, but the look on his face made me stop. I wasn't sure what it was, but there was something in his eyes I didn't recognize. I'm not sure how else to put it, but it didn't seem like I was looking at my brother. There was some vacant other person behind those eyes. My pause made my brother pound on the door even harder, and I could tell he was really getting pissed off. I thought he was trying to scare me, but I wasn't sure what to think about what was going on. He began pulling the screen out of the screen door in order to get to the lock. I couldn't imagine he would ever be stupid enough to deliberately destroy a part of the house. My parents would have killed him. He started yelling at me, threatening all sorts of things he was going to do to me once he got in. I was about to run off, but I didn't because a part of me still thought he was trying to scare me. When he made it through the door, though, he didn't stop at all. He went right over to the knife block. That was when I turned and ran. I went quickly up to my stairs and into my bedroom, locking the door behind me. Because it was an older house, we had some good, solid doors inside. There was no way my brother was going to be able to break through them on his own. He did attack the door and yell and scream at me for a while, though, demanding that I open it right now. After a while, he gave up, and everything went quiet. I didn't come out of my room until my parents got home. They found my brother sitting in the bathtub upstairs, shivering with the kitchen knife beside him. He claimed to not really know what was going on, and my parents were very confused. I relayed the whole story to them, and he seemed to sincerely have no memory of what happened. It seemed my brother had a psychotic breakdown or a fugue state or something like that. I believe the last one is what the doctor said. To this day, he denies that he ever faked what happened as a practical joke. He admitted to every joke beforehand, so I have no reason not to believe him. He'd really done a number on my door, so I have no idea what would have happened to me if I hadn't gotten to my room in time. My grandma's basement has always scared me. It was dark, damp, made entirely of stone, and had no light at all. Apparently, it was older than the very house that sat on top of it, though I didn't know exactly how old until I did some further research. To avoid getting ahead of myself, though, I'm going to start from the very beginning. My grandma suffered from the beginning stages of dementia around the time this story happened. She became paranoid, constantly worried that someone was watching her, and no one was ever allowed in the basement when we would visit. We figured it was just out of worry or one of her tics. But just in case the basement was unstable or something, no one ever did go in to find out. That is, until one day, When I was about 15 years old, I was going through my teenage rebellion phase and was extremely cringy about it too. I'd stay up late just to sneak a sip of beer from my dad's case and just generally and quietly ignore rules my parents had set. However, I hadn't gotten to the basement at my grandma's yet for a couple of reasons. One was that I'd gotten too old to be left at her house to be babysat by her, and her health was getting worse anyway. And the other was just because I was kind of scared. Grandma's paranoia had been drilled into me since childhood, so even in my rebellious phase, thoughts of the old structure collapsing or something while I was down there haunted me. That same year, Grandma's situation changed. She fell in her driveway one winter morning, a fall that resulted in a broken hip and months of rehab. A concerned neighbor called the paramedics, and she refused to let them help her. That's the tame story, though. When I was older, my parents decided I should hear the full story, as the parents went down to stabilize her and check on her vitals. My sweet, concerned grandma changed into a completely different person. She swore, bit, and scratched at anyone who tried to approach her, screaming that she would not leave her home under any circumstances. Everyone said that wasn't really her talking. The drastic change in behavior was the disease affecting her brain, but that didn't really make me feel any better. As terrible as that day was, it was a prelude to the day I finally went into the basement. At some point during her rehabilitation, Grandma was deemed unfit to live on her own and placed into a care facility. Since my dad was her only child, it fell to him to take care of her affairs. That included cleaning out, sprucing up, and selling the house. Grandma didn't have much to her name, and the house was in a nice part of town, so that was the easy part. The hard part came when we had to assess the basement. We didn't have enough money to hire a contractor, so my dad volunteered to look at the foundations himself. I could tell he was a bit hesitant to go down there. Grandma's paranoid ramblings were fresh in everyone's minds, so I said I'd go with him. My mom was on standby at the top of the stairs, just in case something happened. My dad handed me some tools and a flashlight and opened the basement door. The draft of stale air immediately hit me in the face. It smelled awful, like there was something moldy down there. I don't think I'll forget that smell for a long time. The stairs were wooden and had no railings and were quite damp. They were practically half rotted. They creaked loudly as we walked down them. No wonder Grandma never came down here. There were cobwebs everywhere. Gives me the creeps just remembering it. My dad shined his flashlight into the space at the bottom, and I could hear him take a deep breath. I couldn't see what he was looking at until I peered over his shoulder, and what we saw is something neither of us are likely to ever forget. Packed wall to wall in that small space were tables filled with antique jars, and they weren't empty either. Preserved specimens glinted back at us, covered in layers of dust. There were eyes, organs, small reptiles, bugs, even an ancient human skull missing its teeth. I wanted to get out of there, but I also couldn't look away. Did Grandma know about this? Is that why she never allowed anyone down there? What effect did this forgotten piece of history have on her mental state? I wondered if she might have seen the eyes in the jars and convinced herself they were watching her. We went about testing the ceiling while trying to avoid this discovery as much as possible, then went back upstairs. My parents stayed quiet for a long time. Eventually, they told me to go to the other room while they figured out what to do about it. They decided to contact someone from the next town over. They determined that the human body parts were probably from an old home practice of some sort, not a gruesome murder or something. As an adult, I can appreciate that historical side of things, but on the opposite end of the spectrum, I feel bad for what my grandma went through near the end of her life. I imagine those things in the basement didn't help her get any better when she was suffering from her delusions. I hope that when I buy my next house, they disclose everything that's inside beforehand. I worked at Papa John's for a couple of years at the end of high school and beginning of college. I delivered pizzas and sometimes helped with cleaning and stuff because I worked nights. This was my normal 4 to 11 shift on a slow weekday. By 10, we weren't really getting any further orders, so we'd start cleaning up and preparing for closing, so we could leave right as 11 o'clock hit. At 10:45 this day, though, the phone started ringing. I let my manager pick it up, and from hearing what he was saying, I knew someone must be placing an order. Despite my shift ending in 15 minutes, I still had to deliver the order. I was visibly annoyed. I waited for the pizza to be ready, and then left just before 11 o'clock. The address wasn't too far away, I think just under 10 minutes or so. When I got there, though, I was a little bit confused. There was a long driveway going into the trees, but I couldn't see any houses or lights at the end at all. I looked back at the map zooming in, and saw that there was a house. It was just really far down. I turned onto this driveway and put on my brights. After the first part that connected to the main road, it soon became a gravel path. It was honestly quite hard to follow because it was thin and the trees were really close to the sides. Eventually, it opened up a bit, and across a small field was an old wooden house. It was too big to be a cabin, but it was definitely giving off that middle-of-the-woods cabin type feeling. There wasn't exactly a clear place to park, so I just stopped in the gravel and got out. A few of the outdoor lights were on, but they were not bright at all. Most of the woods surrounding the area were pitch black. I started walking up to the door, hoping to get this done quickly. Something was starting to make me feel off about this place. I got up to the porch, but just before I knocked on the door, I heard something from behind me. It was leaves crunching in the woods, near the gravel driveway I'd just come from. I looked out there for a moment, but it was too dark to see anything. I turned back and knocked on the door. While I waited, I looked back at my car, wishing I'd left the keys inside so the headlights would stay on. Even from the porch, it was hard to see anything more than a small glare coming from the plastic reflectors. The rest of the car was not even visible, falling past the dim light coming from the house. I heard footsteps inside, and the door opened. It was an old man with short black hair and glazed-over eyes. "I have a Papa John's pizza order for you," I said, holding out the box. There was a slight pause before the man slowly reached out and took it, looking me in the eyes the whole time. He set it down on a table next to him and got his wallet out slowly, counting through some cash. I heard it again, leaves crunching behind me. I looked over my shoulder toward my car, where I'd heard it coming from. Just when I thought I might have seen something, the man suddenly grabbed my shoulder and said, "Here, for you." He held out some cash. I took it and quickly looked back at my car, but didn't see anything. A few seconds later, I was shaken by the man slamming the door behind me. Before leaving the porch, I got my phone out and turned the flashlight on. I then hurried back to my car, shining the light in all directions. I didn't really see anything. I got in and made a small U-turn, then drove out of there. My unsettling feeling stayed with me the whole drive back, though, and after clocking out, I did a quick walk around my car. For the most part, everything looked okay, but once I got a closer look, I noticed some scratches near the passenger door handle that hadn't been there before. I couldn't verify anything, though, and even if I could, I don't really think there's anything I could do. Someone was out there in those woods, trying to get into my car without me knowing. Maybe it was all a setup from the start. I really can't say for sure. If they had gotten in, though, there's a good chance they would have hid in the back seat and waited for me. Whatever would have happened after that is best left unknown. This happened to me when I was in 5th grade. I was a safety patrol. My job was to assist the first grade teacher in dismissing the kids for the day. After I was done, I would usually go to the other side of the school where there was a library. I would wait there with my brother for our parents to come pick us up. To better understand what happened that day, I have to explain the layout of getting to the library. From my school, I would come out of the side and walk over to a fence that separated the school from the library. There was a bush with a small space that I would usually use as a shortcut, as opposed to walking the length of the entire fence to get to the front entrance. When I was done helping the teacher, there was mostly nobody left in school. I was almost always the last one to leave, as I was the only safety patrol who didn't get picked up directly. As I approached the aforementioned shortcut on this day, I heard a movement from somewhere nearby. Soon, a figure emerged out of nowhere. It was a tall, skinny man, staring at me with a completely crazed look in his eyes. The man appeared severely disheveled, as if he had just jumped out of taking a nap in a dumpster. I was a bit freaked out, because the man really had appeared out of nowhere. I started moving faster, and then I heard running footsteps charging right toward me. Without looking, I began running. I made it to the bush where the shortcut was, and forced my way through. I got a few scratches in the process, but I continued running. I finally looked behind me to see what was going on, and saw the deranged man struggling as he made his way through the bushes. Since I was a lot smaller, it was a lot easier for me to get through. The man ended up getting stuck, and appeared to be out of breath. I used this opportunity to make my way into the library. As soon as I was inside, I hid behind my brother, who was sat down at a computer. He was too occupied to see that I was in a panic. The man soon appeared outside the front doors and made his way inside. He began searching the aisles of books, appearing to look for me. At that point, he turned and made direct eye contact with me. He quickly noticed my brother, who was still staring at the computer screen. The man saw there were also other people in the library as well. He flashed me an intensely hateful look, then left immediately. After he was gone, I told my brother what just happened, but he didn't believe a single word of it. He just went back to playing on the computer. In hindsight, I know I should have told someone besides my brother. Right when it happened, too. Maybe a library employee or the nearest adult. When my parents came to pick us up, I told them what happened. My parents were shocked and immediately told the librarian. She picked up the phone and called the police. They arrived soon after and interviewed me. The next day, I had a meeting with the safety patrol group. They were all surprised because this school was considered one of the safest in the county. My mother was furious and told them that from that day forward, a teacher would have to supervise me when I walked over to the library. A couple of days later, I was called into the head office during the school day. Some detectives came in and showed me some surveillance footage from the library. They told me they were doing everything they could to find the man. An abductor on school grounds is something that law enforcement does not mess around with, especially when the word gets out and other parents hear about it. A couple of days later, I was in the library again, waiting for my parents to come pick up my brother and I. I was reading a magazine when I happened to look up and see that very same man. My blood just about ran cold. It was the same guy. I'll never forget his face for as long as I live. He looked normal this time, though, and had a young girl with him. She wasn't acting like she was afraid of him or anything, so I think she may have been his daughter. After the two of them left, I informed the librarian, who made a note of it. I haven't seen the man again since that day, and we haven't gotten any updates from the police. Whoever he was, he either had an evil twin who tried to grab kids, or lived a double life as a loving family man by day and a child abductor by the evening. This story happened in the fall of 2009 when I was in my senior year of high school. I grew up in a small suburb in Utah, and I've played football for my entire life. As a senior, I was the captain of the team. Our stadium was near the center of town. When this all started, we were playing our second home game on a cloudy Saturday evening. I had scored both of our team's touchdowns up to that point, and we had kept the other team scoreless. Midway through the third quarter, one of the kids on the other team suddenly started throwing punches at me and cursing. I ignored it and tried to walk away, but the referee still kicked us both out of the game. That was much to the dismay of our head coach, who I'll call Coach Joe for this story. After I was ejected, Coach Joe reluctantly sent me back to the locker room. I started the long walk under the stands to the locker room, but when I got there, the door was wide open. This was quite unusual, as Coach Joe usually locked it when we went out on the field. I wasn't really too concerned about it, though. After about an hour, the rest of the team got back in. It had been a complete blowout. We won 27-6. We celebrated for a while, then everyone left except for me and two of the other captains, Ryan and Mason. Coach Joe called me into his office to tell me he thought my ejection was a bad call. He was proud of me for walking away from the kid. After he finished, I asked him if he'd locked the door and explained to him that it had been open when I got back. He was confused as well. We both kind of blew it off. Fast forward to Wednesday. All week there had been an increased police presence. There were search helicopters everywhere 24/7 as well. Apparently, a young girl from the next town over from ours had gone missing Saturday night. I remember before practice that day we all noticed a putrid stench in the locker room. It was the same thing the day after as well. We'd all figured it was just our sweaty clothes making the smell. That was almost always the reason that locker rooms smell bad in general. After another game, Coach Joe told us to take home all of our stuff and wash it, and that he was having someone come to the stadium to fumigate the locker room, as he did once a month or so. We took everything home, but the smell was still there. When we went to practice the next morning, we were able to put up with it for a bit, but eventually it got to be too much. Every inch of the locker room smelled disgusting. It was so bad that 10 of my teammates had even gotten sick from it, along with 3 of the assistant coaches. This week we had another home game. We were in what was usually our guest locker room, which smelled like perfume in comparison. Our opponents were behind the snack shack, and we ended up losing that game 17-3. Coach Joe told us we were off for the weekend, but he wanted me, Ryan, and Mason to help him find where this smell was coming from. We met him around 5 in the afternoon or so, and started looking around. After about an hour, we still couldn't find the source of this putrid smell. There was nowhere left to look except for in the ceiling. We didn't think it could be coming from there, but Coach Joe had me check anyway, as a last-ditch effort. Mason grabbed the ladder from the team closet, and I climbed up and moved one of the tiles out of the way. I stuck my head in. After shining a flashlight around for a bit, I saw this small black bag within arm's reach. It was then that I remembered the whole thing about the missing girl, and how she'd gone missing the very same day that the locker room door had been left open. I was already starting to feel pretty sick. I was more nauseous than I thought was even possible. "What is it?" Coach Joe asked. I reached for the bag, and what I saw when I pulled it open will forever be imprinted in my memory. I saw the head of the missing girl. Her hair was mangled, her skin was black, and her eyes were sunken into her sockets. Ryan fainted, and Coach Joe threw up right in front of us. I dropped the bag and started running. Once we were able to collect ourselves, we called the police and an ambulance for Ryan, since he was still passed out. The police were able to confirm that the head did in fact belong to the missing girl. The rest of her body was never recovered. A couple of weeks later, they arrested a 28-year-old man that had confessed to killing her. He confessed to a few other things, too, that are just too evil for me to mention. I'll have to leave it up to your imagination. How he was able to sneak around so well while the game was going on is beyond me. I can't imagine the fear and pain that girl went through in the last few hours of his life. The crazy thing is, we were all joking about the possibility of there being a body hidden somewhere in the locker room, causing that horrible smell. Little did we know just how right we were. It's been years since then, and it's still hard for me to comprehend that there had been a human head decomposing above us in the locker room for nearly 2 weeks undiscovered. This story took place in the summer of 2017. My friend and I were young teenage girls at the time, and we didn't live in the best of areas. One night, we decided to go for a walk around the local pond, which wasn't far away from my house. It was pitch black out that night, although there was some sporadic lighting from the streetlights, which were all spaced pretty far apart, and there was still enough light to guide us to the pond, though. We left my house and began walking up the dark street. We stopped at one end of the pond and sat down on a bench. This bench just so happened to be right under the single light that overlooked the pond. Since the light was directly above us, anyone approaching would see us perfectly illuminated. Looking back, it probably wasn't a good idea to sit there at night. It practically made us into a pair of targets. We talked for a while, but after a few minutes I noticed some strange movement in the distance. I squinted my eyes and saw a group of silhouettes approaching us. Since I'm a paranoid person on a good day, I alerted my friend to the presence of what I assumed to be a group of people swiftly coming our way. We debated for a moment on what we should do. The first option was to keep sitting on the bench and assume they were harmless individuals who wouldn't do anything to us. The other option was to take no chances and make a run for it back to my house. Something about the way these figures were approaching seemed threatening to me. We quickly got back on our feet and started off with a speed walk. I looked back, and my worst fears were immediately confirmed. The group of figures was now sprinting right for us. That's when my fear truly kicked in. My friend and I began to run full speed. I kept looking back at the group as we ran, and noticed they were quickly gaining on us. I could not make out any of the features of the people due to the lack of lighting. We were just blindly running from several faceless figures, which only added to the terror. We eventually arrived at my house and hid in my front yard for a while, since we were still being followed. I didn't want them to know where I lived. Eventually, we went inside, making sure to lock the doors behind us. When we were talking about it after the fact, she said that she'd never looked back like I did. We don't actually know if they attempted to follow us the whole way back. For all we know, it could have been a group of kids just playing a prank on us. But under the circumstances and with the area's reputation, we were just glad we didn't take any chances. This story is from the perspective of a woman. I've worked as the night shift telephone operator at a casino hotel for 14 years now. I'm used to dealing with drunks and perverts on a daily basis. I get a lot of especially unwanted attention because of my voice. I've been serenaded and even proposed to. I'm usually able to just shrug it off, but on the night in question, I received a phone call from someone who was truly an extremely deranged individual. It started off just like any other normal Saturday night. A drunken guest called from his hotel room. "Hey, can I get 2 sets of towels up here, please?" "My pleasure, sir. Is there anything else I can get for you?" Yeah, you." I sighed in annoyance. "I'll get those items up to you shortly, sir. Have a wonderful evening." I hung up thinking I'd heard the last from that guest, but I was wrong. About 15 later, he called back. "Hey, everything's here except for you." "I don't work in housekeeping, sir." "Damn, your voice though. I bet you're hot, aren't you? Why don't you come up and see me?" "Sir, I'm not allowed to leave my desk. Do you need anything else? Do you not understand what I'm telling you? I need you." I hung up on him again and continued to take calls. That night, I was the only operator on duty, which was usually the case. After a while, I had almost forgotten about that guy. That was until he called again about 30 minutes later. "Hey, I've got some champagne and cheesecake up here for you." "Not for me, sir. You enjoy it and have a good night." "Wait, don't hang up. You're the love of my life. I've never loved anyone but you." I was losing my patience with this drunken idiot. "Sir, I don't have time for this. Enjoy your cheesecake and have a nice night," I said firmly. I hung up. I knew I'd lost my temper, but I couldn't help it. This guy was really annoying me. A few minutes later, he called back. "If you won't come to me, I guess I'll have to come to you. I want you. I need you." "Sir, you need to stop calling me or I'm going to inform security. I'm trying to work here." I slammed down the phone again, slightly rattled. This had never happened to me on this level before. I was starting to get scared he would actually come down for me. He called back almost immediately. "What do I have to do to get you up here? You know that I know your boss. All I have to do is tell them I want you and you'll be mine. I practically own this fucking place. One phone call and you're gonna be up here on your knees." I hung up the phone in disgust, then dialed security and explained to them what was going on. The security guys were mostly buddies of mine, so they said they would be up there to talk to him immediately and to let them know if he called back again. A short time later, he did. "They're trying to keep you from me, huh? They don't know how much I love you, how much I need you. I'm coming for you." I called security again. They told him if he called back one more time, they would have the sheriff's office come out. A short time later, I received another phone call from the lobby phone. At first, all I could hear was heavy breathing, and then a familiar voice came on. "I'll fucking find you. I need you. You belong to me." I hung up and called security, who immediately sent an officer to the lobby. They also said they were going to call the sheriff right away. Since I don't work the front desk, I was nowhere near the lobby. I was in a safe, undisclosed location where I didn't think he could really find me, but the caller's behavior still frightened me. My coworker then called me from the front desk. "Hey, there's this creepy guy up here asking about you. I didn't tell him anything, but do you need me to call security?" "Oh my god, are you kidding me? I've already called them. They should be on their way. Where is he now?" "He's standing right..." "Ah, shit, where'd he go?" My coworker told me to lock the office door. After that, I quickly contacted someone in surveillance. They said they were aware of the guy, and they were tracking him. He was pacing by the employee doors, looking for a way to get downstairs to where I was. Security caught up with him, and the sheriff pulled up as well. I felt sick to my stomach. I didn't realize until just then how bad I was shaking. This man was a lunatic, wandering the halls of the entire hotel searching for me. He didn't even know me. He had no idea what I looked like, and yet he was determined to find me. I was having a full-blown anxiety attack. I have no idea how much time passed before the head of security came into the office. The sound of the door opening made me jump. "Hey, it's all right. Just breathe. He's banned from here, and the sheriff deputies escorted him off the property. You should head home. You want me to call the manager for you?" "No, I'll be okay, thank you." I wasn't prepared for that level of craziness tonight. I was far from okay, but I knew there wasn't anyone to cover my shift, and I was no longer in danger. For the rest of that night, several of my buddies in security came by to check up on me. I don't know what exactly the man had said he was going to do to me to them, and I don't think I want to know, but I'll tell you this. I've never seen a group of big, tough guys look so worried and disturbed. I guess that's what happens when you come face to face with someone who's truly lost their mind. I was driving back from a friend's house who lived about an hour away from me. We'd lost track of time though, so I didn't leave until around 2 a.m. or so. I was really tired, and the drive was really boring most of the way home. It was a long straight road that didn't seem to have a single other car on it. For the first 20 minutes, it was just me, staring at the endless pavement up ahead and trying not to let my eyes close. All of a sudden, though, my eyes suddenly lit something up on the roadway. It was up ahead of me, and I couldn't tell what it was at first. As I got closer, though, I had to slow down and even eventually come to a stop. There was a semi-truck parked right in the middle of the road, blocking off both lanes. I sat there for a few moments, having no clue what exactly I was looking at. At this point on the road, we were at least 30 minutes from town, and there was nothing out here at all. The only reason anyone would stop out here was if there had been an emergency. I looked to the right side of the truck. There might have been just enough room for me to get around the trailer, but there was a steep hill on the shoulder, and that would be really risky to drive on the edge of. The other side of the truck had trees too close together for me to drive between. After being there for a whole minute, I figured this had to be some sort of emergency. My best and maybe only option was to check up on them and see what was going on. I got out of my car and began walking up to the front of the trailer. I remember how quiet it was. It was like the night was still and completely empty. I got up to the front and realized the light was on in the driver's cabin. I went up to the door and lightly knocked on it, then called out asking if they were okay. The window was way too high up to see through, so I couldn't really see anything from the ground. After a few seconds, there was still no response. I called out again, but there wasn't any sound of movement even. Inside my gut, it was telling me that something was seriously off about all of this. I looked down the road ahead, then back at the road I had come from, seeing nothing but fog in the distance. That only reminded me how far I was away from anyone else. I grabbed the side of the door and lifted myself up onto the steps, then looked inside the window. There were things scattered everywhere, almost looking like they'd crashed or something. The whole cabin was a total mess, but nobody appeared to be inside. I noticed the door on the other side was wide open. I stepped back onto the road and began walking around the truck to investigate the open door. I was stopped in my tracks when I saw a man in the forest walking up the side of the hill. He was tall with shoulder-length hair and had a very disheveled appearance. "Hey man, are you okay?" The man didn't look at me, but continued coming up from the forest and onto the road. In faint lighting coming from my headlights, I saw dark red stains all over his clothes and his face. He was covered in dirt and grime as well. Thinking he was clearly not okay, I offered to help him, but he continued to not even acknowledge me. That was until I said I would call 911 for him. He immediately stopped walking and shot a look at me, holding eye contact for a few moments. "I'm fine," he said, in a deep and threatening tone. I stopped talking and watched him get into the truck. I then rushed back to my car. The truck just started driving away. I turned around and drove right back to my friend's house, where I called 911 and gave every detail I could remember. Unsurprisingly, the case never went further than that. What happened on that road is still a mystery, one that really terrifies me. The way that truck was stopped being sideways and with the cabin looking as chaotic as it did, I think someone or something must have forced them to stop. What happened afterwards is debatable, but I think the man I saw probably wasn't the original truck driver. I think we can all assume what likely happened in the forest below the road. I'm a local truck driver for a common grocery store in our city. This means I stay in the same 50-ish mile radius and drive between the warehouse and several stores every day to deliver pallets of groceries. I don't have to make any drives more than 2 hours long, so every night I get to go home at a fairly reasonable time and sleep in my own bed rather than at a truck stop like most cross-country or regional truckers. This day was pretty average, going between a few stores and delivering the pallets. I got to my last delivery location around 9 or so, and it took a half hour for them to empty the trailer. Then I was good to head back to the warehouse and turn in for the night. This was always the farthest drive though, being that the warehouse was on the very edge of the city, away from everything else. An hour into the drive, just about when I'd reached 15 minutes away, I pulled into a gas station to quickly fill up. I'd been riding on empty for a little bit too long now. I went to the diesel section and started the gas pump. While I leaned against the truck and waited, I saw a group standing outside of a parked pickup truck on the other side of the gas station. They were the only ones there, but they kept eyeing me, looking over at both me and my truck. It was a bit odd, but I thought they were waiting for me to leave, probably so they could do something stupid, without any bystanders to watch them. Once my truck was full, I put the pump back and got in, driving out of the gas station. As I did, the group got into their own pickup and left as well, pulling up right behind me. Now, it was definitely more than just a little odd. I didn't know what exactly they were planning to do, but they weren't even trying to hide their nefarious intentions. Over the next mile, as we got further out toward the edge of the city, they kept swerving around behind me, going in and out of the lane. They were unable to keep a consistent speed. I got my phone from the mount and called the police to report this group for reckless and possibly drunk driving. Being in a huge semi myself, I didn't exactly feel unsafe. I was more worried for anyone else that may be on the road. After a couple more minutes, though, they swerved into the lane next to me and sped up until they were right across from my window. I looked down at them and saw a few guys looking at me. They said something to the others. Then they sped up again and slammed on the brakes right in front of me. I had no choice other than to brake as well, stopping just before ramming into them. As soon as I did, all the doors swung open and 4 of them came running to either side of my truck, trying to open the doors. I immediately went in reverse, trying to put some distance between us before I slammed back down into drive. My only choices were to take a chance at driving off-road, which might make my trailer topple over, or I could ram through their pickup. Obviously, I decided to go straight through their truck. All 4 of them ran off the road just before I hit it, and after 30 seconds I was long gone. By the time I got to the warehouse, police had shown up to the scene, finding their pickup destroyed on the side of the road. All 4 of them were standing by it. As the officer put it, they were all very intoxicated and not willing to cooperate or explain what they were doing. Whatever it was they were doing, though, it was pretty scary having 4 drunk and aggressive guys trying to break into my cab. Although it all happened so fast and maybe doesn't seem that bad, I think if I hadn't acted so quickly, it could have easily escalated to something truly awful. There's no way of telling what might have happened, though. The year was 2015. I was around 14 or 15 back then, and was a freshman in high school. I was always a quiet kid. Everyone knew me as the one artsy girl who gave everyone the side eye. I didn't like anyone in my grade or my school for the most part. I usually had no friends and was always a loner. In 6th grade, though, a few years before 2015, I made a best friend named Ray. Ray and I were almost the same person, with just a few minor differences. We shared the same interests, did the same things, we even played the same kind of guitar, and we both hated everybody else. It was like we were long-lost sisters. We did a lot of things together, and I will admit that we did some weird stuff. As freshmen, we used to smoke and wander around the streets at night, which sparked the idea that we should sneak out into the forest behind the elementary school and smoke there. We lived in upstate New York, where small towns and gossipy people were the only things around, so smoking in the forest would be the safest spot. We didn't want our neighbors to find out and snitch on us. Fast forward to March. Ray and I had planned out what we were going to do. We decided to meet at a church that was 5 houses down from Ray's. At around midnight, I headed out. I packed a bag of cigarettes and a small lighter, as well as a few snacks. Sneaking out of the house would be a real challenge, since my sister would go ballistic if she found out I'd left. I managed to jump out of the second-floor window by landing on some small bushes below. I picked myself up and began to jog down the road to Ray's house. We didn't live too far away from each other. We went over to the church. There was a path behind the chapel that led up to a hill and towards the elementary school. As we walked, we were being obnoxiously loud, especially Ray. I assume she must have drunk something beforehand to make the night a little more fun for her. I was getting more nervous, though. I began to shush her, just in case anyone was around. Eventually, we ended up at the elementary school. We made our way past the playground and soon entered the dark forest beyond. The tall grass was covered in melting snow, which made the ground very damp and muddy. Our footsteps were loud, but we didn't care. Who else would be out in the woods at this hour? I forgot to mention that I'd also brought my ukulele with me. We found a spot by a large tree, and I began to play an old tune, while Ray danced around like an idiot, with a cigarette dangling from her mouth. We laughed for a while before we ended up talking about life and whatnot. It was around then that I realized it was pitch black, and I couldn't even see the moonlight. Hey, we've been out here for a while. Maybe we should start heading back now? It's got real dark all of a sudden, I said. Ray chuckled, saying I was trying to kill the mood. Regardless, though, I suddenly had the feeling we were not alone out here. I looked around as she continued rambling, and then I heard heavy breathing coming from somewhere close by. Thinking I was just being paranoid, I brushed it off and continued our conversation. Not even 2 minutes later, though, I heard actual footsteps behind us. I did not dismiss it this time. They were loud, heavy footsteps, crunching leaves beneath them as they got closer to us. I grabbed my belongings and tugged on Ray's arm, yanking her ass off the ground. I began screaming at her to run and pushed her ahead of me, ensuring she got a head start. She was not the fastest runner, and I didn't want her to get left behind. My heart was pounding so hard that I couldn't even hear her screaming. She quickly glanced behind her and suddenly screamed that someone was chasing us and about to grab me. I dashed in a different direction. The footsteps continued to pursue me, though. I ran as fast as I could, shouting at Ray to get back to the path that led out of the forest. Suddenly, the footsteps behind me stopped, and a loud and deranged bellow resonated through the trees, sending a chill down my spine. I quickened my pace and jumped over a small perimeter fence. I landed hard on the gravel on the other side, but I wasted no time getting back to my feet. I ran up the hill, where I saw Ray emerging from the forest. I reached my friend with tears in my eyes. Ray was terrified, covering her mouth with her hand and hyperventilating. "We need to get the fuck out of here," I told her. We took a different path back to my house. She was too scared to walk back home alone in the dark. The next morning, my sister asked me what she was doing there at our home and why there were dirty clothes scattered across the floor that smelled like cigarettes. We lied about the whole thing, but she knew that something was up. Thankfully, she never snitched on us. To this day, I have no idea who was out there in the woods with us that night. why they screamed like a deranged lunatic, or why they chased us. To any younger kids out there who feel like they need to sneak out at night, just don't do it. You don't want to end up telling a story like this, or never having the opportunity to tell one at all. So a little backstory. I grew up in a close-knit community, surrounded by houses and parks. As far as crime goes, very little ever occurred there. Things came full circle last year when I moved into a house in my old neighborhood. It was just off the main road that connected to a local mental hospital. There had always been an underlying concern from the residents about that place, but there had never been an incident where a patient escaped or anything. Over time, we just sort of got used to it. However, things changed over the years. It was no longer the quiet, peaceful place I remembered. The amount of noise and crime I witnessed after moving in was simply astonishing. My wife travels a lot for work, and when she does, I tend to sleep in my game room toward the back of the house. One night, I had this horrific nightmare. I was lying on a bed in a dark room at the hospital. When I got that feeling you get when you know you're being watched, I scanned the room to find my wife standing in the corner, looking directly in my eyes. "Josh, wake up! You need to wake up!" I remember waking up in bed and immediately looking over. I grabbed the handgun I kept on my nightstand, feeling on edge about something. I opened my back door to see what was going on, only to find someone standing in my backyard, approaching with a crowbar. The figure took a few steps toward me, with the crowbar raised above their head. I raised my firearm to confront them. "If you come any closer, I'll shoot you." The figure stopped dead in their tracks, then took off, jumping over the brick fence that separated our backyard from the main road. I called the non-emergency number and let the dispatcher know what just happened. It turned out the man in my backyard was an escapee from the mental hospital. It was the first time that anyone had ever escaped from that place, and of course he ended up in my backyard with a crowbar. Lucky me. This happened about 3 years ago, while I was in medical school. Back then, I was doing some anatomy training. I would go into the details, but it might get a little too technical and long-winded for how much I feel like writing. Just imagine incisions and studies of our insides. Practical training rarely ends on schedule. Well, at least it didn't at my medical school. We were all still working until about 8 p.m. on the night in question. Our classes were sort of weird. If there was still work to be done after 7 p.m. when they were supposed to end, the teachers would just leave us to it until we finished. I didn't really like that, but I guess they had earned their stripes in the profession, and it was just one of those things we would have to get used to. This left 4 of us medical students alone down in the autopsy room. I didn't really mind at all about being left down there, though. It was a strange building, and I'll need to explain a little. There was a set of doors you had to walk through to enter. Then the hall sloped down to another set of doors. Then you went into the autopsy room. I never usually even gave a second thought about being down there, but that night something different happened. We all heard the sound of the entrance door suddenly slamming shut. I thought, it's probably one of those lecturers coming back because he forgot something. But when I didn't hear the sound of approaching footfalls, I thought otherwise. If someone came back from the outside, we should have heard them coming through the second set of double doors, but no one came in. I guessed it was just one of those random things. The door slamming itself isn't much to get yourself worked up about, I thought. Even though, admittedly, the setting we were operating in was creepy. I went back to work and just tried to ignore it. I next heard footsteps, though. This time they were near the entrance to our training room, in between the double set of doors. We all looked toward that direction we'd heard the sound from, but no one attempted to come through the doors. Us medical students exchanged glances with each other and asked things like, "You heard that, right? Someone's in there right now." At that point, I knew it wasn't just my imagination. We went back to work. We all just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. A few minutes passed by, and I definitely heard the sound of footsteps approaching again. I looked in the direction I heard them coming from, but I didn't see anything. I could tell the others in the room were feeling the same as me. We couldn't work well under these constant and strange interruptions. Despite feeling a little creeped out, I decided to go and announce to our little group that I was going in search of those sounds. I went all over the bottom floor, looked down the halls, and in both sets of bathrooms and changing areas. I couldn't find anyone there. Admittedly, I'd searched a little quickly, but there was no one to be found. I went back to the autopsy room and let everyone know that I hadn't found the culprit. There didn't appear to be anyone there any longer, though. Not long later, though, I heard more footsteps, this time sounding closer and louder than before. There was something more to these footsteps, though, an additional sound, a weird squeaking, squelching sound as they moved. It sounded like a pair of boots on a rainy day trudging down the hallway. We all looked at each other in silence. I could see my colleagues' faces turning pale. We took it in turns to ask each other questions that none of us had the answers to, like what exactly was going on and whose footsteps these could be. Eventually, they started to grow louder, so loud that they sounded as if they were coming from inside the same room we were stood in. I couldn't believe my eyes or my ears because there was no one in the room with us. That is, except the man who was laid on his back in the center of the table with his chest fully open and exposed. I felt as if my sanity was slipping. Someone was clearly moving around in the room with us, but at the same time, clearly nobody was there. We all shot up from our seats and edged away from the sound. My colleagues were freaking out. I have to admit some of them were on the verge of tears. I wanted to leave right now. I needed to get away. All of us were practically trembling at that point. We reached our max, and I shouted to my colleagues to leave. I don't know why that thought didn't cross our minds sooner. I made sure that we covered the body, but we all hurried to do it. We ran out of the building. None of us said a word about it to our lecturers. We thought we could just brush it under the rug. 2 days later, we were set to be back in that room again. I'm pretty sure that I can speak for everyone there when I say none of us were looking forward to being back in there. We couldn't afford to miss a class, though. Our university was super strict on attendance. We didn't really feel as if we had any other choice but to suck it up and get back in there. We headed in. It was always a good idea to get there a little bit before the lecturers. I instantly recognized there was something a little different this time, though. It seemed a little cooler down there. The room was much colder than usual. I quickly realized the training room floor was flooded with water. It had rained heavily over the last day and a half. When our professor arrived, he went bananas. He shouted for the last group that was down there in the autopsy room to step forward. We had to take our medicine and admit it was us. We got into a lot of trouble because we didn't close the door properly when we ran out last time. The only thing is, we all knew that we had. I told the professor about what we had heard, but he wasn't really interested. He wasn't the type that would ever believe in the paranormal. Not that I was a believer back then either. At a later date, a senior lecturer approached me and said he thought he'd encountered something similar to what we had. He even said that the room had been blessed in the past. I often wonder at what those squelching footsteps were. Was it the soul of one of the bodies returning that we had practiced on, or just a bunch of collective students getting worked up and overhearing things? Either way, I can't help but think of that night whenever it starts raining. I moved around a whole lot while I was growing up. I've lived in the city, in the country, and in the suburbs. I moved so much that I didn't really get to know a lot of kids my age very well. Not while I was growing up. After having this be the case for a long period of time, I stopped trying to make friends when I reached a certain age. It didn't seem worth it if my family would just pack up and move a few months after I'd made a new friend. There was a period of time when we moved to this house out in the country. It was in a poorer area, I guess I'd say, where the only houses you came across really were mobile homes. I never tried to make any friends with the kids who might have lived there, though. I also didn't really make friends at school. I don't know what it is about this area, but for some reason it was the only time in my life where I was ever bullied. I think it might have been because I kept to myself and did well in school, instead of playing with everyone else during recess. Whatever it was, though, the bullies were real jackasses and caused me a lot of hell for the year when we were there. Weekends and school vacations were my favorite times because they were the only times I could get away from the bullies at school. The teachers never did anything to make the bullying stop either. This happened during a weekend in the fall. I remember because I was out wearing a jacket and taking a walk. I tried to go out for walks whenever I could on days home because it felt good to get out of the house for a while. There I was, strolling down a gravel road, lost in my own thoughts. After a while, I began to hear some sounds coming up ahead of me, off to the side of the road. I was curious to see what was going on, so I walked up to the area. I noticed there was a fenced-off field in that area. It sounded like there were some people off doing something there, and I began to wonder why. I wasn't curious enough to try and find out myself, though. I was shocked when somebody suddenly approached me from the side of the road. I was surprised to see it because I hadn't noticed anyone had been there. I was really afraid to see it was a kid named John, who was one of the bullies that bugged me at school. John made some comments to me, but none of them were mean at all. In fact, he had heard the noises out in the field too, and was wondering what they were. John asked me if I was curious and wanted to go see what was going on. I wasn't sure how to feel. I mean, a part of me thought that my bully might have been warming up to me, but another part of me didn't want to go walking with him into a random field. In the end, I decided to go with him though, mostly because I was afraid he would beat me up if I didn't go with him. After walking for a while, we finally noticed a few other guys up in front of us. It didn't take long for me to recognize them also from school. I was a bit scared when I noticed they were all guys who normally hung out with John and always tormented me. That probably meant he had known they were out there all along and was now meeting up with them. I wanted to turn around and go back to the road, but I couldn't force myself to do so. Besides, if these 4 kids wanted to catch me, they easily could and would beat the crap out of me. I obviously didn't want that, so I decided to try and not seem scared. Perhaps they would respect me that way and let me take part in whatever they were doing. As we got closer to them, I realized they all had rifles and were shooting at things. At first, I assumed they were just pellet guns, but they were actual rifles. I found myself even more wanting to get away as quickly as I could. John asked me if I wanted to fire one. I definitely did not, and I told him that was okay. I didn't want to take away any of their fun from them. I would just watch them if that was all right. "Oh, I have a better idea." John laughed with his friends. "How about we use you as the target? That would be really fun." Of course, those words scared the hell out of me. These were bullies I knew were not scared to get physical with someone. It wouldn't surprise me if they were willing to shoot me either. There were only 2 rifles amongst the 4 boys, and they both pointed them at me. I tried to tell myself they wouldn't be stupid enough to try and shoot me. If they did, they would get in a lot of trouble, but I had no idea if they were smart enough to realize that or not. "Well, that's not what I thought would be fun," John told his friends. "I mean, we could just shoot at anything, you know? We could shoot at trees, bushes, rocks, but what would really be fun would be a moving target." All the boys laughed and I got even more scared. I didn't want to run because that would give the boys what they wanted, but I didn't want to just stand there either. "Well, run," It would be a lot harder to shoot you if you're running. If you just stand there like a dumbass, what will you do? I still didn't move. I was too terrified to do anything. "Run!" John yelled. He sort of lunged at me. That was enough to scare me into running. I took off. I began telling myself that they were just trying to scare me. No sooner than I thought that, did I hear a gunshot ring out. I was so startled that I tripped and fell on the ground. I hadn't been hit by anything, but that didn't mean they hadn't been trying to hit me. I got back up and started running again. It wasn't long after before I heard another gunshot that was followed by another and another. Each time I kept expecting the gunshot to hit me. I couldn't even be relieved when they didn't because I was too terrified. I made it to the fence and jumped back over it, getting onto the gravel road. I kept running and didn't stop running until I got home. I was out of breath and in pain, but I hadn't been hit, and I was glad about that. Here's the part that might get you, though. I didn't tell anyone about what happened right away. I was too scared about what the bullies might do to me if I got them in trouble. I kept it to myself and didn't tell anyone until years after we moved away from there. I really don't know how much trouble they would have gotten into anyway. They would have just denied it, and I found the parents of bullies rarely discipline their children for bullying. I can't say that I was bullied much when I was growing up. Rather than being unpopular, I was just the sort of kid that everyone ignored. If people talked about me or had any strange impressions of me, I definitely never knew about it. I spent a lot of time by myself. However, I was not one of those people who liked spending a lot of time by themselves. I would often try to insert myself into a conversation or join up in a ball game if extra players were needed. I wanted to get along with everyone and have those interactions. Normally, it was always a bust. I just had a problem making friends. That still didn't keep me from trying to, though. One day, I was walking home from school. I had a pretty long walk, as I lived out of town. Close enough, though, that the district didn't provide a bus for me. I didn't mind the walk, as I had been doing it all of my life, and it gave me a little time to think. When I was walking by a field, I noticed a bunch of kids from high school that I knew. My curiosity got the better of me, so I decided I would follow them and see what they were doing. This might seem strange to you, and it certainly does to me now as well. But recall this is something I did very often back then. The kids all had a pretty big start on me, so it would take me a while to catch up to them. When I did eventually catch up to them, they were hanging out and smoking pot. They noticed me and actually invited me to come over and hang out with them. They didn't seem worried I would narc on them or anything. They even offered me a smoke as well. I had never done that before, but I wanted them to like me, so I did. Of course, as many first-time pot smokers out there will tell you, the first time can be the roughest. Much to the amusement of the other guys, I was coughing my lungs out for quite a while after. After hanging out for a bit, I hadn't really done much talking, just some listening. One of the guys told us he had a great idea. There was an old tunnel under an old road that had been closed down for years, and they thought it would be cool to go check it out. I was all for it. I walked with the guys for a while until we came upon this tunnel. It wasn't long, and I'm sure you've seen this sort of thing before. I could even see to the other side of it. Still, it had a sort of creepy vibe to it. You couldn't see the dirt road that ran over the tunnel anymore because it had completely grown over. There were tons of bushes and trees grown up over everything around it. One of the boys noticed something, though. It looked like on the very far end, there was a body laying in the tunnel. After he pointed it out, I noticed it too. However, I didn't get curious like the other guys did. It freaked me out and I wanted to just get away from it. There was no way I could tell them that, though. The guys began daring me to go and check it out. This scared me, of course, because I really didn't want to do it, but I also wanted them to like me. After they prodded me for a little while, I decided to go ahead and check it out. The tunnel was kind of dank, but it wasn't wet or anything. It was just unpleasant walking in it, especially knowing I might be approaching a dead body. I walked as slowly as I could, trying to draw it out as long as possible. That seems silly when I say it. Most people would want to get it done with as quickly as possible. As I got closer to the figure in the tunnel, I could see them a lot better. It didn't look like they were breathing. This scared me, but I kept thinking about how cool the guys would think I was if I had approached a dead body. I kept creeping closer. Right when I had gotten up to it, I heard this loud, clanging, echoing noise ring out across the tunnel. I turned to look behind and see what it was, but my attention was quickly drawn back to the body when it tried to reach out and grab me. I stumbled backwards and fell over. I watched him get up, and I could hear the guys laughing at me. I wasn't concentrated on that, though. I was concentrated on the scary figure in front of me, suddenly yelling at me and coming toward me. I got up and began running out of the tunnel. I couldn't even tell you what the figure was yelling at me as I ran out. I just knew that he was very angry, and I was terrified. The guys were running back to the area they had originally been in, and I followed them. I checked behind me at one point, but I didn't see the figure from the tunnel following me. The guys explained to me that the guy in the tunnel was a homeless guy who'd been living there for who knows how long. For some reason, he really hated it when people would come along and go into that tunnel. He would try to attack anyone that did. That clanging sound I heard was one of the guys throwing a rock into the wall of the tunnel to wake the guy up and scare the hell out of me. The guys were all laughing, but I didn't find it very funny. I began to fake laugh too, though, because I wanted them to like me. They seemed to accept me, and I was invited to keep hanging out with them. I had finally made some friends, who I continued to know until long after high school was over. All it took was for them to scare me so bad I nearly shit my pants. I was 18 and had just moved into a new state to start college soon. I only had a few days before classes started, but I wanted to explore a little while I had the chance. The area around the campus was full of forests and hills, with tons of outdoorsy stuff to do. I found a trail that I thought looked nice, and drove down to it one afternoon to walk on it. Online, it said it was about a 2-hour trip, so I didn't exactly bring much, only a bit of water with me. There were no other cars parked at that specific spot, which made me assume that nobody else was on it. Not far in, I walked past another hiker, though. He was sitting on a fallen tree off to the side of the trail and nodded his head at me as I passed by. It looked like he was on his way out because he was sweating profusely and looked somewhat dirty, like he'd been outside for a while already. I kept walking for about 30 more minutes, just keeping to myself and listening to music, when out of nowhere, I heard a man's voice yelling. I turned around and saw that same person that I'd passed by earlier, waving at me to get my attention. I stopped and waited as he jogged up to me. He said the trail name I was on in a questioning manner. I then responded. He then pointed to my right. I looked out, and going off into the trees was another trail that looked almost identical to this one. Neither trail was more than just a thin line of dirt. "Watch out, people tend to get lost in this section going down the wrong way." I smiled and thanked him, but it definitely was a bit odd. The guy seemed nice enough, though, and not meaning to be anything but helpful. As I started walking down the trail he'd told me, he continued along behind me. He explained that he'd lived there for years and walked this path almost every day. He hated to hear about new hikers getting lost out there. I guess it made sense to me at the time. I kept up with the small talk, not really having much of a choice since he was right behind me. After a few minutes, though, the conversation fizzled out, and we just sort of walked in silence for a while. We were still right by each other, mind you, we just weren't saying anything. The trail went straight for a long time. It was a good 45 minutes before I realized how far we'd walked. knowing it was only supposed to be a 2-hour trail. I thought by now it would have started looping around. While I was just starting to think about this, I stumbled over something. It was a rusty railroad track, half buried into the dirt. I was surprised and looked back up, seeing that not too far away from the trail was an abandoned mine. There was this small hole going into the hillside with 3 wooden beams around the entrance and some railway tracks going into it. I walked up and looked inside, but the light from outside didn't go very far at all. It was pitch black with no way to know how far down it went. As I stood outside the entrance, the man came up from behind me. I turned around and saw him standing just a couple of feet from me, but his face was straight. I don't know how to describe it, but he no longer had this harmless look to him. "Go in," he said, in an eerily monotone voice that was nothing like how he'd been speaking before. It was demanding and terrifying. I took off running without hesitation. The man tried to reach out and grab me to stop me, but once I got a few feet away, I didn't hear him attempt to chase me. As I entered the trees, I looked back, and the man was gone. He must have gone right into the abandoned mine. I ran all the way back to the first part of the trail, then got back to my car and left the forest. That was my first real experience outside of my hometown. It was unfortunate, but I think it taught me a lot. I blindly trusted a random person I just met, and it could have easily been the last thing I ever did if I'd been forced into that mine. I don't think I would have ever emerged. This was in 2016. I was living alone in a small home in the countryside. Rarely would anyone come by my house unless it was a delivery person. This day, I had gotten out of work at 8 o'clock or so and made the long drive home, arriving at around 9 o'clock. As I went down the dirt driveway and got up to my house, though, I noticed a woman standing right at the front of my door. I was rightfully startled to see someone at my house, especially so late into the day. There wasn't even a car anywhere in sight either. I parked on the driveway and got out, cautiously looking around me. As I walked up to the front door, the woman looked like she was in her late 20s or so and had a large smile on her face, waving at me as I approached her. "What are you doing here? I think you had the wrong house," I said, stepping past her and putting myself between her and the front door. She said she was lost and trying to get some directions from here into town. It was a strange request, since there was no car in sight, and it didn't really answer the question as to why she was out there at my house. Regardless, I told her to go down to the road and make a left, and that would take her all the way to the center of town. She looked at me, still smiling, and thanked me, but instead of walking away, she tried to keep talking to me. It was unmistakably in a flirty manner, which in this context was creepy, not attractive. I tried to cut off the conversation multiple times. She asked me if she could stay with me and warm up for a little bit. Obviously, I said no. She still smiled and tried to convince me, but I again stated I would not let her into my home. I opened the door and went inside, then locked it behind me. I even debated calling the police because everything about this was really sketchy. I then heard her walk off the porch and watched out the window as she went down the driveway and disappeared into the dark, heading toward the road. Seeing that she'd finally left, I left the window and grabbed a drink, then sat down on the couch and tried to forget about that strange encounter. I opened my laptop and put on a Netflix show while I wound down for the night. I was really tired, and I dozed off. Maybe 15 minutes in, I shot awake to a knock at the door. There was only a few seconds before they knocked again. A woman's voice called out, asking for me to come to the door. I knew it was the same woman from earlier. I got up, and rather than going to answer the door, I went over to the window. I wanted to confirm it was the same person before calling the police to take care of this. When I looked out the window, though, there were almost a dozen men standing outside my home. Some were scattered around in the trees on the side of the driveway, and others were just right near my house waiting by the porch. I called the police, literally shaking as I waited. I heard them moving around the house and talking to each other. One of them mentioned something about another home, but I couldn't figure out anything else on why they were here. They never tried to break in, to my surprise. The woman just kept knocking and calling out for me. That was all. When a patrol car finally came down the driveway, all of them sprinted into the woods in a direction that led to nothing but denser woods. Eventually, though, 3 days later, I found out some unfortunate and horrifying news. One of my neighbors that lived in a house just down the road was missing. After no sign of him, they found his front door unlocked. His house looked normal, like there had been no forceful break-in. I think he may have fallen victim to exactly what happened to me, which makes my encounter with those people even more terrifying, knowing that I could be missing right now. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. I know it's been quite a while since I did an outro. If you guys like this video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback about the video itself, please be sure to leave it in the comments below. I always do read the comments, although with me recording every day, I don't have as much time to respond to them anymore. If you guys have a story you would like to send in yourselves, please be sure to look in the description below the video. There will be links to my Facebook, Twitter, and Gmail accounts. You can go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to your story as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is, the type of story, if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description of the video the story appears in. Also, please be sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with, and as much correct grammar as possible, to ensure the best chances of your story appearing in a video. I think that's about it for this video here. Let me know if you guys have any thoughts about the channel or anything, and thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys have a great day.